I'm wishing for someone to come and find me today. Sorry. Oh, should I spit? Good morning. Oh boy. I feel like there's a huge mess behind me. That's pretty much what you can see is the huge mess behind me. Good morning, butterflies. Butterflies are free. Butterfly, butterfly. Come, come, my baby. My butterfly. I hate that song. It's a rough warm up. Hi, Kathy. I'm warming. I should do like real exercises, but I don't. I'm really bad to my voice. I'm very bad to my voice. I treat it very horribly, and I shouldn't. I'll pay the price someday. But anyway, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I was listening to oh, excellent. Oh, Lee, I hope you have the safest travels and the best time. And I hope everything goes well. I really do. I hope everything goes well. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. I was really excited for this morning. I was really excited because last night I was listening to I guess it was a podcast. I have Audible. I'm lazy. Sorry, I'm not judging anyone with a lot of Audible, but I like Audible because sometimes I just don't have the patience to read. So it's nice to listen to books sometimes. That's just the way it is. And so I was listening last night to it was a podcast, but it was based on a series in the Aliens, the movie Alien with Sigourney Weaver. So it was a book based on that, but then they did it like a radio play, right? Like there were different people playing different parts, and it was literally all dialogue. And it was so good. And it made me want to do that. I want to do that. Yes, post some pictures. Yes. Chicago, Chicago, that toddling town. They go too slowly and my attention wanders. Oh, good point, Max. Good point. I just can't. I have a hard time sitting and reading for any length of time unless it's like so good. But it's hard for me to do that. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I can get really involved in a book and just like not want to stop. But I started listening to books on tape when I was when I was commuting between Manhattan and Brooklyn because I would have to take the trains. I would have to take 2 trains. And so it took like an hour to get from Midtown to where my school was in Brooklyn. And so I would listen to books every morning because I was just like, I don't know what else to do because I'm on this subway and it's like 6 in the morning and, Hi, Gal. How are you? Neil, good morning. Maxie, good morning. But I understand if they go too slow. Sometimes I have to speed things up because I get impatient. So I understand. Can you adjust the speed, maybe bumping it up to 10? It would probably distract though, maybe with the voices. You know what I mean, Neil? It might do that. I don't know. But I get it. I get it. Hey man. That's why life is so wonderful. It's because we're all different. Some of us listen to books, some of us read. Uh-oh, you might like this article. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. I have a few things lined up, but yeah, and then we have some stuff at 7. We have some fucking how posters help shape America and change the world. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Gal. God damn. I remember the 70s. Okay? I remember the 70s. A little bit. Not a lot. Where's my chat? Where's my chat? You guys, where'd the chat go? Wait. Hold on. Where's the fucking chat? This is so weird. What happened to it? Oh, wait, here it is. Where is it? I feel like something fucked up on my computer overnight. I had to like sign into a bunch of stuff this morning. You know what I mean? Like it was so weird. I don't know if you can see this. Can you see the picture though? Sorry, I moved it. Oh no, you can't. Hold on. Oh my God, something's wrong with the chat box. Okay, well, let me show you this picture. Oops. Oh. Mm. These are posters from the 70s. San Clemente, which is where Nixon was from in Orange County. How posters help shape America. Oh, this is so great. Oh, Oakland. I love Oakland. All right, let me see. Oh, no. Wait, what? What happened? Let me check out. Oh my God, I got to read a bunch of stuff here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Good morning. There she goes. She does that. Lee, ice skating in Millennium Park. Might go to my old neighborhood and visit Museum of Science and Industry. Love Audible when taking books in luggage isn't an option. Absolutely. That too. Absolutely. Ow. I just poked myself in the eye. Heading out on this crappy day to my friend's funeral. She was only 45. Oh, Jim, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so very sorry. Oh, man. That's not even right. I'm very sorry. Oh. Well, send our love with you, Jim, and your family and her family. So, good morning, Jane. How are you? I always want to do something else like chores if it's just audio, and then my attention wanders from the audio. That makes good sense, Max. You know, it's just not for everybody. That's the thing. It's just not for everybody. Oh, everyone's sending Jim lots of love. She was beautiful, happy, fun, intelligent, and then boom, she OD'd. Oh my God. God, it is such a delicate balance with what we're going through in this life. And you really don't know what everyone's going through, right? You don't. It's really kind of amazing to me the way people act on social media, given the way that real life is just so precious, right? You know, real life and happiness and what time you spend on this earth is so precious. It's so precious. So yeah, sending a lot of love to you, your family, and her family. It's really, I'm sorry about that. Mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I will. I'll hit this. Great. How posters help shaped America and change the world. I like this. I like this idea. I got called a cunt a couple times already on social media. Well, then you're doing great. Jane, hello. Mission accomplished. I mean, I think that actually means you win. Yes, that's true. And hard. Real life is hard sometimes. And online life does actually affect real life. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. No, Jane, I think I think that you win. God love you. God love you. That's right. Yeah, and that's why online life shouldn't impact real life, because online life should be just the fun stuff we're doing online. But, there it is. Well, Jim, we're sending a lot of love with you, so I hope that you have a good day. I don't want to have any IRL with online people. Well, I didn't really mean that. I didn't mean that, Max. I meant that it's just that I don't want people's online lives to affect their real lives. It's kind of silly. I mean, it shouldn't. Oh my God, my eyes are leaking this morning. But well, there it is. No, nothing personal. No, listen, I understand. I don't know where my chat box is though. Wait a minute. What? Okay, I got distracted. Hold on. I gotta find the chat box. What the fuck happened? Where is everybody? Where is everybody? It's not showing as a problem. Oh, it's not opening. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, reindeer. Uh-oh. It doesn't want to do it. Okay, well, you know what I'm going to do then? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete it. I'm sure I want to remove chat because then I'm going to add it again. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Chat box. Chat box. Chat box. Add source. Where is it? Oh, it's probably up here. Ah, there it is. Beep. Beep. There you go. Now we're back. I don't know what happened. Welcome to my world. Can't Paulina! I want IRL with a very sweet... hey, listen. I want IRL with very few people. I want IRL with only certain people IRL. And then I check the news and find out Trump made Kim Guilfoyle the ambassador to Greece. Badger, good morning. Listen, Jim, so Donald Trump Jr. posted about Kimberly being the ambassador to Greece. And I put in all caps under it, you sent her to Greece? He's totally sending her off so he can fuck that other girl. What's her name? What's her name, gal? What's her name? Bettina? What's her name? Belinda? Or Kim and... No, Kathy. No. He's fucking some other girl, this younger girl. Yeah. I don't think he cares about Kim. He's not going to Greece. Let's put it that way. He's not. Oh, fuck. You know, he hooked up with Kim, I think, when she had less plastic surgery. I know, really. Gal doesn't really tend to give in to track their paramours. Bettina Anderson. There you go. Thank you. What an interesting name. Is she German? I don't know. Who would name their small child over here Bettina? I don't know why you would. I mean, I like Betty, but I love Betty. That's a very great name for me. But a Bettina seems like a foreign name, like not a name typically contemporary here in the United States. Let me just say it that way. Let me try and be nicer. Oh my God. Third generation Florida socialite. Oh, well, that's why. I mean, he's following the Matt Gaetz playbook. You got to marry up. So that's what he's doing. Oh my God. Wow. How does Bettina deal with all the cokehead sex and everything? Like, that would be so disgusting. I can't stand, cokehead sex is bleh. Kid Rock got a make-believe award at the redundant celebration gala put on by Flynn's Money Laundromat. What happens when the storyteller becomes their own audience? Kid Rock. Now I get it. Griffey! Look at their faces. So this is love. Ooh, so this is love. Look at him. Oh, yeah, that Rolling Stone piece. Yeah, he's a dick. God, such a dick. Such a dick. Bettina Gregory. I know, but Neil, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. It's not like this girl's 20. No one is naming their child. Well, I mean, that's not true. I'm just saying it's not a common name for young people. I'm getting in trouble and I'm going to stop now before I get into any more trouble. Kid Rock. Key on the rock. Electrolytes. There's electrolytes in it. Oh, I would definitely name your son Elmer. I think that's adorable. That's adorable. I'm thinking Bettina must have been a family name. Rob Ritchie, total fraud, rich boy from Romeo, Michigan. Exactly. These guys are a bunch of frauds. Mike Flynn. Arrest Mike Flynn. Jesus. The hell. The hell, people. What are you thinking? My God, what are we thinking? We're not, clearly. Okay, let me see. Oh my God. Oh, I want to see this. I want to see this poster story that Gal shared. Hold on. So this is from the Smithsonian Magazine, How Posters Help Shape America and Change the World. One enthusiast collection on exhibit at the Oakland Museum of California offers a sweeping look at grassroots movements since the 1960s. For at least 80 years, posters have been a powerful lever in America's toolkit for social change. Though no single poster changed national policy, many brought important issues to light and helped sway lawmakers, candidates, and congressional leaders. Posters were really important at my house when we were kids, because we were like hippies. We had posters all over the place. I'm sure my mother didn't actually love it, but she was pretty welcoming. She was a pretty good sport. And helped sway lawmakers, candidates, and congressional leaders. Posters focused attention on South African apartheid, the Vietnam War, and the environment. They coaxed us to rock concerts and inspired us to celebrate Earth Day and boycott Gallo. More than a national phenomenon, they helped create solidarity between social justice groups all over the world. I know, I love history. You know how I am. As a student in Berkeley in the 1960s, Michael Rossman, 1939 to 2008, was a tireless activist. Renowned for his part in organizing the free speech movement, Rossman later taught science, wrote books, and collected posters created by the vital social and political movements sweeping the nation since 1965. By the end of his life, he'd amassed nearly 25,000 posters on themes ranging from the Be-ins to Black Power, an extraordinary window onto America's grassroots democratic discourse. In Palm Beach, her cotillion was held at the Breakers. Wow, Jim. You got yourself a socialite. Well, she's a princess, right? Or something like that? Like a Greek princess or something like that? War is not healthy poster was ubiquitous. Yep. An exhibition of 68 posters. I can tell you which ones we had in our house. From Rossman's collection, All of Us or None, is now at the Oakland Museum of California. An additional 1,273 may be viewed online. Here are a dozen highlights, all pre-1980. Oh, I'm very excited about this. Democratize Yellow Cab, Frank Rowe, artist, circa 1953. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Say, we won't ride if Negroes can't drive. Democratize Yellow Cab. Discriminate, end National Negro Labor Council in Divisadero. Oh, okay, San Francisco. Between 1932 and 1945, says All of Us or None, curator Lincoln Cushing, posters were a lively part of the American vernacular. Thousands were produced under the Federal Art Project, mainly to support the arts, national parks, and sciences. Many were created to support the war effort. Between 1945 and 1965, however, the fever pitch of McCarthyism and the prying reach of the FBI stifled this form of free speech. One striking exception was this 1953 anti-discrimination poster by Frank Rowe. Rowe, an art teacher and World War II veteran, lost his job in 1950 for refusing to sign a loyalty oath when applying for a job at San Francisco State College. Blacklisted from teaching for 19 years, he turned his graphic skills to the social justice movement. This watershed poster expresses outrage of the fact that, even in a progressive, quote, city like San Francisco, African Americans were not allowed to drive yellow cabs. Fist, Frank Cichiorca, artist, 1966. Oh, yeah, I remember that. We didn't have that, but I remember it. Both the civil rights movement of the 50s and the free speech movement of the 60s used flyers and picket signs, which don't enjoy the wide distribution or easy to display impact of posters. This bold example, inspired by a 1965 woodcut by San Jose. Woo! Let's hear it for the hoe. That's where I'm from. Artist Frank Cichiorca is nearly as iconic as the famous peace symbol. Sichorka, who died in 2008, was politically active for decades. He traced his radicalization back to May 13th, 1960, the day he saw a group of his friends who were protesting the House on Un-American Activities hearings in San Francisco wash down the City Hall steps with fire hoses. Since that time, countless social justice groups, from the United Farm Workers to the Occupy movement, have adopted Sichorka's fist as a symbol of outrage and struggle. New Year's Eve, Bonnie McLean, artist, 1967. Oh, we had this one. We did have this one. We had a copy of this. Yes, Jefferson Airplane. Oh, actually, I got to talk to my brothers and sisters, because my brothers and sisters went to a lot of Fillmore and Winterland concerts, Fillmore concerts. I think in fact, they have now twice identified concerts they went to when they were teenagers, and they didn't know each other was at it. And now in their 70s, they're recognizing that both of them were at the same concert in the 60s. I've heard that twice on our phone calls as a family the last 2 years. I'm like, what? How do you guys never do that? Well, there you go. Well, that's one issue of it. I think there's been other fists in the world. I was looking for an inspiration to sketch, draw, doodle, whatever. It's a healing process to draw, even if I suck at. You don't suck at it, actually, gal. I know, isn't that crazy? I never thought, but yeah. All right, so I have to find out if they went to that. Crushing argues that the poster production was jump started in the late 1960s by concert Bill Graham. This is Glenn Kushner with your rock concert. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. Visually stunning and highly collectible. With Graham's support, visually stunning and highly collectible posters were produced not for protest, but to promote rock concerts and counterculture events. This one was created by Graham's then wife, Philadelphia-born artist Bonnie McLean. The two met in 1964 when the 21-year-old McLean moved to San Francisco and took a job as a secretary at a manufacturing firm. Graham was her manager. This beautiful poster suggests welcoming 1968 with Janis Joplin, the Jefferson Airplane, and Quicksilver, all for $6, breakfast included. Yeah. Human Being, Stanley Mouse, artist, 1967. Gosh, I really loved the 60s and 70s. I mean, I didn't know the 60s that well because I was a baby. But I was a little more with it in the 70s, and I don't know. I just remember this was a great time. I just thought it was a great time. January 14th, 1967, Gathering of the Tribes for a Human Being. Oh, I remember that. I mean, I don't remember that, but I remember people talking about it. I'm pretty sure my sisters and brothers were at that. Visually striking, often mind-bending posters promoted the signature events that turned California into a mecca for spiritual seekers. Psychedelic drugs, music, flowers, and a spirit of interdependence became the touchstones of a shared awakening that touched almost every aspect of American culture. This arresting lithograph was created at the Bindweed Press by the prolific Stanley Mouse, an artist considered by many to be the godfather of psychedelic posters. The roster for the San Francisco Bean included Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, and Richard Alpert, who would soon change his name to Ram Dass. Anti-Draft Week, Mark Morris, artist, 1970. And there is that, and it is, Cushing compares the process of selecting the posters for all of us or none of us to sipping water from a fire hose. A significant part of Rossman's enormous collection addressed one of America's deepest fault lines, the Vietnam War and the related bombings of Cambodia and Laos. This year, the poster was printed for more than 6,000 Americans. More than 6,000 Americans and some 25,000 Vietnamese died in the conflict. Until 1968, notes Cushing, even Martin Luther King Jr. avoided condemning the Vietnam War. It was when he saw images of the victims of napalm that he decided he had to take a stand. One of the tools of a graphic artist uses to undermine the arguments for the war is to show victims like villagers and children. If you want to pull out all the stops, showing the human cost of war is a very good tool. Boycott Gulf. There are but two sides in a war. She fights on the side of African freedom. Gulf finances the other. Boycott Gulf oil. The apartheid government in South Africa galvanized the social justice movement through posters, but it wasn't the only issue in Africa to do so. Gulf Oil's wells in the former Portuguese colony of Angola helped to back the country's oppressive military regime. Photojournalist Boubacar Ajali took this compelling photo, which, like the best political posters, illustrates a simple moral choice. Which side are you on? Poster-driven boycotts of big oil companies like Chevron, Gulf, Total, Mobil, Unocal, and Shell BP, combined with congressional action, proved a successful tactic in South Africa and later Burma. This defiant example was created for the Pan-African Liberation Committee at Harvard University. The poster's date is 1972. Though the group did not convince Harvard to divest from Gulf, Angola gained independence from Portugal 3 years later. The devastating civil war between two competing liberation groups, however, did not end until 2002. Nixon impeaches. 1974. Agnew. I like that. Agnew. Humor and satire can be very powerful tools. Yeah. Notes all of us are none, curator Cushing. Political posters don't have to be serious to be effective. Every possible pun is brought to bear in this political satire poster, from a reference to Nixon's home in San Clemente, California, to a jibe at his hawkish Vice President Spiro Agnew. Richard Nixon did not wait to be impeached. He resigned his presidency on August 9th, 1974. Less than 1 month later, in a canned speech, President Gerald Ford granted his predecessor a full, free, and absolute pardon. Don't do it, Joe. As with many fringe activists from the pre-internet era, little is known about G. Duos. The name may even be a pseudonym. Volume 1 Croc. Oh, Crook. I thought it said Croc. Oh boy, Stop Diablo Canyon. Well, let me tell you a little story about Stop Diablo Canyon. My father, I don't know if it would, maybe I'd have to talk to my father was arrested a number of times in the 70s for anti-nuclear, yeah. So, or maybe it was the 80s. No, I think it was the 70s. No, maybe it was the 80s. Maybe it was the 80s. Well, anyway, yeah, Dad. PG&E is making the mistake of our lives. Stop Diablo Canyon. Support alternative energy. Yep, my dad got arrested. Yeah. Anyway, it's long. Okay. From the beautiful From the beautiful national parks posters of the Federal Art Project to the first Earth Day in 1970, the theme of environmental protection has inspired countless artists. Few posters in Rossman's collection are as vivid as this example. A cast of counterculture heroes from Bonnie Raitt to Ralph Nader turned out for this rally and energy fair, protesting Pacific Gas and Electric's plan to build a nuclear reactor right atop a geologic fault. The first of 2 plants went online in 1985, the second in 1986, but renewal licenses were suspended in 2011 in the wake of the Fukushima nuclear accident in Japan. PG&E is currently conducting new seismic studies of the Diablo Canyon area. In a 2000 study on Diablo Canyon, the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, estimated the chance of a core breach due to an earthquake is 1 in 23,810. That does not seem like very good odds. Bring the Monster Down. Doug Lawler, East Bay Media, 1972. Bring the Monster Down. I don't know what this is. End the Air War. Popularized by Andy Warhol in the early 1960s, screen printing quickly became the medium of choice for social justice artists. It was inexpensive and easy to learn, says curator Lincoln Cushing. From a small garage in Berkeley, printer Doug Lawler supplied powerful silk posters to groups of many stripes. This dramatic example, protesting America's air war in Southeast Asia, was the signature poster of East Bay Media, selling for $2. The proceeds kept the important press going. One of the artists working with EBM was Frank Rowe, the designer behind the first image in this series. Barred from teaching in California public schools in 1950 because he refused to sign the loyalty oath, Rowe had been hired in 1969 by Oakland's Laney College, his course, The History of Art as Protest. I want to check in with chat. I was looking for... I know, right? I ran into country cousins at many concerts back in the day when we see each other and laugh. Party. He brought guys, I brought girls. Oh, that's so cute. Easily. My dad drove beer to dry cities, hide the beer wine under. Oh, it's so good. I love it. I love it. Healthcare is for people. Chicago Women's Graphic Collective, 1975. That's cool. Healthcare is for people, not for profit. See, we haven't learned anything, have we? Some issues never seem to go away. There you go. Both the design and the slogan on this poster are simple, but the issue of healthcare reform is as explosive in 2012 as it was when this poster was printed 37 years ago. I think this is an older piece, but still great. Founded in 1970, the Chicago Women's Graphic Collective was very skilled at marketing and supported itself through the sales of its many striking posters. Though it dissolved in 1983, the Chicago Women's Liberation Front. I got to check for some things. We're going to come back to this. I want to show you this. Don't call me sweetheart. That's cute. Okay, I'm gonna do that, but we have, oh Jesus. Okay, hold on. We have some things. Have to make an early exit, Neil. I'll see you later. I'm doing an afternoon one, so if you're around, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but we're gonna try. Okay, let me see where we're going here. Back to YouTube. Whoops. Nope. Yeah. Bye. Fly United was pretty ubiquitous. Yeah, that was too. Let me see. I had some stuff. Is that it? Committee on Foreign Affairs. What did I say? What did I say I wanted to do in this show? What did I promise? Because I put some links, I thought, on my show. Hold on. Let me just see. Oh my God, my nose. Oh yeah. What do I have? Foreign Committee. My nose. Oh yeah. What do I have? Hey, Foreign be quiet. Committee. Be quiet. Okay. Yeah. That's what I have. Boop. We're gonna have the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Yeah. There. Hold on. We're gonna watch the Committee on Foreign Affairs. What are they doing? I'll tell you what they're doing. Maybe. An assessment of the State Department's withdrawal from Afghanistan. I was reminded by recent events to refresh on accelerationism. Ooh, excellent. Thank you. Because I want to read about that too. Oh my God. My eyes won't stop watering. I hate that. But there's nothing wrong with my eyes. Go figure. Well, while we're doing this, let me pull up. Oh, shit. Oops. New window. My computer is like, I gotta fix it. No. Stop. No. I was reminded to reason. Okay, I want to see this. Pull this up and. Oh, you know what? I really want to read this. Okay. We're gonna read this. Let me show you what Gal shared. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so this is what we're gonna read. Maybe at the break or something. Accelerationism: How a Fringe Philosophy Predicted the Future We Live in. This sounds great. It's from 2017. This article. But I'd love to. Yeah, thank you, Gal. And I'm happy to show the thread too. If you want to show that. Allergies, I guess. I don't know. It's annoying. I'll tell you that right now. It's annoying. But it's all right. Brr. Oh, it's chilly today. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we're going to do our afternoon show today. Still Baked with Lolo. That's at 2. Wait, is it at... When is it? I think it's at 2 p.m. Pacific. In fact, I'm sure it is. 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, etc., etc. But it'll be similar to this. I don't know what it'll be, actually. Who knows? It could be me deciding to read you poetry. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. And then of course, we'll drop all the links. We are dropping to 14 degrees. Oh my God. See, here's the thing. I don't mind. We should do a sit-in. I know. Remember those? I remember those. Here's the thread. Okay, good. I want to see the thread. I want to see the thread. Wait, where are you? Boop. I just want to read. Oh my God. You crack me up. Okay, wait, hold on. Oops. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Gal's like, just gonna put some links here for you without comment. Read it or don't. So there's a thing on Vaporwave. Political appropriations describing the fascist wave movement. This is from 2022. As the first fascist music that is easy enough on the ears to have mainstream appeal and reflective of a global cybernetic subculture geared toward millennials propagated by memes like Pepe the Frog on sites like 4chan. In December 2012, Dummy published what was considered the definitive article on Vaporwave, authored by Adam Hayer, in which he equated the genre to an accelerationist political theory. The article had the effect of inspiring a wave of content ambiguously celebrating a dystopian capitalism. In 2016, the satirical publication Rave News reported that prominent Vaporwave producers had produced an emergency summit in Montreal to discuss creeping fascism in the scene. Although the article was facetious, its comment section attracted many Vaporwave fans who defended such political beliefs. In August, Daily Stormer founder Andrew Anglin recommended that alt-right members embrace synthwave instead of the rock genres traditionally associated with far-right movements, as he felt synthwave represented the whitest music ever. His remarks popularized the musical and visual aesthetic dubbed Fashwave, an update of fascist tropes inspired by Vaporwave that was celebrated by many members of the alt-right. I don't even know what Vaporwave is. Sit-in no longer work. No smoking or vaping. Okay, wait. I guess I should have looked at what Vaporwave was. Vaporwave is a micro-genre of electronic music and a subgenre of hauntology, a visual art style, and a internet meme that emerged in the early 2010s, became well-known in 2015. It's defined partly by its slowed-down, chopped, and screwed samples of smooth jazz. Oh, okay. I don't know if I can really place Vaporwave, but I get it. Okay. Hermanson, Patrick Lawrence, David Mulhall, the International Alt-Right Fascism for a 21st Century. Oh man, I gotta read this whole goddamn thing and go through it piece by piece. Trump wave and Fash wave are just the latest disturbing examples of the far right. Don't appropriate electronic music. No, they can't take our music. No. Trump wave and Fash wave are the latest. Okay. Producers are turning synth wave and vaporwave into fascist propaganda, but history is full of similar examples. Fash wave, synth music co-opted by the far-right. Fascist bloggers and musicians have expressed their liking for an 80s-obsessed variant of instrumental electronica. It's very relevant today with Elmo Teal. Yes, all of them. See, oh, thank you, Max. Good. Thank you. Good. As I was worried. It's very relevant. Yeah, see, here's the thing, and that's why anybody can think anything they want about having One Eye on the show, on the spaces. I am fascinated to pick his brain apart. So don't get it twisted, folks. I'm trying to figure out what goes on in that brain. And that's my entertainment. So back off. I'll have anybody I want on my goddamn show. The fart right. Yes, I'm calling them from now on. Fart right. Alt-right. Max, that's so good. Alt-right. Okay, so Fashwave, great. God damn. Let's see. How electronic music made by neo-Nazis soundtracks the alt-right. Oh my God. From its inception, the alt-right has attempted to paint itself as normal, just a growing movement of average American white men who happen to be obsessed with racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and misogyny. Yeah. Fashwave undercooked, nap-inducing mid and down-tempo synth music made by and for mouth breathers living in their parents' basement. I have slightly moved to being rude to One Eye. He's not my buddy. He to me is like he's like a visitor from the other side who doesn't yell at me and just call me a cunt. Well, right away. No, I wanted him to explain things to me. That's why I have him on the show. Yeah. And I think he's curious, okay? I think he's curious about becoming a better person. He's like an alien life form, exactly. I want to find out why he thinks Peter Thiel is so great. And you know what? I don't think he does. I think he really wants to be a real boy. I do. He's a good person. He's curious. Yeah. I mean, I think he basically is a good person. Max, did you hear me criticizing his speech pattern? He's reality curious. I don't know. I feel like cut those strings. What strings? I don't have any strings. I don't have any strings to him. Jiminy Crickets. All right, guys. You guys are crazy. Oh, One Eye. I don't know why he comes. I don't know why he comes to our One Eye, this guy that comes to our spaces. He's very obsessed with Jim. Yeah, he is obsessed with Jim. And I don't know. I don't know why he comes to my spaces. I don't know. I think it's because Jim comes to my spaces. Sometimes, not always. But he also likes to provoke. He's a provocateur. He likes to provoke conversation about Peter Thiel and stuff like that. So he knows he's being provocative. The only place women talk to him. Well, I mean, that might be true because he's really down with that group. He's definitely in with the MAGA or he's incel adjacent. Let's put it that way. I won't call him a total incel because he's got moments of clarity, but no, anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk about someone who's not here. I rarely tune into spaces aside from my aforementioned attention issues. The audio levels are all over. I know. It is audio. Everybody has a different audio coming in. Anyway. Yeah, that was a great space though. I will be honest with you. That was a great space. It's it's fun. I'm sure he might be here. One Eye, if you're here, would you just come into chat? I'm the incel adjacent whisperer. Not really. They hate me. Oh, are you kidding, Jane? I mean, I might talk to this guy only because he's the only guy that'll talk to me. Did you ever hear that? Did you ever think of it that way? Oh, wait. Hold on. This asshole.
From Afghanistan. I now recognize myself for an opening statement.
Oh, brother.
I want to say good morning to all the members. As most of you know, this will be my last hearing as chairman of this
wonderful,
very important committee.
We are so delighted.
That I say is the Committee of War and Peace. It goes back to the Continental Congress. Benjamin Franklin was the first chairman historically.
You're not special.
And it's been an honor. It's probably been the honor of my entire congressional career of 20 years
You gonna
to
cry?
serve as your chairman
You gonna
on
cry?
both sides of the aisle,
You gonna cry?
Republican and Democrat. I'm extremely proud of everything
Well, then you're a fucking
that we've
idiot.
accomplished.
Fuck you.
Most of it on a bipartisan
Fucking hate this guy.
basis. We've been the most productive committee in the 118th Congress. And I want to thank Mr. Meeks, my ranking member. But he's more than that. He's more than a colleague. He's my partner and friend. We've worked together on matters of foreign policy, national security. Most of the time we agree. And when we don't, we agree to disagree civilly. And that's the way it should be.
Oh, yeah, that's the way it should be.
I wouldn't say I'm going to miss you, but I'll be around.
Who started it?
I'll still be known as Mr. Chairman.
I fucking hate
And,
you cunt.
I plan to be a voice of reason in the next Congress, and also a strong voice on national security, sir, and foreign policy. And sir, I want to thank you for
What,
your
did you guys
service,
poop more than anybody
as well.
else?
And I know you're getting ready to go to the Middle East with the fall of Assad in Syria, which I believe brings great opportunities to the United States, but also our allies around the world for freedom and democracy. I also want to congratulate the incoming chair, the subcommittee chair of Oversight and Accountability, Chairman Brian Mast, who was selected as the next chair by the steering committee.
And when we
Mr.
don't,
Mast,
we mud
thank you for your
wrestle.
service, not only to this committee,
Who are we clapping for?
not only to this committee, but to the nation, your service in Afghanistan, your sacrifice.
Oh, but you lost.
We all know
so
every time
hate
we
you.
see you.
You're a loser.
I pledge my
Brian
support to you.
Mast. Oh, give me a fucking
and I
break.
hope we're going to work hand in glove in the next Congress to do good things. And congratulations to you. Finally, 5 o'clock will be a get-together to rename this committee hearing room as the Benjamin Franklin Committee hearing room. And it will also be a Christmas party.
Why?
And also
Christmas
my
party.
farewell address.
Oh,
to the
really?
committee. So
You have
hope
a
to see all of
party?
you there. And with that, I'd like to
Are you
begin this
literally
hearing.
talking about your parties as the Congress when
Mr.
people
Secretary,
can't
I'm
afford
pleased
eggs?
that you are here today. And over the last 4 years, we've enjoyed I think, cordial relationship. We've worked together on many, many issues of great importance. However, today, your appearance here today,
Your parents are
and
here.
I have to be honest with you, it comes after 6 months after I've requested your testimony following my comprehensive
I've been
report
busy.
into the catastrophic
I've been,
withdrawal
yeah, they'll serve
from
eggs at that
Afghanistan.
party.
I have constitutional authority, and I have that constitutional
gonna be
authority
mad?
that I, as chairman,
Are you
am
gonna be
responsible
mad?
for.
Are you
And I also
mad?
have a responsibility to the American people and to the 13 servicemen and women who died, and all the many other service members who died, and the Afghan allies left behind who died, and the women who were left behind.
Are you crying?
This, under Article 1 of the Constitution, is Congress's greatest role
No, Paul,
of
they're not
oversight
going
and
to nail
transparency.
anybody for setting up the conditions of the
I would have to say I've been disappointed that you've ignored my
disappointed too.
request for your testimony,
I don't mind disappointment.
forcing me
When
to
does my
subpoena
disappointment get
you
redressed? Why?
not once, but twice. And rather than accept my good faith efforts to accommodate your schedule,
You're spending
you
5
failed
minutes
to show up for your
yelling at him.
September hearing. And I don't
Okay.
like this probably any more than you do, but while your presence here is duly noted, you are showing up only after violating a congressional subpoena,
So
triggering
arrest me.
consideration
So
of a
arrest me.
resolution holding you in contempt of Congress. I've been more than accommodating during the process, but you and your staff have fought this committee every step of the way. The fact that you're here today on one of the last weeks of the 118th Congress clearly demonstrates my commitment to this critical issue, even in the face of persistent delays. You insist you have appeared before Congress 14 times, but the truth be told, that number is really misleading. You've not appeared once during my chairmanship to testify about the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal before this committee. Twice you have appeared on the budget. And as the head of the State Department, it was your duty to appear before this committee to inform us about legislative solutions
Yeah,
to
he
the
does
issues
like it.
outlined
He's
in
throwing
my
a party
Afghanistan
about it.
report so that this never happens again.
Oh, please.
My only goal
Your
has been to work
protestations
together with you,
are
sir,
so empty.
to help prevent that such
You
another
don't give a
catastrophic event,
shit if
to
people
prevent that
die.
from ever happening again. Instead, you prioritized this
I
administration's
want to make art posters
political
now. Now I
agenda,
want to make
touting the
posters.
failed
I want
withdrawal
to start a
as
screen printing business.
success. On April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced his decision to withdraw from Afghanistan, no matter what the cost, go to zero, were his words. As Secretary of State, you were entrusted with the protection of American interests and citizens overseas. You ignored the Taliban's violations of the Doha Agreement. You ignored objections by our NATO and Afghan allies. You ignored the security risk in keeping the U.S. Embassy in Kabul open, despite warnings from our top military advisors. You ignored the warnings of collapse by your own personnel, as evidenced by the July 2021 descent channel
He invited
cable,
them to Camp David.
one that I call a
yes,
cry
Jane, I know what you
for
meant.
help that was unanswered.
The date was set
Now,
by Trump. Yes,
Tragically,
this is all
more
bullshit.
than 3 years after
And do I
this
hope that comes out?
administration's
Yeah,
disastrous
but it won't.
withdrawal, you're finally here to take responsibility.
Fuck off. I'm busy.
Mr. Secretary, I've reviewed thousands of pages of documents produced in discovery by the State Department.
I hope I hope
conducted
Blinken's like, I don't
18
give a fuck.
transcribed
I don't give a
interviews.
fuck what you think.
Led 8 hearings on the Afghanistan withdrawal. I do not take the issue of subpoenas lightly, but today's hearing in your department provided
then
these only
can you help
after
us with
the committee was
all the
forced
subpoenas
to use
that
its
were issued by the J6
oversight
committee?
powers.
Fuck off.
My comprehensive
Fucking
investigation reveals that President Biden's
I hope
unconstitutional
your bad
surrender
sex
to the
stories come
Taliban,
out and haunt you, and you end up going
that
to
you
prison.
had plenty of
There you go.
opportunity to plan for the inevitable collapse of Afghanistan. Instead,
What?
even with the warning bells sounding loudly,
It is unbelievable
ringing
to me.
loudly, you denied the
If
imminent
anyone,
and
if
dangerous
Biden had
threats
invited
to American
ISIS
interests,
or
American
Taliban
citizens,
to the
and our
fucking Camp
decade-long
David,
Afghan partners. All the while, the Taliban
can you
captured
imagine
province after province on
if
their
they
march
did that,
to Kabul.
if he did that,
And rather than step
what
up
would have happened?
as America's chief
God.
diplomat,
Yeah, my
you
veins are
delegated
all
this
over the place.
responsibility.
Go, hurrah,
And as the
my face.
Taliban surrendered,
Can you believe it? Like, what would we
surrendered
have
to
done then?
Kabul, was surrendered to the Taliban on
I would like
August
to have a
14th,
hearing just on what Trump did to
2021.
set up Afghanistan.
You,
Can
sir,
we have
were
that hearing?
vacationing in East Hampton,
Because I feel
New
like
York.
I've never gotten that hearing.
I do not say that with delight. I
Yeah,
say
you
that
do.
as a fact.
Fuck off.
Mr. Secretary, to preserve optics, you sacrificed the safety and security of our service members,
I would say I'm
diplomats,
offended and
citizens
walk
and
out.
allies. You treated
You're choking on your words,
terrorists as
bitch.
diplomatic partners
Oh,
and created an environment ripe for chaos. And on October 26,
you fucking kidding
2021,
me?
an ISIS-K terrorist detonated a suicide bomb at the Hamad Karzai International Airport, murdering 13 heroic U.S. service members
Yeah,
and
which is
over
horrible.
170 Afghan civilians. My heart goes out to the Gold Star families, and I pray for them every day. Every
did
day
you
I've
fly
been
them all
serving with
in?
this
Did you
committee.
fly them all in?
It was
cunt?
the deadliest day for
You
the
don't give a
United
shit.
States presence in Iraq.
He doesn't give a
in
shit.
Afghanistan.
He does
since
not give
2012.
a flying
And the saddest
fuckwad.
thing, sir, is it did not have to happen.
Bullshit.
Mr. Secretary, it's time that we again remember the fundamental principles of diplomacy. Peace may only be obtained through strength. This catastrophic event was the beginning of a failed foreign policy that lit the world on fire. I welcome your testimony.
Lit the world on
and
fire.
I hope we take the
Excuse
opportunity.
me? What the fuck are you talking about?
For
yeah,
you
just like
first
the
to take
GOP wanted,
accountability.
and here we are,
And second,
and
for
he's
us to move
president.
forward so this never happens again. As you are aware, we cannot fix a problem without first admitting that there is a problem.
Really interesting.
I've dedicated my
Really
tenure as
interesting.
chairman of this important committee on this very important issue. And your testimony here today will help guide the work of the next Congress and the incoming administration. The American people, the U.S. service members, the veterans, and most importantly, our Gold Star families who are present here today deserve
Ding, ding,
better.
ding, 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 ding.
They deserve your candor,
Ding, 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 ding.
commitment,
They just wanted to start a
transparency.
flame in our hearts.
With that,
and
the
here
chair
it
now
is.
recognizes
My
the
heart
ranking
is
member of this
burning.
committee.
It's burning like
Thank you,
a little
Mr. Chairman. And let me
marshmallow
first
roasted on the
say
fire.
to you
Yay, Mr.
that
Meeks,
it
I
has
love you.
been a distinct honor, privilege, and pleasure.
Don't stop it. Stop
of
being
working
that way. Just go on
We've
with your
worked
questions.
together now for over 4 years, 2 years of which I was the chair and 2 years of which you were the chair. And really, there's been no difference. Our relationship only intensified. We worked collectively together on behalf of the people of the United States of America. You're a man of integrity. You're a friend. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve with you and to continue to serve with you
Fuck
because we know, as you
everyone.
stated, you're not going anywhere.
Fuck
You will
everything.
still be here
Fuck
as a member of the
everyone.
United States House of
Fuck everything and
Representatives.
fuck everyone.
I appreciate the
Fuck
fact that we
everything.
always,
Fuck everyone.
even when we disagree, as we will disagree on this hearing,
Fuck you.
but we've always been
That
able to
man
talk about it.
just
be
sat
honest with
there
one another. And that's
and
what's really
insulted
important. You know, when you
the
have honesty
Secretary
and
of
truth, you
State
can talk, you can disagree,
as a
but
human.
it never becomes
he
personal.
insulted him
because
as a
of
human.
you and the character that you have. So
He insulted his character.
I just have to say, for
And
the
here
record,
you
that
are,
it's been,
Meeks, sucking his
honor.
balls and telling him
You
what a
have
great
been a
character he
fair
has. What the
chair,
fuck is wrong with these people?
as
Fuck
well
you,
as
Democrats.
when you were the
Fuck
ranking
you.
member, you have been a fair ranking member because you are a fair individual. That's who you are at the essence. And I want to also congratulate
God, why
Mr.
don't you
Mast,
suck his dick then?
the
Why don't you
incoming
all just
chair.
pull down your
And I
pants
look
and
forward
start
to working
yanking
with
on
you.
each
There's
other's
no question
cocks?
in
Let's
anyone's
do it.
mind that you're loyal to the United States of America. You have done everything in the military and otherwise to represent this country. And I look forward to working with you come January 3rd or 4th when this committee resumes as the next chair of this committee, and look forward to working with you in the same manner that I've worked with Mr. McCall. Now,
Yeah, thank you for those kind words. I
yes.
appreciate that.
Now, I want to thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here today. And
It's
I
fucking
know
stupid.
That, we want
It's
to get you out.
fucking
There's a lot
stupid.
that's going on in Syria and around the world, and you will be leaving here or on a plane
That
immediately.
guy just insulted
post
his
this here.
character.
So, your
And Meeks
departure
goes, "Oh, let
will
me
take you straight
let me
to
tickle your
the Middle
balls a little
East,
bit."
where there's,
Fuck you and your
dealing with the related
decorum.
situations
Fuck
of
you.
Syria. But thank you for being here.
Fuck you.
And for me, Mr. Secretary, this will be, if I recall correctly, your 6th time being that you've joined us to provide testimony, including your appearance in September of 2021. You were the very first cabinet official from the Biden administration to testify to Congress immediately after our withdrawal from Afghanistan. And I will, even before you testified before the Senate, you were right here in the House to testify about that. And despite insisting that they needed to hear answers from you and repeatedly accused you of stonewalling, my Republican colleagues nevertheless released what I see as a partisan and misleading report on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in September that distorts the facts received in their own investigation from 16 State Department witnesses and thousands of pages of documents that you made available to us. Sadly, on this brand,
It's
as I
just
have
like a
pointed out at
performance.
every
It's all
term and
performance.
every hearing,
This
the
right now, this
Republicans'
questioning is a
so-called
performance.
investigation has been nothing but a cudgel aimed at partisan politics, in my opinion. To claim now that it's aimed at a real and legislative purpose, when I don't see any tangible, they have not introduced a single bill. There's not been a bill at all introduced from this investigation. But there is perhaps no better example on how dishonest and I would say politically motivated this exercise has been than how the Republicans misled the public on the ISIS attack at Abbey Gate. For months, Republicans publicly suggested the Abbey Gate bombing could have been prevented and that a Marine had a bomber in his sights. Privately, however, they received information from the Department of Defense's investigation dating back as far as February of 2022 and again reinforced in April of 2024, findings that the bomber and the person the Marine identified were two different people and that the attack was not preventable. Because the GOP had this information, you would think it would be logical to assume that the GOP's report would make those facts crystal clear. So does their report do that? No. Instead of being straightforward with the American people or the Gold Star families who have suffered so much and who we all keep deeply in our prayers, they continued to muddle the facts. Notwithstanding DOD's clear evidence, the GOP report tries to sow doubt on the DOD's findings by
You
asserting on
should
page
know your
27
material a
that,
little
quote,
better.
many who were on the ground that
You should
day
know your
still
material,
believe
sir.
they were one and the same. The full report remains
He's just reading his
classified,
staff report.
end quote.
That's all
To
he's
my
doing.
colleagues across the aisle,
Vaporwave.
beliefs are not facts. Information that the Department of Defense publicly reported, for which I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record,
Without objection, so ordered.
is not classified. The two men were not the same. So changing or twisting the truth seems to me only happens for political gain. And that not only hurts the integrity of this committee, it hurts the families of the 13 service members who lost their lives during the horrific terrorist attack, who have been led to believe that there are some greater truth to unearth that when in reality there just is not. So I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the minority memorandum that I released in September of this year. That report summarizes the actual facts of the committee's investigation,
Without objection, so ordered.
which were remarkably consistent across 20 witnesses and found the following. The full U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was set into irreversible motion by President Donald Trump when he concluded the Doha deal with the Taliban and ordered the withdrawal of troops per that agreement, first from 14,000 to 8,600, and then all the way down to 2,500 by January 15, 2020. And after the Trump administration failed to plan for the withdrawal they started, the Biden administration conducted a thorough policy review, acknowledged that we would again be at war with the Taliban if they abandoned the Doha deal, and finished the work his predecessor started by building
Did
a
anyone else
withdrawal
watch
and
that?
contingency
I don't
plan
think so.
from the ground up through
I don't know if I heard anything about it.
2021. And after President Ghani's decision to flee Afghanistan led to the rapid collapse of the Afghan government and security forces, creating the chaos on the ground, the men and women of the State Department acted heroically alongside their military colleagues to conduct the largest airlift in U.S. history, relocating
it would be a
more
perfect
than
distraction, wouldn't it?
124,000 people.
For anything,
So I believe
whatever
that
you want it to
President
be a
Biden
distraction for.
ultimately made the right decision to end our 20-year war in Afghanistan and not ask another generation of Americans to make an ultimate sacrifice for a war that no longer had a purpose. No one here has argued that our withdrawal was perfect. So I want to be clear, I'm not saying that I don't know any withdrawal that has been perfect. But we owe it to ourselves and our military and diplomatic personnel on the front lines to learn from it. And from those 20 years of war in which they served, and to incorporate those lessons of 20 years in the future. But we do them a disservice when we do not examine all of the facts. If we are to honor the 800,000 Americans who served in Afghanistan since 2001, including the 2,461 military personnel killed over the 2 decades of war. We should have conducted proper oversight of the policy decisions made across not one administration, but 4 administrations, not only for the months in which President Biden was in office for the sole purpose of politics. For the honest, bipartisan assessment, we will have to await the Afghanistan War Commission's report due in 2026, because what we have here today is not the true, complete fact-finding. In my estimation, it's politics. And finally, let me just say this, though. I want to conclude by thanking Chairman McCall for honoring a request that I made publicly. I asked that he publicly release all of the transcripts from closed-door interviews that were part of this Afghanistan investigation. And I asked the chairman to do the same for all other remaining transcribed interviews conducted as part of the committee's oversight investigation. And the American taxpayers paid for this work. I asked, and you responded, and you did cooperate and make them all public, and for that, I thank you. And with that, I yield back.
I appreciate the ranking member's comments on that. I intend to release all of this to the American people. We are negotiating a interview with Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor. It may be in a classified setting. To the extent we can release that to the American people, we certainly will. I also want to state that there are 2 pieces of legislation currently in the National Defense Authorization that deal with this withdrawal from Afghanistan. One from me on having one point of contact, who's in charge, if you will. Another one by Warren Davidson on evacuation. So with that, I'd like to say to the members that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I want to welcome the 71st Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, someone I do have admiration for. We disagree on this one strongly, but we have traveled abroad. And at the end of the day, when we travel abroad, we're all Americans. But as you know, sir, I have issue with you over the handling of this matter, and I recognize you for your testimony here today.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, distinguished colleagues on this committee, first of all, let me just say I have very much appreciated working with you these past 4 years, working with the Ranking Member. I think we've done good and important things together.
Blinken, Secretary of Genocide, Butcher of Mast.
258, we have a disruption.
Remind the audience members, disruption of committee proceedings is against the law. Holding up signs or making verbal outbursts during the proceedings is disruptive and will not be tolerated. Any disruption will result in a suspension of the proceedings until the Capitol Police can restore order. This includes the raising of hands and other forms of disruption. With that, I now recognize the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to say how much I've valued and appreciated working with you these past 4 years, the dialogue that we've had.
Yes, it is.
Committee,
It's MTG.
Where we agreed, where we disagreed.
She can't get enough of the spotlight.
Including on Afghanistan. I want to recognize everyone who served in Afghanistan, including on this committee. Our thoughts are with the Gold Star families of the 2,461 American service members, as well as State Department and USAID employees.
Stop killing kids in Gaza. I have young kids. You're a father. I don't know how. You can sleep at night when you're killing so many kids.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order to this committee.
It could be. And that was Bobo. That was Bobert.
The gentleman will continue.
As I said, our thoughts are with all of the Gold Star families. They're with the State Department and USAID employees who lost their lives over the course of 20 years of our military involvement in Afghanistan.
Who's the next
And I
State
think today
Department?
especially,
Who's the next
of the 13 heroes that we
head
lost.
of who's the
Gate.
next replacement of this guy?
And I deeply regret
Secretary of
we did
State.
not do more and could not do more.
I can't even
to protect
remember.
them. And to those families who are here with us today, you're in my thoughts, in my prayers. I wish that Nicole was here with us today. I'm deeply sorry that she's not. I'm also deeply grateful to the dedicated professionals from the State Department, from the Defense Department, from across the government, from civil society, other partners who did so much to support the people of Afghanistan over those 2 decades.
You scum! The blood of your victims will spill.
Committee will come to order.
We will never let you forget.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order.
Fucking slander.
Committee will come to
Well,
order.
unfortunately, I understand their concerns, but I hope they voted
The
for
gentleman
Harris. I'm
will
so
continue.
sorry, but what is going to happen in
I'm here today to
Gaza
continue
now
the
is going to
department's
be
extensive
beyond
cooperation with this committee. As
tragic.
You know, Mr. Chairman, the
And
department's
not that
provided
it
over
wasn't
20,000
tragic
pages of
already.
documents to you. We've conducted 9 high-level
But
briefings for members.
I
We've
saw one
facilitated
candidate with a
transcribed
chance
interviews
to
with
solve
more than
it,
15
and I saw
people.
one with a
I personally
determination
testified
to
before the House
destroy
and
it.
Senate committees 14
And
times.
this
with
country
questions on
chose the one
Afghanistan,
to destroy
including
it.
4 times before this committee. Now, I believe that any attempt
Yeah.
to understand
yeah,
and learn from the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has to be put in the proper context of what preceded it, both in terms of the 2 decades following 9/11 and the
And they
decisions
used
and
the
events
F
of
word.
2020 to 2021 that culminated in the removal of
Bye,
our personnel.
baby. Have a good
When
flight.
President
Have a
Biden
good
took
trip to
office,
Chicago.
He
Miss you.
inherited an agreement the previous administration had reached with the Taliban to remove all U.S. forces from Afghanistan by May 1st of 2021.
I'm sorry.
U.S. insistence.
And I believe
The
very
Afghan government
much
had released
in
5,000
protest.
Taliban
I
prisoners,
do.
including
I just,
top war
you
commanders.
know,
The United States
I hope
reduced
you
our own
vote.
troop
I hope you
levels
voted for the
from
lady then.
14,000 to
I don't know.
2,500
That's all I'm gonna say.
in December of 2020. In return, the Taliban
And
agreed
I
to
truly believe
stop
that
attacking
protest
U.S.
is
and
the way
partner
that
forces,
change happens in this
to
country.
refrain
So
from threatening Afghanistan's
there's
major
that too.
cities, and to pursue intra-Afghan negotiations toward a ceasefire and a political settlement. But it continued a relentless march in the countryside so that it controlled or actively contested territory containing 3/4 of Afghanistan's population by December 2020. In January 2021, the Taliban was in the strongest military position it had been in since 9/11, and we had the smallest number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan since 2001. Despite the profound effects of the Doha Agreement, President Biden ultimately opted to implement the previous administration's decision to withdraw American troops and honor his pledge to end our nation's longest war. To the extent President Biden faced a choice, it was between ending the war or escalating it. Had he not followed through on his predecessor's commitment, attacks on our forces and allies would have resumed, and the Taliban's assault on the country's major cities would have commenced. That would have required sending tens of thousands more U.S. forces back into Afghanistan to defend ourselves and prevent a Taliban takeover, with at best the prospect of restoring a stalemate and
Oh, no,
remaining
I
stuck in
understand.
Afghanistan under fire
I
indefinitely.
understand. It's very.
President Biden inherited a deadline,
keep turning.
but no plan
It's
to
very
meet it.
tiring.
At his direction, beginning in the spring
And
of
it feels
2021,
fruitless. Although I
the
do think things
administration
need to be on the
and
record.
the State Department in particular engaged in extensive planning for a whole range of outcomes. We pursued a sustained campaign to urge any Americans in Afghanistan to leave. We restarted and dramatically increased resources to what had been a moribund special immigrant visa program to bring Afghans who had worked by our side over 20 years to the United States. Even the U.S. government's most pessimistic assessments did not anticipate that the Afghan government and security forces would collapse so rapidly in the face of Taliban advances. Nevertheless, because of the administration's extensive interagency planning and coordination, when Kabul fell on August 15th, the United States was able to evacuate our embassy and relocate our diplomats to the airport within 48 hours, and then conduct the largest airlift in U.S. history, helping approximately 120,000 Americans, Afghans, and citizens of allied nations depart Afghanistan in just 2 weeks. In the 3 years since the end of our country's longest war, all of us, including myself, have wrestled with what we could have done differently during that period and over the preceding 2 decades. I asked retired Ambassador Dan Smith, one of our most senior diplomats, to lead an after-action review of the State Department's actions between January 2020 and August 2021. In response to Ambassador Smith's report, the Department has taken more than 40 concrete initiatives and identified steps to guide our response to future crises. The actions we've taken have already made a difference in subsequent emergencies, including in Sudan, in Israel, in Lebanon. Even as we work to address the places where we fell short, I firmly believe the President's decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was the right one. American troops are no longer fighting and dying in Afghanistan. The American people are safer and more secure.
That's smart. Yeah.
In fact,
guard your
many of the
emotional
most
capital.
pessimistic predictions have been thoroughly disproven. We were told Afghanistan would once again become a haven for terrorists, and that, as the majority report contends, we would be all but blind to the situation on the
Mine
ground.
too, Paul.
In fact,
Mine too.
Al-Qaeda, the group that attacked us on 9/11, has not regrouped in Afghanistan. And in August 2022, we launched a precision strike in downtown Kabul that took out its leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, with no American boots on the ground. We were told that our allies would no longer trust us. Well, having just returned from more NATO meetings in Brussels and my 20th trip to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of State, it's clear that our alliances, our partnerships, are stronger today than they've been in a generation. You can see that in the more than 50 countries that we brought
Well,
together
not since
to
November
defend
5th,
Ukraine
but
against
you know,
Russia's
you
ongoing
get it.
aggression, and in the unity of purpose and action that we built for contending with the challenges posed by China. We were told hundreds of Americans and Afghan partners would be left behind. Yet today, every U.S. citizen who told us that they wanted to leave during the evacuation has now had the opportunity to do so. And to those Americans who entered the country
Oh, no,
since
Paul.
August 2021
Don't let
and have
them
been
cut
detained
you
by
off.
the Taliban, we will not rest until we bring you home. Since September
Yeah, as long
2021,
as
the
NATO's
administration has
comfortable.
resettled more than 185,000 Afghans. We've approved or welcomed to the United States more than 68,000 Afghans under the Special Immigrant Visa Program. That is nearly half of all of the SIVs issued since the program's inception in 2009. This is a profoundly difficult period for the Afghan people, especially Afghanistan's women and girls. But I believe the final chapter has not been written on Afghanistan. Just last week, I had the chance to be with many partners who supported the evacuation effort, including members of Congress. We were joined by a resilient and resourceful young woman who left Afghanistan in August 2021 and is now an aerospace engineering student at MIT. She aspires to be the first Afghan woman astronaut. In part because of our two-decade commitment to Afghanistan, there are many more women who have the opportunity to go to school, to connect with the wider world, to imagine a different life for themselves. And these women, their experiences, their hopes, will, I know, one day help pave a path to an Afghanistan where all people can actually choose their own futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I personally, and other members, we got 4 busloads of girls at the American School of Music out after Abbeygate, who are now in Portugal. They performed at Carnegie Hall and the Kennedy Center. But there are many women, unfortunately, who are now enslaved under Sharia law by the Taliban. I now recognize myself for questions. Mr. Secretary, in September of this year, your State Department's Inspector General revealed that Embassy Kabul, under your leadership, abandoned, quote, sensitive security assets, unquote, during the deadly Afghanistan evacuation. Those lethal assets included firearms, armored vehicles, and other weapons. Your IG concluded the embassy left them intact for the Taliban. And if that wasn't bad enough, documents, classified documents, many that I subpoenaed, also reveal that you left behind droves
Not
of the
documents.
embassies, again, classified documents to the Taliban. Your own diplomats described
Oh, wait till you hear what
desperate
your
attempts
guy
to
did.
burn documents on the rooftops and in the embassy while helicopters took off the embassy's roof, very reminiscent in my younger life of Saigon.
Stop it.
All because the
you
administration
didn't watch Saigon.
failed
Come on.
to prepare. Finally, your chief of mission kicked out the embassy's Afghan employees from HKIA, telling them to come back later, leaving them to the Taliban, who never made it back,
Well, then they're
who
probably
never
saying that to
survived.
everybody, Paul.
who we gave our trust to that we would protect them. You left weapons behind to the Taliban, classified documents to the Taliban. You left behind embassy employees to the Taliban. And now 3 years later, your own IG, Inspector General, concluded that your State Department has been unwilling and unable to learn from its mistakes. My question is, have you read the IG report and have you held your own State Department accountable?
Mr. Chairman, first, with regard to the documents, we have in place at every embassy, including in Afghanistan, a process by which sensitive documents are destroyed in the event of an evacuation and shutting down the embassy. We began that process on August the 1st. And then when we got to August the 12th, before the collapse of Kabul, we proceeded with the emergency destruction of all of the remaining sensitive documents. And that process was complete by the 14th, a day before Kabul fell. That's a process that we engage in wherever we have an emergency, and that's exactly
We're
what
reclaiming
we
my
did in
time. I
Afghanistan.
mean, the fact is, they should have been evacuated long before. I mean, you were still negotiating as the Taliban entered Kabul. The embassy should have been, as the military advised you to do, evacuate that embassy. Let me ask you this. When President Biden announced his unconditional surrender to the Taliban on April the 14th, 2021, you demanded that Embassy Kabul remain open, no matter what the cost. Your personnel
Wait,
opposed
did
that.
you
In
say
fact,
no
they did
matter
so
what
in
the cost? Really,
the cable
Tony?
descent that we were able to get
Come
from
on.
you in our discovery process, a cry for help. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the CENTCOM commander, Millie McKenzie, said this was a fundamental mistake, a fatal flaw, and their biggest regret is keeping the embassy open despite the advice of your own people on the ground and military advisors. Why did you do that?
Very simply, because no one anticipated that the government and the Afghan armed forces would collapse as quickly as they did. We anticipated, and every intelligence assessment that we had anticipated, that Kabul would remain in the hands of the government and the hands of the Afghan armed forces through the balance of the year and
I
into
mean,
the next
reclaim
year.
my time because I
Well,
want to
let
say.
me please, let me finish.
I will let you finish,
The
but
chairman,
I
the
strongly
chairman of the Joint
disagree with
Chiefs,
that comment.
Mark Milley, said, nothing I or anyone else saw indicated a collapse of the Army or the government in 11 days. The DNI, Avril Haines, said, in the days leading up to the Taliban takeover, intelligence agencies did not see collapse as imminent. This unfolded more quickly than they anticipated, including in the intelligence community.
Okay, reclaim my time. I hear what you're saying, that no one saw the
But I have
collapse
to
coming.
say it's not true.
However, I've read the descent cable, your embassy personnel, that you provided to me, that they sent to you in July before the collapse in 2021, warning of Afghanistan's imminent collapse, fearing for their safety. You personally read this, sir, and cleared it. Your Deputy Secretary, Brian McKeon, testified before this committee that you took no step to answer the cries for help. And as you know, Secretary of State, you have a responsibility to protect Americans and diplomats.
Mr. Chairman, that's incorrect.
Why did you ignore the cries for help? Why did you leave this embassy open? And finally, who was in charge? Was it you or Mr. Sullivan? Because it seems to me you delegated all your responsibility on this. You had very little to do with it, and it was Jake Sullivan and the National Security Council at the White House calling all the shots. However, under law, sir, you're the captain of the ship.
Mr. Chairman, that's incorrect on a number of counts, as is the report that I've read. First, when it comes to a NEO, the evacuation, that is a decision that's reached by the entire interagency and ultimately by the President. The State Department initiates it by asking the Department of Defense to proceed with it, but the decision itself is reached as a result of interagency deliberations. And we did not, as an interagency, and that includes the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the National Security Advisor,
Who's in
the
charge?
President.
This is going to help us legislate,
no, this is
sir.
important.
Were you in charge of this evacuation?
I was in charge of the State Department. The government, the administration, was in charge of the evacuation. Specifically, the State Department and the Department of Defense together on any NEO work closely together with clearly assigned responsibilities, and that's exactly
And
what
it
we did.
is the
And no one
statutory
called for that NEO
responsibility,
until
sir,
it was
for you
actually
to
issued.
execute the plan, correct? the NEO,
The
the
deal was
plan.
executed by the State Department and the Defense Department together.
And I would have to say, sir,
Jane,
waiting
it's
till the
price
last
earnings,
minute
price
is
of
not
stock
executing
to
a plan at
earnings
all.
ratio.
And it led to the deaths of
So
many
it's a calculation
Americans
of
and
value,
Afghan
intrinsic
people
value, I
and
guess,
Afghan
or
allies.
something. I don't know,
Chairman, the record
intrinsic.
reflects that, again,
probably
this
sounds
decision
like a
was
strong
reached
word.
collectively.
I never
No
really
one,
understood the ratio
urged
things. I was
initiating
never
NEO
good at that
until
part
we
of
decided to do it
brokering.
on the 14th.
And
I think
gratefully
in
didn't
my
have to do it.
review of our investigation, there was so much confusion coming out of
Yay,
your embassy,
Paul.
coming from
I'm
the top
celebrating
military
Paul.
advisors who told me, testified that they told you to close down that embassy in advance to protect Americans and American assets and classified
is not
documents.
correct.
They were left to the Taliban. You were in charge by law. You may have delegated this. I don't know. But to legislate moving forward, I need to know who
Yeah, it's a little,
was in charge. And
it's a
that's
little
why
weird
it is
right
so
now.
important that Mr. Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, come before this committee and give his testimony about what the hell was going on during this disastrous evacuation.
I'll pray
With
for
that,
you in
I
the
now
coven
recognize the
tonight.
ranking
That's what you
member.
should say, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Or go to my old favorite.
I do
win.
recall a meeting here in the Capitol, bipartisan, downstairs, and we were meeting with President Ghani of Afghanistan. And we had talked to some folks, and President Ghani was very vehement that he was not going to leave Afghanistan. He was vehement that the Afghan troops were there and he would stay there, to all these members of Congress. And to everyone that I talked to,
No, I think it's always good
from
to
almost anywhere,
look with a side eye at
was
the stock
clear
market. I'm sorry.
that
I think it's a
that
good
was his
idea.
position.
He might find a deal.
No
here and
one
there.
knew.
I don't know.
That 1 week later, not 1 month, 1 week later, he would get on a plane and get out and all the troops were gone. Everybody at that moment in time was surprised. And that's a fact. Let me ask some yes or no questions real quick, because I believe that you got to look at this whole thing you talk about. So, Mr. Secretary, President Trump's Doha deal explicitly committed to the United States to withdraw all U.S. and allied troops, as well as contractors, by May 2021. Yes or no?
That's correct.
But the speed of
Now,
that
this is the
withdrawal,
part I want him to
outside
get to.
of an
Thank
initial
you.
reduction to 8,600 troops, was not specified by the deal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And despite that, President Trump unilaterally reduced the U.S. presence twice beyond that, leaving just 2,500 troops when President Biden took office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and we've seen that President Trump was prepared to go to zero. In fact, Ambassador Khalilzad testified to the committee that the messages coming out of the Trump White House led the Taliban to conclude that Trump was getting out regardless of what was agreed in the Doha deal. So let's be clear about the conditions. If we're going to be factual about this, you've got to consider the conditions that Trump handed over to you in the Biden administration. A firm commitment for a total withdrawal with no allowance for a residual force or contractors, a limited number of troops on the ground, and no real prohibition or attacks on our Afghan allies. We've heard testimony from General Milley, Ambassador Khalilzad, and others that if we had tried to reopen the Doha deal, the Taliban would have resumed attacks against us. Do you agree, Mr. Secretary, with that assessment? Yes or no?
I do.
So that was the fundamental choice facing President Biden. to complete the withdrawal that was initiated by President Trump or re-escalate the conflict. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what do you think President Biden's decision to complete the withdrawal and end this so-called forever war gained us?
It gained us an end to America's longest war. It gained us not having another generation of Americans going off to fight and die in Afghanistan. It gained us the opportunity to refocus and rededicate our resources to the challenges of this moment, from the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to the many challenges posed by China, to many other issues around the world where we were able to free up resources, free up focus, free up time.
You just hit something, because just months after the withdrawal from Afghanistan,
free Americans.
we did face a new threat,
Oh.
and that was Putin's illegal and unjustified renewed invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. So yes or no, do you see any connection between Putin's re-invasion of Ukraine and the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan?
No, on the contrary. I think our adversaries, including Russia, would have been delighted if we had doubled down and remained stuck in Afghanistan for another 20 years. Now, in 2008, we had, between Afghanistan and Iraq, about 200,000 forces deployed. You'll recall what else happened in 2008. Russia invaded Georgia. In 2014, we still had about 12,000 forces in Afghanistan. You'll recall what else happened in 2014. Russia, for the first time, invaded Ukraine. Because we were able to refocus our time, our resources, our efforts.
I don't know, Jane.
we
I
were
stay
able to
away
build
from
this
giving
coalition of more
investment
than 50
advice.
countries that has stood up to Russia's aggression. And I must say, the chairman.
But if you're going
has
by
done
me,
a
I would
remarkable
buy
job
stock
over
in
these last
I
Cheetos
agree.
and
We
hot
worked very
tamales
closely,
because I can't
Mr.
stop
Chairman
myself.
and I, and making sure Ukraine has everything that it needs. In fact, you know, sometimes he was in front of me, and other times we went together, but he has been a champion on Ukraine. But the issue that I'm trying to make sure, and I think this is what you said, that the withdrawal from Afghanistan did not hinder our capacity or our credibility to lead our allies in a robust response to the invasion in Ukraine. That's correct?
That is correct.
As well as the withdrawal
that's great.
did not
Relief.
inhibit our relationships with our allies.
That is correct.
In fact, just the other opposite. It may be my last
Yep,
question.
there you go.
Your assessment of the
I get-
strength
yeah,
of NATO
Frito-Lay.
and our alliance.
I'm really probably the only one I know that eats
has the
a lot
withdrawing
of
from Afghanistan let
those
us focus
white
on
cheddar
the most urgent
Cheetos.
threats to global
I might be the
security.
only one.
Yes or no?
NATO is stronger, it's bigger, it's better resourced, it's more focused than it's
And I
ever
really
been.
need to give it up.
Don't sound
I really need to give it up. So
me just
I'm
say,
very unstable market right
Fall
now.
of Afghanistan, within months, Chairman Xi and Putin made an agreement at the Olympics in Beijing, and we saw satellite imagery of the Russian Federation moving towards Ukraine. I don't think that was by accident. That was by design. Putin saw weakness, and he took aggression, and he invaded Ukraine, and then the Ayatollah reared his ugly head in the Middle East, and Chairman Xi is on fire in a hot zone in the Indo-Pacific. With that, the chairman now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
What was that babble?
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Pardon
honey
me, Mr.
mustard
Chairman, and,
pretzels. The
welcome,
bites
Mr.
easily.
Secretary. You know, I have a
Yeah, I
number
don't
of
like the messy
questions, and
fingers. You eat them with chopsticks.
I've asked some of
That's
those
what
in the
I do.
past, and so I won't repeat those, but I chair the China Commission.
Pro tip.
I've chaired 105 plus hearings on human rights abuse in China, Xi Jinping's absolute malevolent behavior towards the Uyghurs, and all the other
Snyder's, those
atrocities
fucking
that are committed
rock.
each and every day. But what concerned me with our
I love that everyone's all of a
believe,
sudden
egregiously flawed
concerned about the
exodus from
Uyghurs, you know, because
Afghanistan was
working in
how
anti-slavery
dictators
for,
around the world,
you know,
especially Xi Jinping,
nobody gave a shit
looked at
about
that
the Uyghurs.
and his propaganda
okay?
organs like
Just
the
so
Global
you know.
Times, and
Okay, this
said
is all
to the
new.
people of Taiwan, here's one editorial, why the U.S. will abandon
Oh, and they still haven't done
Taiwan
anything fuck all for the
eventually. Another
Uyghurs,
one
by the way.
was Afghan abandonment
fact.
is a lesson for the Taiwan's DPP. And then when you read it, they're telling the people over and over again in Taiwan that America's resolve was questioned, is questionable, that we will leave them too. And, I won't read the editorial, but editorials.
It's fair.
Because
It's fair,
they
Jane.
are very, very
It
disturbing.
does slow down the snacking, but I still
Dictators
managed to
love weakness.
through.
They probe with bayonets, and if they can get away with something, they will. And I think the chairman is right when he talks about Putin as well. And you had said before how you thought they would be happy if we were bogged down for the next 20 years. But
Exactly.
I look
Just
at
a
it a different
talking
way.
point
They
for
look
them.
at
You're right,
how it
Jane.
was done. Yes, we were going to get out of
It's
Afghanistan,
disgusting.
but the way we did it led to the loss of American lives, which we've seen the pictures again shown here. And we've all met with those families of those loved ones and countless numbers of Afghans. So the impact of this, can you at least admit
believe
that
so.
to the
I believe that's how you
dictatorships of the
spell it
world,
in the English
they saw that and they saw it as
iteration.
weakness, and they go to avoid if they think there was one. Secondly, how many Americans are still in Afghanistan? And post-Exodus, how many were jailed, killed, tortured, left behind? I know
Give
that
us some
there
of the
was a lot of talk
details.
that, we
Tell us about
encourage
the
people to
stories.
leave. But we all remember that Reuters broke that story about how the president had, in a conversation with Ghani, had said very clearly that even if we have to make it up in terms of the situation, to project it as if it's better than it is, and here's the way he put it. This is President Biden. And there's a need, whether it's true or not, there's a need to project a different picture. And that was done on July 23rd.
Wow, that sure
So while
sounds
we
like
may
it's
admonish people to
completely
leave,
out
they're
of
listening to our own
context.
president
I
who
don't
says
know.
there's a
That's called, I'm going to file
300,000
that
man
under,
army,
for out of
well-trained.
context.
But
you.
meanwhile, in back channel, talking on the phone to Ghani, he's saying, project a different picture. Very, very disturbing. I mean, we got to be truthful.
Thank you. Two things on this. First, we engaged in a sustained campaign to get every American in Afghanistan who was still there to leave. 19 messages to that community between February and August. And by the time the evacuation took place, there were still about 6,000 Americans left in Afghanistan. Now, who are they? They're almost all dual citizens, almost all of whom, had lived, worked, had their families in Afghanistan for generations. And so you were still down to 6,000, despite every effort to get people to leave, including offering to pay for their travel. The airport remained open until August the 15th. In the weeks of the evacuation, the 2 weeks of the evacuation, almost all of those 6,000 remaining, we were able to get out. We were left with a few hundred on August the 31st. There were a couple of hundred, and this is what I testified to, who had identified themselves to us. And keep in mind, as you know, when you travel to a foreign country or you leave a foreign country as an American, you don't have to register. You don't have to make yourself known. We made every effort to get in contact with everyone, but by the time of the end of the evacuation, there were still a couple of hundred American citizens left who had identified themselves to us and told us they wanted to leave and who couldn't get to the airport or get into the airport. There were several hundred others who were there and we knew of who did not want to leave, either because they didn't want to leave extended family members behind or they just chose not to leave. So after August 31st, as I said and committed to this committee and to this country, there is no deadline on getting Americans out of Afghanistan who want to leave. In the ensuing 3 months, till the end of the year, we got 500 American citizens out of
Right,
Afghanistan
Carla?
who had identified themselves to us and said they wanted
was
to
the
leave. To my
Mark
knowledge,
Mullen
every American
hearing?
who identified themselves and said that they wanted to leave has been given an opportunity
getting
to do
lost
so,
over there for a
and
minute,
we
right?
carry that out every single day. As to those who went back and some who got detained, we are working every day to get them out, to get them back. And we will not stop for the duration of this administration, and I know that the incoming Trump administration will carry that on if we're not successful in getting them
Amount
back.
of time. Are any in jail today?
Yes,
They are.
they are.
Any
These are Americans who went after the evacuation for a variety of reasons.
Well, there's an important
Gentleman's time
detail.
expired. I am going to keep the 5-minute rule to strictly because I want every member to be able to have time to ask questions. Chair now recognizes Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your service to our country. You bring up the fact that Americans in a war zone don't have to register with the embassy. I think we've talked in the past about requiring Americans in designated dangerous countries to register, and I look forward to working with your successor to do that, because you point out how difficult it is for the embassy and to deal with these situations. Before I get to Afghanistan, back in May, you agreed that you would look at designating the Popular Resistance Committees, the third biggest terrorist group operating in Gaza, as a terrorist organization. They are responsible for so many deaths, including 3 Americans. This committee voted for my bill to so designate them. Do I have your commitment that in the next 2 weeks, your department will make a decision as to whether to designate the Popular Resistance Committees a terrorist organization?
If we can complete the work necessary to go into that, yes. I don't know if
Well, I asked you to do it in May. How many years does it take?
Well, as you know, there's a lot that goes into these designations.
I
making sure that
do.
we meet the law, and if we can complete that work, we will.
When you were here in the past, I think you correctly told us you inherited a deadline. You did not inherit a plan. The gentleman from New Jersey argues that we should have stayed. But that's after Trump released 5,000 bloodthirsty terrorists. Had we stayed, would those terrorists, including the current head of Afghanistan, who was also released by Trump, been able to, would they have been willing to risk the lives, every one of those 5,000 risk their lives in order to kill as many Americans as possible?
That seems highly likely. I can't speak to every one of the 5,000, but certainly many of them went back to the fight.
So we we went into Afghanistan, we drove al-Qaeda out, we accomplished something in the George W. Bush administration. In Obama administration, we killed bin Laden. We stayed in Afghanistan for the whole Trump administration. 63 of our best and died. 57 came back without the president bothering to be at the ceremony with their return. The question is, did we accomplish anything during the Trump administration? Did we get a better deal in 2020 than we could have gotten in 2017? Now, the deal we got in 2017 was total surrender. The only requirement was that the Taliban not be a center for international terrorism. They have that obligation anyway. They did not commit themselves to protecting our troops on the way out or our embassy on the way out. And moreover, the Taliban is not in violation of the Trump agreement when they hold 12-year-old girls as sex slaves, kill every LGBT person they can, kill any Afghan that converts to Christianity. So the deal was the weakest ever, and it had no enforcement. So couldn't we have gotten that same deal in 2017? And would 63 more American soldiers be alive if we had done that then?
Look, in fairness, I think we have to ask ourselves about our ongoing presence in Afghanistan after we got bin Laden. We had dismantled al-Qaeda. We'd removed it as a threat. We got the leader, the guy who attacked us.
We got something.
We need to look back at this entire period. And look at the
But
decisions
clearly
that
the Trump years, 4 years of death of American troops, and we accomplished absolutely nothing. We signed an agreement under which the Afghan government is free to use 12-year-old girls as sex slaves and to kill those who convert to Christianity. Some 11 to $13 billion of U.S. weapons were sent by Trump and scattered all over Afghanistan.
Means less
competition. And this committee has put forward the idea that we should have somehow collected those weapons from men who wanted to keep them and who were armed with those weapons. Could we have accomplished that without any significant American casualties all over Afghanistan collecting the weapons?
No, we could not.
Would there have been hundreds of American casualties in your estimation?
I can't give you a number, but certainly there would have been casualties.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Let me announce also that Mr. Sullivan, National Security Advisor, has agreed to testify before this committee on December the 17th at noon. And I insisted on behalf of the members that all members be able to participate in that briefing. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mike McCall, and thank you for your 4 years of leadership on this committee. It's just been so effective for the American people. And then we all know that Chairman Brian Mast, elect, will do an excellent job continuing the tradition of serving the American people. And what an exciting time in history that as we face such positive changes with the removal of dictator Assad from Damascus, what can occur and what needs to occur. But sadly, the Assad departure and anything that's been positive was despite the Biden administration. Because, hey, until last week,
Yeah, they
there was
don't
an effort to
screen
try
younger
to some
people.
level of normalization with Assad, which is, but that's not what we're here today. But it's a continuation, and that is the Biden administration's surrender in Afghanistan has actually set the stage for foreign policy disasters around the world, with mass murder shamelessly being conducted around the world. Our allies who stood with us for decades watched as the Americans capitulated to terrorists, creating safe haven for terrorism, and abandoned allies. It was so incredible that this catastrophic decision of was the worst ever for American military and national security.
You know,
and
I have never
sadly,
eaten at a
President
Chick-fil-A
Biden on August 26,
principle
2021,
and just
claimed
never
that
have
he had letters, quote,
had
had
the
letters
desire.
from the
I
military
don't judge, but
indicating
I
they
just
supported
haven't
his
brought
decision.
myself to it.
And Mr. Secretary, I'll be giving you copies that evening. I sent a letter respectfully to the President asking for copies of the letters, and every couple of months I've sent letters to the President respectfully asking for copies of the letters of where the military, he alleged, supported his decision. With the Doha Agreement,
but
President
yeah,
Trump
and
stated
it's
from
not
day
weird
one
that I have
that
that
any withdrawal would be conditions-based and would
protest,
actually
but,
maintain control of
I wish I
Bagram
could
Airfield, which
be.
is so
I
critical.
need to be more
The
complete about
disorder
that.
and chaos that led to the murder of
That one in
13
particular has always
of our
been
service
like,
members
yeah.
at Kabul Airport just should not be forgotten. And then countless civilians, we understand, were the first domino to file.
You're using
to
them,
fall
sir,
in the Biden-Harris
as
appeasement
emotional
policy.
triggers.
And also this year, it should be remembered, we lost 13 at Kabul
I
Airport.
think a lot of people
but we
that I
also
know
had
haven't.
3 reservists from
And I'm
Georgia
not
who
judging.
were
I don't
killed
want to
on
get
January
into who's
28th
had Chick-fil-A and
by
who
the
hasn't.
Hamas
Please, I don't want to
puppets,
do that. I'm not
excuse
shaming
me,
anyone
Hezbollah
here.
puppets of Iran.
Keep
and,
it to
and 60
yourselves.
were injured, and many with traumatic
But,
brain injury.
yeah, no, I
It's
just
just
never
heartbreaking to
have.
think of the loss of life and the lifelong injuries that people will have.
But I also
Today in
don't like
Afghanistan,
In-N-Out
women have effectively been banished
burger.
from public life, unable
So
to
I'm
speak in
already on
public
the
or holding a
list.
job, including nursing. And I still cherish seeing little girls. I visit Afghanistan very frequently.
Oh,
to see
Max,
little
I'm
girls
so
going
sorry.
to school
Your poor
with their
mama.
hijabs or whatever, and then little guys going to school with something not indigenous to people of Afghanistan, and it was baseball caps. And so that doesn't occur now. Terrorists have a free rein to regroup and work with their
Wait a
backers
minute.
to coordinate
Wait.
additional attacks
There's
on
no
American
baseball
families.
caps?
As we know, the
Are you
FBI has
kidding
said
me?
attacks are imminent.
All right, let's
History
go.
reminds us
Let's
that when
go.
America withdraws from the world,
America,
our
let's
enemies
go.
fill the vacuums. We now face a war that we did
Yeah,
not
I
choose.
think they
of
are,
dictators with rule
actually.
of gun invading
Well, they're
democracies with
Christian.
rule of law.
I don't know if
It
they're
began
fascist or
February
not.
2024, 2022,
Yeah, I know.
when war criminal
I
Putin
do
invaded
mostly
Ukraine.
now. I
And
don't
then
know,
on
we don't
October
normally
7th,
get it.
Iran, through its puppet Hamas, invading Israel. And
yeah,
we
well,
all
I
see
understand that. I'm sorry, Badge.
the risk that we have, and it's personal to me, Mr. Secretary, my appreciation of the people of
They're
Afghanistan. I was grateful
fragries.
to serve with the late Sheila Jackson Lee as co-chair of the Afghan caucus. And we
Brover
met with so many
Lords. Oh
wonderful
my God,
people
Carla, that's
who,
amazing.
It's bipartisan.
It could
our
have been.
concerns. And
I
then
think it
I'm grateful
contributes
my
to
former
it.
National
Prednisone
Guard unit,
contributes to bone
218th
loss.
Mechanized
I mean,
Infantry
I think
Brigade
that's a
of the
side
7th Army
effect.
Guard served for a
For
year
any kind of
under,
steroid,
General
right?
Bob
Any kind of
Livingston,
steroid does that?
And they've developed a real fondness for their Afghan brothers.
Yeah,
And
they probably
finally,
have red
I'm really
hats,
grateful
Jane.
my number 4 son, First Lieutenant Hunter Wilson, served for a year as an engineer in Afghanistan. And so I would just really want to let you know that I'm just so disappointed. Hey, I really get trouble at home. I said I wanted Biden to succeed, but this has not occurred, and we've just got to address this. And with that,
Well,
I
you
yield
are
back my time.
addressing it, you stupid moron.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a
and thank you
finance
for
hearing going
your
on in the
tenure
Senate
and for your
in the
friendship
corner.
and
I don't know if
decency
you can really see
serving
it,
as chairman of this
but it's around
prestigious committee.
on the Consumer
like to put a
Finance
picture up.
Protection Bureau.
Which seems to suggest, Mr. Secretary, that the Republican narrative is correct about you. There you are with a prominent Taliban negotiator. Do our tech people have that picture? Well, I have it here. Isn't that you with the Taliban negotiator, Mr. Secretary?
I'm afraid I can't see the picture, but I'm not aware of having spent any time with a Taliban negotiator.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Secretary Pompeo. Was he your predecessor in
Oh,
the
he
Biden
looks very
administration
sick.
as Secretary of State? In the Biden
Oh,
administration.
Jerry.
My predecessor in the previous administration, the Trump administration.
The Trump administration. And there he is in Doha with the chief Taliban negotiator. I guess I got that wrong. Well, Mr. Secretary, all things seem to flow from Doha. Secretary Pompeo and President Trump appointed a chief negotiator on behalf of the United States for the negotiations in Doha. What was his name?
Zal Khalilzad.
Ambassador Khalilzad, and he, of course, testified before this committee, and I can remember an exchange with him in which I expressed deep concern about the direction of the U.S. posture and the ramifications with allied Afghans who had worked for us or worked with us, and women. And he kind of brushed them off at the time. Tell us about the details of the agreement he forged in Doha. What were the chief elements of that? Concisely, if you would.
Yeah, in essence, the agreement provided for this. It provided that the Taliban would not use Afghan soil to attack us or our interests.
Right. No.
It would start an intra-Afghan negotiation, and as part of that negotiation, there would be discussion of a ceasefire and a political roadmap for the future of Afghanistan. And during the time between the agreement and the commitment that we made as part of the agreement to leave Afghanistan by May 31st.
So a firm date was set
Yes.
for all U.S. troops to get out. Is that
All
correct?
U.S. troops were to be out by May 31st. In the meantime,
And-
5,000 prisoners were released from Taliban prisoners.
And as
released
Mr.
from
Sherman
Afghan
points out, among those 5,000 were terrorists, fighters, and people who returned to the battlefield against the Afghan government, which
That's correct.
allegedly we were supporting at the time. Now, speaking of that Afghan government, were they in Doha at the negotiating table as equal partners?
They were not.
They were not?
They were not.
Why were they excluded? That's the government we were supporting.
I can't answer that. I wasn't there at the time, but they were not.
Well, if the government we're supporting is not allowed to have a voice at the peace negotiations where a deal was in fact agreed to by the United States, could that conceivably undermine
How is that
confidence
not
in
a
that
criminal
government and by
act?
that
I'm
government
sorry.
in itself
How
in
is that
terms
not
of
a
its
criminal
future?
act?
Yes, and indeed, I think General McKenzie has testified to exactly that point, that Doha created a tremendous crisis in confidence and about the future for the Afghan government and presumably to some extent for the Afghan security forces themselves.
Could it also have a morale effect on the Afghan military that we were training and equipping to, in fact, fight the Taliban?
Yes, it could.
So here we are cutting a deal with Taliban while at the same time asking the Afghan military and the Afghan government to resist. Is that correct?
Correct.
That sounds like a contradiction in diplomatic policy to me.
Oh, cool.
That's kind of hard to follow, and it seems to me that we, by agreeing to that in the Trump years with Secretary Pompeo, your predecessor, and Ambassador Khalilzad, we actually set in motion an untenable but probably irrevocable kind of, folding of events. Is that a fair statement, do you think?
Once the deadline was there, all troops out by May 31st.
Hi, Teresa.
2021. And as part of that, an agreement from the signing of Doha to that date, not to attack U.S. forces, but with the obvious conclusion to be drawn from that, that if that deadline was not respected, the Taliban would resume its attacks on U.S. forces, on partner forces, and its attacks on the cities.
So So in other words, Mr. Secretary, we cut a deal to get out and cut our losses at the expense of the Afghan government, the Afghan military, and ultimately the Afghan people. And that was all set in motion before you took the oath
And
of
the
office.
safety of
or
the
President
troops
Biden took the
remaining
oath of office.
behind.
Is that a fair statement?
I think that's where the Doha Agreement led.
I thank you, and I yield back.
Let me just state that the Taliban was not in compliance with the Doha Agreement when the evacuation was ordered. And your own senior advisor, Ned Price, said that the Doha conditions were, quote unquote, immaterial to the evacuation. That speaks volumes. I now recognize Mr. Perry.
Oh my
Thank
God,
you, Mr.
cherry
Chairman.
pick much?
Secretary, thanks for being here. The statement from you in a 2024 Senate hearing where you said no one has done more to support Israel than Joe Biden. Now, during the Obama term, Joe Biden was the vice president, so I understand it's difficult. It was difficult to say something, but he didn't say anything about the U.S. funding the campaign to oust Netanyahu. And I get it, while President Obama was the president, he's the vice president, that's a difficult thing to do, but he was unburdened when he became president, so he could have said something then. Immediately upon taking office, he redesignated the Houthis from a foreign terrorist organization. We see what they've done. That hasn't been helpful to Israel. He restored the sanctions waiver. I remind everybody that Iran exports are at a 5-year high with 3.4 million barrels
but not
being sold every day, funding their terrorist activities all across the globe.
I'm not on
the
medicines
president made
for
a
it, though.
red line for Israel going into Rafah to defend itself, withheld arms shipments
But I've been
to
eating more
Israel
cheese, so I wonder
so it
if
couldn't
it's
defend
better
itself,
now. I should go get it
continually
checked.
called and calls for Israel to lay down its defenses in demanding a ceasefire, continues at this time to undermine Netanyahu in this time of war. Again, I think I already said about the sanctions waiver, but the president didn't even go to greet the prime minister when he came to the United States. He didn't even send the vice president.
I'll take a look at that one, Carlos.
Actually used Israel funding to get Ukraine funding, used Israel. Again, oil exports at our 5-year high, and that money goes directly to support Iran, Israel's
Dude, your guy
enemy,
did it.
and all their proxies, including the Houthis, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Hezbollah, you name it. Continues to support United Nations Relief
Friday night.
and Works
We need a
Agency
fun movie.
and the activities of those within involved in the terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th. That's just a few things that I quickly found, knowing that you would be here, Mr. Secretary, and you said, no one, starting with President Biden, has done more to make sure they have what they need to defend themselves from Hamas, to deal with the threat
I should.
Hamas
I should get it
poses.
checked, too,
That's
'cause
also
I really
from
have
the
been eating more dairy.
2024 Senate hearing,
I mean,
Mr.
literally
Secretary.
cheese.
No one has done more to
of
support Israel
burritos.
than Joe Biden. I'm thanking the good Lord that he's not against Israel, Mr. Secretary. I don't know if you have anything to say. I'm sure you're going to have a list of
What are
all
you
the
talking
wonderful
about?
things that he's done to support Israel, but you can't support Israel while
fuck
you're at
up.
the same time supporting
What?
their mortal
I thought we were
enemy.
talking
You
about
can't support
Afghanistan.
Israel at the same
I love
time
cheese.
demanding that Israel
Cheese
support
is my
Hamas.
favorite. Cheese is
You
my
can't
favorite
support
food.
Israel when you're
I love
allowing
nice sharp
Iran
cheddar. Oof,
access
nice
to
aged cheddar where it's like
billions of
crystals
dollars
inside
used
the
to
cheddar.
fund terrorism,
oh, yeah,
not
baby.
only in Israel but around the globe,
myalgia,
threatening not only
yeah, oof.
Israel, our greatest ally,
Good.
but also
Fibromyalgia
the United States of
is
America
no
and its
joke.
interests abroad. So if
No
you want to
joke.
defend
Cheese
all
is
that,
life. Thank you, Jane.
you're welcome to it, Mr. Secretary.
Well said.
Thank you. I'll say simply this. When Israel
Shut the
was
fuck up.
attacked on October the 7th, the President of the United States rushed there, the first president to go to Israel during a time of war.
Yeah, what
When
Gal
Iran
said.
mounted attacks, unprecedented attacks on Israel, not once, but twice. The first time we've seen direct attacks by Iran on Israel, The United States,
Scott
for the
Perry's
first
a
time ever,
dominionist who needs
actively
Israel for his
participated in
Holy
Israel's
Land for the
defense
rapture.
and rallied other countries
That's
to
why
do the
he
same,
cares.
making sure that those attacks couldn't succeed and enabling Israel to take the strikes that it took to debilitate Iran's air defenses. If you want to go back more years than that, the Memorandum of Understanding, the 10-year Memorandum of Understanding that provides the money for Israel's defense,
I don't have any cheese
that was
close
negotiated by
yes, please,
President
cheese.
Obama, and
That's
Joe
my God.
Biden was a lead in that effort to get it. And as
I
a
live
result,
in the Church of
the
Cheddar.
equipment, the munitions, the arms that Israel has had, as a result of that agreement, have enabled it to deal with Hezbollah, to deal with Hamas, to deal with Iranian-aligned
If I may, sir,
to
in the
deal with
remaining
Iran.
10 seconds,
What?
if
Paul, that's
this
terrible.
president were on both sides of this war providing Iran all that it has provided, maybe those people in Israel that died on October 7th would still be alive. I yield.
That is
I think he
simply
farted!
incorrect, and
Gentleman
and I'm sure-
yields.
I think
Chair
he
recognizes
farted.
Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think
First
he
to,
farted.
Gold Star families that are here.
Hold on. Hold on.
appreciate
Wait.
Your being here. Everlasting gratitude
Oh,
for your
shit.
sacrifice.
Come on.
I come from a Gold Star family, and in my own family, even decades afterwards, members of my family that
Why are
went
you
back
doing
through
this? I'm
military
not
records
left-in.
and
I'm
years-long
not
painstaking
left-handing this.
research
Come on
just
now.
to find out exactly
I'm
what
sorry. I
happened
need to hear him
him,
fart again. I'm
as he
so
was killed.
sorry.
This war providing
Here we go.
Iran all that
Listen.
it has provided, maybe those people in Israel that died on October 7th would still be alive. I yield.
That is simply incorrect. and
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First to Gold Star families that are here, I appreciate to get the facts, not just beliefs about exactly what happened. Secretary, thank you for being here in
That
your
was
last
a
hearing.
full-blown
I
shark.
want to thank you for your selfless public service, your integrity,
Scott Perry
your personal
sharted.
sacrifice. I came across some, I was researching the Budapest agreements the other day, just trying to get more detailed information, including our obligation to Ukraine in those agreements to defend aggression that they had. And the name that kept cropping up through the whole research was your father. And I know your father would be very
Don't go
proud
insane right now.
of
What are
your
you,
service.
12?
And I want to thank you for that. I want to congratulate Mr. Mast, and I want to thank
Oh,
my
I'm
colleague,
clipping that.
Chairman McCall,
Oh, you
for
better
working
fucking
together.
believe
When I
it.
first came into Congress, he was the chairman, I was the ranking member of a subcommittee. We worked together on investigating the Boston Marathon bombing, finding out what happened, what mistakes were made.
I gotta
And we
pee.
saved
I gotta
lives
pee.
as a
I'll be
result
right
of
back.
That report, and it was comprehensive. I dare say, though, that the particular report that he issued here had things in it, but it was certainly not comprehensive. In fact, it was really, the report was painstaking in avoiding facts that involved, that are integral to seeing what happened here, why we got to the point we got to. The involvement of President Trump. He had committed the United States to a full, date-certain withdrawal in a deal he negotiated with the Taliban, as we've heard, without the Afghan government even being part of that, without discussion of rights of women or children in Afghanistan, forcing the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban fighters back into the battlefield before a final withdrawal. These are the things that should be looked at in a comprehensive report if we really want to get to the answers. And sadly, it's lacking here. In that time frame, too, something we should draw attention to is when President Trump unilaterally did this, he left out his own military people when he announced that. He left out senior officials in his own office, and he left out our allies who were fighting in this battle in communicating to them. So I'd just like you briefly to talk about the importance, for the first time under Article 5, and the importance of NATO. Our allies came, and the only time, came to our assistance in fighting this war. I visited them in Afghanistan, along with our own troops. So could you talk to the importance of that NATO alliance, how important it was in this, how important it is in the future?
Thank you very much, Congressman, and thank you for the reference to my father. I deeply appreciate it.
Oh, I cannot stop laughing.
As you said, the first time, the only time Article 5 has been invoked was in defense of the United States after 9/11.
Chris
And
Miller wrote
NATO
the
allies
Afghanistan,
came
of course.
far and wide to join us.
Of course he did.
In Afghanistan.
Of course
in
he
dealing
did, Gal.
with Al-Qaeda, in dealing with bin Laden, in dealing with the people who attacked us and attacked democracy on that day. And that's something we'll forever be grateful for. I'm very proud of the fact that as we leave office, that alliance is stronger, bigger, and better resourced than it's ever been. When we took office, of the
can't
allies,
really eat
only
onions
9
straight up.
were meeting the pledge that had been made in 2014 to dedicate 2%
Oh, the
of
onion
GDP to
ruling. Oh,
defense.
no.
Now, 23 allies are meeting that pledge, and the remainder are en route to do so. We have 2 new allies in Finland and Sweden, making the alliance stronger and more effective. And I'll just say this in conclusion. I think what the American people need to understand about the alliance, and I understand it's easy to forget, is what makes it so unique and why it's so important going forward. When countries came together to join NATO, they made this commitment under Article 5 that an attack on one is an attack on all. And that means that any would-be aggressor thinking about attacking any one of these countries knows that if they attack one, they've got to take them all on. That is the best way to prevent war in the first place. It's the best way to deter aggression. It's the best way to make sure that we don't have a world of conflict. Americans don't want to be at war. NATO has been the best guarantor that we can have of making sure those wars don't happen in the first place, but if they do, that we are not fighting them alone.
Thank you so much. I
Gentleman's
yield
time
back.
has expired. I will agree, and Mr. Meeks and I, that NATO has never been more united or stronger, and I do think Mr. Putin had a strong role. The chair now recognizes Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, what? Oh, here you go. Here's his.
Sometimes we speak about decorum
here's
in
the
here, and I would say that
pontificate.
it doesn't take a 4-letter word to violate decorum. We insult every single person that served when we come in here and we say words like, we're sorry that the Afghanistan withdrawal was not exactly perfect.
What?
But maybe we could have done a few things. That is a violation of decorum
what?
against every person
Oh,
that put on a
stop
uniform.
yourself.
And this
Relax,
place
penis
absolutely
tip
lives
head.
up to being a swamp. When we try to cover up the fact that 26 of your
I cannot believe that he's going to be the chair of
told
this
you directly
motherfucking committee.
that if you continued down the path that you were going, that it was going to be a disaster. And we should not be covering that up.
No one is
I want to
covering
talk
it
about a couple
up.
of things today. You are our top diplomat.
Jesus,
That's
you're
not in
full of
dispute.
shit.
Have you been in Afghanistan
good.
since
Thank you, Gal.
13 American service members were murdered?
No, I have not.
Have any of your staff visited the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan since that day?
We've had people in Afghanistan. I do not believe they visited the embassy.
Do you know who is currently residing in our embassy?
The embassy is obviously not under our control. We don't have the ability, not being in Afghanistan, to control it.
Do you have any information on anybody that
Yes,
has
he
spent any
he will
time
tell you he's
residing in our
perfect.
embassy
He's a
since our
perfectly
departure?
shaped penis tip.
No doubt, if we do, or in any event, the intelligence community does.
Kind of want to
And
draw a
I'm
hole
happy
in
to
the
share
top
that
of his
as
head.
appropriate.
Yet, we are still
Oh,
giving
yes,
the
we
Taliban
should do that. I agree,
tens
Carla.
of billions of dollars.
I agree. We
There's
need
an
a little
American citizen
sandwich.
out there literally woke up this morning losing 30% of their paycheck, and a good percentage of that is going to the Taliban or other programs abroad. And this is something that we all need to think about, and we will be thinking about deeply for the next 2 years. There's a joke that's made often out there about kids going to college to learn basket weaving, and what a joke that would be. But the United States right now is literally sending tens of millions of dollars to the Taliban, 14.9 million to be exact, to teach Afghans how to do carpet weaving. Let's think about that. We are giving $280 million to the United Nations to do cash transfers for food in Afghanistan. Yet we're not sending an ear of corn from Iowa, a sack of potatoes from Idaho, or a cucumber or an orange from Florida. And that discounts the fact that there's no American tonnage going through our ports to send those things out of here either. It's just cash transfers. Another line item, these are directly from CIGAR reports. $75 million to teach Afghan women to be farmers. I don't believe
Brian
that we
Mast
spend
replies,
$30 million
I'm proud of
in the
you.
United
I hope
States
you
of
hook up
America
with at least
to teach women to be farmers.
15-year-olds over there. It's
My
legal
colleague,
there,
Mr. Wilson, brought
right?
up that they can't even dance in the
That's
streets
what
or
Brian
speak to one
Mast
another or go to
said
school.
in
I'm not sure that we
2009
can trust that that
to
$75
Rocco
million
Ladani.
is being used to teach them agriculture. And as you pointed out, we don't have any diplomats on the ground to confirm the validity of these programs. Here's one that I was entirely curious about, and maybe you could explain it to me. $3.5 billion transferred to the Afghan fund
let's
that
guess.
is tended to protect the macro
this is
financial
great.
stability on
Well,
behalf of the
sweetheart,
Afghan people.
with opium, you never really know,
What the
do
hell
you?
does that mean?
I can only imagine.
Can you tell me? I don't know. That's a bunch of
can I
gibberish
do
to
that?
me.
Yeah, I think I can
Happy
go
to
to that,
address all
right?
of this.
Let me see.
Congressman, thank you.
I'll give you one more
Okay.
before you address it.
Please.
Even worse, by the numbers, we've spent $9 billion to resettle 90,000 roughly Afghan refugees here since the fall of Afghanistan. My simple Army math tells me that's about $100,000 a person.
Oh, whoops.
That's
I thought he
absurd.
stopped. I'm like, did I stop
So my question
it?
for
Oh,
you,
whoops. Where's my sunset?
we do not even have an
Where'd it go?
embassy in
Where'd it
Afghanistan. We have no
go?
diplomats there. What are we doing giving them $1?
Oh, I see.
So, Congressman, as I believe you know,
There we go.
the money that we provide and the international community provides is done through partners, implementing partners, UN agencies, NGOs. They have.
Yes, we could say that about all the State Department dollars, foreign NGOs, foreign countries, foreign companies, and in this case, foreign adversaries.
The hell?
So each of these institutions, as verified by
South
the
Florida
Department,
Congressman
has
Brian
in place
Mast
processes
joked
to
about
make sure
rape
that
and
the money that
referenced
we
sex
provide
with
and others provide
15-year-old girls
is
in an
spent
old
appropriately.
Facebook
And the money that has
comments
been
to a
spent in
friend who is
Afghanistan,
now
and I
his
think
campaign
internationally it's about
manager.
$8 billion
The messages were
since the
posted years
evacuation,
ago, but they've
has helped avert
surfaced in
famine.
Mast's tough
It's helped
re-election
prevent the
fight
collapse of the
against
health system.
Democrats
It's helped
challenger
prevent the
Pam
collapse of the
Keith.
entire economy.
Mast, a
It's helped
40-year-old
avoid
Republican,
bringing
represents
even more
one of South
disaster
Florida's
Mr.
most
Secretary,
competitive
suffering.
swing
You know for a
districts.
fact that
He
people
apologized
literally,
for the remarks
especially
on
outside of this
Tuesday.
country, they directly lied to us. Your people had
This
to
is
come back
August
and correct. Hey, it
25th,
turns out we were in
2020.
fact spending
Article
$500,000
from
to expand
the Sun
atheism in
Sentinel
Nepal
in Florida.
through the third-party implementer
Not
of
really a
Humanist
Rumble
International.
site, is
They were lying
it?
to us. They didn't show us the exact slideshow that they put together for $500,000 and all this. They lied to us. We have no eyes on the ground, and I would simply close with this. We do not even have an embassy there. We have no business putting $1 into that place. I yield back.
I respectfully disagree. I think that the work that we have done through these partners and many other countries have done has saved many, many lives in an incredibly difficult situation.
Gentleman's
And
time
of the
has
money that
expired.
has
Chair
been
now
provided,
recognizes Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Blinken, welcome, and thank you for being here today, and thank you so much for your testimony and for your years of service as Secretary of State to our country. And speaking of refugees, before I get to the question, I want to note that my city of San Antonio, my hometown, and the place I represent, is home to a growing and vibrant community of Afghan Americans, many of whom are from the Khost province and fled Afghanistan following the Taliban takeover of the country. I appreciate the work the State Department and other government agencies and nonprofits have done to help them adapt to their new lives in the United States. I wanted to ask you a question about the 2001 AUMF. Secretary Blinken, one of the legacies of the Afghan war is the 2001 authorization for the use of military force, which authorizes military force against al-Qaeda. This law continues to be enforced 23 years after it was first enacted and has been used by this administration for military action across the world. In a sense, the war that began on 9/11 will not end as long as this authority continues to be in use, and our nation remains at war across the world with little transparency for the American people. While much of this is reported to the Congress, too much remains classified and unavailable to the American people. The Obama administration, in which you served, released in its final days a comprehensive legal and policy framework on the use of military force. Will the Biden administration do the same and release a report so the American people know where we are still at war?
I appreciate what you're saying and the point that you're making. I can't speak to what we will do in the remaining weeks of this administration on something like that.
Do you think that it's a good idea in the same way that the Obama administration?
I think we should, in any event, as we've been very open to doing, revisit various authorizations and authorities to make sure that they are right for the moment we're in, not the moment we were in 20 years ago.
I want to speak also to a very important issue. It was mentioned that you're headed to the Middle East perhaps right after this committee meeting, and that is the war in Israel and Gaza. And and I think you know, I've said it both publicly and privately, I have great respect, obviously, for our president, for your service, for the work that others like Bill Burns have done in trying to reach a ceasefire agreement. At the same time, this will be one of the defining foreign policy legacies of this time. And I'm profoundly disappointed in how it's been handled. All of us on this dais have supported Iron Dome to protect the Israeli people over the years. We've supported the money in the Memorandum of Understanding that goes for 10 years. We have condemned, in the harshest terms, October 7th. We have sanctioned Hamas and other terrorist groups and warned anybody about associating with them around the world. And at the same time, what we've seen by the Israeli government, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, has been inhumane. In fact, it's amounted to war crimes. When an army targets civilians in refugee camps, in hospitals, in schools, in churches, in religious institutions, and does it repeatedly over and over again, those are war crimes. And the people of Israel, many people in Israel, have said so. Former ministers in the Israeli government have said so. And I wish that this had turned out differently. I wish y'all had been successful in getting the ceasefire. But when you weren't, I wish that we had used more leverage with the far-right Netanyahu government, the same way that Ronald Reagan did years ago. The leverage of withholding offensive weapons to get them to change what they're doing, because what they're doing has been inhumane, and the world has seen it. We live in a different world now. This is no longer the world of the Vietnam War, certainly not World War II, not even the world of the Gulf War in the early 1990s. The world is much more transparent now. All of us are essentially social demographers and documentarians who can record the world around it and then send that out to everybody else around the world. And that's why the world has become more transparent. And people can see the inhumanity on both sides. But again, we have taken action to go after Hamas, to label them as terrorists, to sanction them, to do what we can to stop them. We have not done enough to stop Benjamin Netanyahu and what he's doing to the Palestinians. And my question is whether you believe we should have done anything differently.
And I see I'm about to be out of time. I'm happy to take that up. I'm happy to respond if you want to give me more time. But
Chairman, can I get a few seconds on a response?
Yes.
For me, there'll be a lot of time to look back and ask ourselves whether we could and should have done things differently. From day one, we've sought to accomplish several things. One, to make sure to the best of our ability that we helped Israel ensure that October 7th would never happen again. Two, to try to prevent a wider war from taking place that would result in more death, more suffering, and likely prolong the war in Gaza, including a potential war with Lebanon and Hezbollah, with Iran, with Iranian-aligned militia groups, and with others.
That's Julian Castro from San Antonio, where my mama lived. My mama grew up in San Antonio.
Hamas's initiation.
Yeah,
who didn't start this and
one
can
of the
do nothing
Castro
to stop it,
twins. Amazing.
are
He's really
protected.
good.
And we've worked every single day to do that. I've also been to the region 12 times since October 7th. I'm heading back in an hour or two to continue the efforts to get a ceasefire and hostage agreement, to get the hostages home, to get the guns to stop firing, to put Gaza on a better path, and meanwhile, to try to make sure that people have the assistance they so desperately need.
Gentleman's time has expired, and we wish you well on
Is
that
with us
trip,
every
sir.
single day.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll miss your leadership. Appreciate your friendship, brother. Mr. Secretary, 13 brave Americans lost their lives. One of them, his people live in my area, and I live on the street named after him, Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals. And I remind folks that 13 brave Americans lost their lives, and there's a lot of moms and dads that lost their kids because of this. And the blood is on your all's hands. and that needs to be acknowledged.
Whoa,
but Mr. Secretary,
whoa,
in
baby.
your opening remarks, you
Whoa,
stated
whoa,
that Al-Qaeda
whoa.
is not regrouped
Let's
in
calm down a
Afghanistan.
little bit.
friend of mine who just returned from there wants you to know that Al-Qaeda, in fact, has thousands of fighters in Afghanistan and 8 new bases there. One of those bases is in the Panjshir Valley, which is the home to Afghan resistance. In July of 2024, a call was issued to foreign fighters around the world to migrate to Afghanistan and join the ranks of the jihad. This was widely covered by the media, and in fact, there is video evidence of Al-Qaeda fighting alongside the Taliban. Knowing all that, is Hamza bin Laden still alive?
I couldn't tell you definitively.
Well, he was, people don't know, he's the leader of Al-Qaeda, and his father, Osama bin Laden, was killed. Hamza was thought to be dead sometime in 2019, but new reports suggest that he is alive and still in charge of Al-Qaeda. What is the relationship between Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS?
When it comes to ISIS, which is the group that is of greatest concern in Afghanistan, the relationship between the Taliban and ISIS is deeply adversarial.
Wait a minute. I thought that ISIS
Taliban
was
sees ISIS
disappeared
as
by
its
Dumpy
number one
Bum.
enemy, and it has the will, but not necessarily the capacity, to deal effectively with it.
Okay.
Al-Qaeda is a different story. This is obviously a group that the Taliban in the past has collaborated with, given shelter to, and otherwise acquiesced to.
Okay, what has the State Department done briefly to unify the Afghan resistance groups who want to drive out the Taliban?
There is not much of a resistance active in trying to do that.
All right. Well, my friend Legend, an Afghan-American and former U.S. Army non-commissioned officer, has traveled to Afghanistan after the collapse and reports that the Taliban has been benefiting from U.S.
She's
cash
been a
shipments
talking
sent to the
head
Afghan
for
Central Bank.
the far-right
This is
for
American funds.
years now.
And that was sanctioned,
Years
and that
years.
sanctioned terrorists are diverting
He-
U.S.
okay,
aid
it's
meant
all
for
right.
the Afghan people.
Noted.
Why are we giving
Max.
the Taliban millions in taxpayers' dollars while they hold Americans hostage and are killing the Afghan people? And in my opinion, sir, they will hate us for free. We don't need to be giving them money.
So
We're not
why don't
giving
you
the
ask
Taliban
Mike
anything.
Pompeo?
As I discussed with
No.
Congressman Mast, we are providing money, as many other countries are, to UN agencies, NGOs, to help the Afghan people.
And
who
these
desperately need it.
agencies are funding the Taliban. Reports
the
are
monies
saying
I-
between, sir,
under
reports
the-
are saying between 40 and 80 million U.S. tax dollars are given to the Taliban every dadgum week. I mean, is that acceptable?
According to the report that I read and that the Congressman referred to, the CIGAR's report, of the approximately $8 billion that the international community, including the United States, has dedicated to Afghanistan, about $10 million of that is 0.1%, has no doubt gotten to the Taliban in terms
I don't
of
care if it's a
fees,
dadgum
utilities.
penny. I don't care if it's a penny. I mean, for you to sit up here and admit that our enemies, I mean, these people
Gal, you attract the
swear
best people.
to hate Christians and Jews, and that takes care of about everybody in this dadgum room. And
Right,
we're sending
I'm afraid
them.
I don't
care if it's
understand the
1%.
region
and
well
you
enough, Carla, to
but let me tell you,
opine
$10
on
million is a hell of a lot of money to the people I represent, sir, and it needs to be something that you all. Let me get on my questions. I'm running out. I've invited President Salih and Commander Massoud of the Afghan resistance of the U.S. to meet with myself and colleagues. Will the State Department work to facilitate their entry into the country to meet with Congress?
I'll be happy to follow up with your office on that.
All right. Just for the record, this State Department has funded our enemies, and they've turned a blind eye to our open southern border. U.S. Border Patrol has caught known terrorists sneaking into our country, likely using our tax dollars to do so, and this disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan was not a solution. It was the beginning of a much bigger problem waiting to happen. Let me ask you one more question. The committee asked, Mr. Secretary, according to Ambassador Kazalad, I'm not sure how you say that, do you believe the Taliban violated the Doha Agreement, and you purportedly advised President Biden during the interagency review to endorse the agreement conditions and not withdraw until the Taliban complied?
The Taliban was in violation of the Doha Agreement in a number of ways. It was in violation when the previous administration drew down forces repeatedly.
She must have been tracking that
during the time
hashtag.
that we were in office before the evacuation. But as
Why
I
did you
said,
advise conditionally?
when it comes to
Oh my God.
the agreement,
Only the best people.
what we tried to do
That
was to
Garland
get them to abide by
Favorito.
the conditions,
Where does it
notably
end with
to
the
engage in a
celebrity
negotiation
sightings?
with the Afghan government to produce a new government that would bring everyone together. They didn't do that, but because we had the deadline, And because we have
So the Doha Agreement was a big problem. Wouldn't you agree? Wait a minute.
Which would have required us to put tens of thousands of Americans back into Afghanistan, we followed through with pulling them out.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's clear to me that this group is clearly out of their league.
It's clear to me. Yeah, me. I can tell that. And look at my part. Look at my big side part.
Chair recognizes Ms. Titus.
They have powder for that, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just bring things back a little bit to the realm of reality. Throughout this do-nothing Congress, which has been led by the Republicans, we've seen time and time again the majority's lack of interest in actually solving problems. On this committee, the Republicans have blown a lot of smoke about the process. They've tried to hold you in contempt, and they've ignored our kind of foreign policy making responsibilities.
It's so cold in my room.
Just not paying any attention to Democratic backsliding in Georgia, what's just happened with the toppling of Assad in Syria, just to do nothing but yammer about who's qualified and who's not to make these kind of decisions. You know, Democrats, on the other hand, have been focused on real solutions. We took the after action report and introduced legislation codifying some of these recommendations in an effort to support the State Department's crisis response.
Now,
to
see, that's
protect
helpful
our
information
Afghan
for us
allies,
to know.
which they claim they want
Thank
to
you.
do, and to position our national security apparatus to address the landscape of this kind of new Afghanistan situation. Many of those proposals, in fact, made it into the NDAA that just came out over the weekend. I was glad to see some of those proposals in the State Department's appropriation or authorization, and one of those that I was especially pleased with was my CARE Authorization Act. That this would codify the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts at the State Department for the next 3 years. I wonder, Mr. Secretary, if you could talk about the importance of the CARE program, this measure to codify it, and how it can impact the work that you're doing in the new landscape.
Well, thank you very much, and I deeply appreciate the support that you've shown and other members have shown for these efforts. We have an obligation that I believe is a strong bipartisan obligation and sense of responsibility to the many Afghans who stood beside us for 20 years in Afghanistan. And we've worked very hard, as I said, to revitalize the SIV, the Special Immigrant Visa Program. We brought in more people, more visas in the last 3 years, almost as many as in the entirety of the program going back to 2009. But part of that, of course, as well as refugees who come in under other parts of the law, needs a tremendous amount of support when it comes to relocating them, resettling them here in the United States. And the department established this effort in this office to do just that, to work to make sure that we could bring Afghans out, get them to so-called lily pad countries where we could finish processing them, then to bring them to the United States, and then to work with resettlement agencies to make sure that they could be resettled and integrated into communities. And we've also seen an incredible outpouring from Americans all across this country through a sponsorship program we set up so that private individuals and groups could also welcome Afghans to this country. And we've seen tens of thousands of people stand up to do that. But we do need the, I think, ongoing support from the department to make sure that we have the people in place to continue this effort, and so we welcome congressional efforts to support that.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up about the SIVs. You know, the report from the majority said that, or alleged that President Biden abandoned our allies, but the numbers tell an entirely different story. As you referenced, during Trump's time in office, the SIV coordinator role was vacant for the entire time. Trump, just to give the numbers to the point you make, Trump only issued 7,116
You're right. We didn't brand it, Carla.
SIVs in a 3-year period, and processing time increased from 480
I mean, and
days
the point shouldn't be to
January
politicize
2017
something.
to
This is why it's so
996
gross to
days
begin
in
with that we even
January
find
of
ourselves.
2021. When you were here in 2021, you spoke to us about this immense backlog, that the administration had inherited of more than 17,000 applications of SIVs. Ambassador Smith.
That's
affirmed
right.
that the
I
Trump
remember that.
administration had
Remember, they
taken, this is a
clogged
quote,
up the
taken no
processing of the
steps to
diplomatic
reduce the
paperwork.
backlog. In just his first
Fuck,
8
I
months of
forgot about that.
administration, however, President Biden issued 8,760 Afghan SIVs and
easily.
halved the processing time. So, you know, the success is in those numbers, and it's very clear what the emphasis has been under the previous administration, not what's been alleged. And can you just talk a little bit about how you were able to accomplish this?
Well, I think you covered it very well, but simply to say that, yes, we inherited a program that was basically stuck. Nothing was happening. There hadn't been an interview for someone to get their visa. Going back to March of 2020, we had a backlog of about 18,000 people. And as soon as we came in, we restarted the interviews. The president issued an executive order, one of the very first, instructing us to look at what we could do to cut the delays, to beef up the staffing. We cut the time in half for processing SIVs. I quintupled the resources at the State Department, going to look at the applications so that we could get people through the system. And as a result, I won't repeat the numbers that you cited, we rebooted a program that had been moribund. And we brought many, many, many Afghans here. But that didn't stop after the evacuation. And as I noted, since then, almost 70,000 Afghan SIVs, and that was as many in 3 years
With
as
all
the
due respect,
entirety of
Secretary,
the
the
program.
gentleman's
Thank you very
time has
much, and thank you
expired.
for
Chair
doing that.
recognizes Mr. Baird.
The gentle lady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to start my comments. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Secretary, but I want to express my appreciation to the Gold Star families that are here today. And I also
I would like to
want
use them
express
for
my
a
sorrow
soundbite. Thank you.
for your loss. And one of
I'm
those
gonna look
was
beyond.
Corporal Humberto
One of my staff, tell me where to
Sanchez
look.
from my area, Logansport, Indiana. So I just want to make that on the record because of their sacrifice. But, Mr. Secretary, I have questions about whether or not you've expressed opposition
But do you like my
to
Santa
the
tie?
unconditional withdrawal to the President or Mr. Sullivan or to NATO, because on April 21st, you made a visit to Brussels to talk with NATO, and after your visit, you made an unannounced visit to Afghanistan on April 15th, 2021. Could you give us some idea what the purpose of that visit? And then what information did you bring back and share with the President from this unannounced visit?
Thank you. The purpose of the visit was to see for myself the situation on the ground in Afghanistan, to hear directly from our embassy how they were pursuing the mission, our diplomatic mission, our mission to bring more SIVs out, and also to talk to Afghans, not just from the government, but from across society, which I did on that trip, to hear from them how they saw the situation as it was evolving. And that was a very informative trip, as were my many discussions at NATO with our allies and partners throughout that period. Now, I'm not going to share the advice or counsel that I gave to the President. That's between me and him. Having said that, I think what we were
You're
looking
going
to
to have
do
to tickle me for it.
was to see if we could get the Taliban to meet its requirements under the agreement, particularly to engage in a negotiation with the Afghan government, to have not only an enduring ceasefire, but also to have a political transition in Afghanistan. We worked on that until the day that the Afghan president, Ghani, fled. In fact, I was on the phone to him the night before he fled, on August the 14th, in which he told me that he wanted to continue working on getting an agreement with the Taliban, but if he couldn't, he would stay and fight to the death. And he left the next day. So that, my trip back then obviously helped to inform our diplomacy,
little
our approach to what we were trying to do, and I wish we could have gotten, obviously, the Taliban to agree to meet its commitments, but we didn't.
So thank you. The thing I'm also interested in, do you feel that the President acted on any of the information that you brought back to him from that meeting? And was it any coincidence that the President announced
Maybe you need a
an
Red Bull,
unconditional withdrawal
sir,
just 6 days
with all
after
due
you
respect.
had that meeting with him?
The President absolutely factors in, and I know for firsthand, the information, the ideas, the recommendations that I bring to him, that many others in the administration bring to him, and we have a very deliberate process for working through all of these issues. And he's insisted from day one on hearing from everyone, on making sure that we're all questioning our assumptions, our biases going in. That's
And
the way he
no,
operates.
we don't
But
just all bring
ultimately,
him Diet
he has to
Cokes.
make the decisions. We can all give our recommendations and advice. He's the one who has to make the judgments. He's the one that makes the final call. Again, it was our effort and our policy to see the Taliban meet its obligations. It didn't. But I remind, again, that we had a deadline that was bequeathed to us, and during that period, from the Doha Agreement to the evacuation,
Don't
the
ever let 'em
Taliban
forget
agreed
it,
that
Tony.
It would not attack our forces or partner forces. It would stay away from the cities. Had we not
I mean,
fulfilled
unless you're
the
going to have a
Doha Agreement
substantive
in terms of
hearing
removing our
about
forces
what
from
we
Afghanistan,
learned
those
from
attacks would have
Afghanistan,
resumed
then I
on
don't
us,
think this
on our
is
partners,
helpful.
on the cities.
Sorry.
And as I said, it would have required
Talk about what we
sending
learned
in
overall.
thousands more Americans
That's more
to defend
helpful
against
to
those
me as a
attacks
citizen
and to
or
try
a
to hold
resident
on
of this
to
country.
Afghanistan.
Thank you. I yield back.
But no, of course we can't
Nobody
have
yields.
that
Chair
now because
recognizes
we're
Ms.
in the
Jacobs.
post anything kind of
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
logical
you, Mr. Secretary,
era.
for being here. Thank you to the Gold Star families who are here for your sacrifice and for representing the Gold Star families that we know have sacrificed so much over the last 20 years. I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country, and my community has borne the cost of this 20-year war. And so, Secretary Blinken, rather than repeatedly, revisiting the events of 3 years ago, I'd really like to look ahead and consider what we actually learned from America's two-decade, $2.3 trillion investment in Afghanistan. An
I
investment
win.
which
I win
was
the internet.
Intended to foster democratic
I don't know.
growth,
I didn't know that was going to
democratic
happen. I
governance
win
and
the
state
internet.
capacity, but which ultimately fell
Yeah.
short.
Like, share, and
as evidenced
subscribe.
by the fact
Come
that
on
the
now.
government
Fucking hell.
instantly collapsed after our departure and is long-standingly ranked as one of the most corrupt states in the world. So the Global Fragility Act, a law which was signed by President Trump, was designed to incorporate some of these lessons from Afghanistan and to pilot a more integrated strategic approach to how we deal with fragile and conflict-affected regions. Reflecting on the shortcomings of our 20-year war and the withdrawal's aftermath, what key insights have guided the
Yeah, her
department's
and I are-
evolving
we're like
approach to
simpatico.
conflict prevention and stabilization, and how have these
Telepathy.
lessons shaped the implementation of the Global Fragility Act to ensure that future engagements
Or
emphasize
I
building
should be a
resilient, accountable
congressperson. No, I'm
institutions
kidding. I
rather than
shouldn't.
just
I don't
propping
wanna
up
be.
hollow, corrupt ones?
Well, I think you said it very well. I think one of the lessons that I at least take away from the 20 years is that while very well-intentioned and noble in aspiration, the idea of nation building and trying to impose a democracy on a country by, in effect, by military means alone is simply not going to work. And that while security is necessary, it's not sufficient to getting the job done. And unless you have a whole of government and really a whole of society approach that looks at the various things that are likely to drive people apart and create conflict.
No,
within
I would
society,
definitely probably
you're unlikely
like
to stop it,
end up
and you're unlikely to see the
like
emergence of a stable,
losing
never
my
mind,
marbles
democratic
and
government.
like
And I
blacking
think,
out and
what you and others
punching
have done in,
Nancy
your work
Mace in the
support of
face.
The Global Fragility Act
And I wouldn't
very
mean
well
to because I
reflects
don't want to
that,
punch. I don't
that
believe in
insight.
violence, but
Because if we're not
I think I would
operating,
black out and then that would have
across
happened.
society and across the government, and not only us, NGOs, the
could.
private sector, and others.
Well,
again,
I
we're
mean,
unlikely
I'm not
to
ever
actually
qualified,
prevent these,
but
countries
Jasmine
from
Crockett
failing,
is amazing.
never mind building
And
something
she explained why she
So
was
we've now had
unable
some
to vote
beginnings of experience with
to
the Global
release the ethics
Fragility Act,
report.
but as you know very well, the other insight is that this doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen by flipping a light switch. These are engagements
like that,
and investments that we
I
have
like
to
that a
sustain
lot.
over a decade. So we're in the early years of this, but I think this is a much better approach
Yeah.
to trying to get the results that, again, are extremely well
Oh,
intentioned.
well, you know, I mean,
but I think Afghanistan
pick your
and in different ways,
poisonous
Iraq shows us
bitch.
are unlikely to be achieved just by focusing on security in the military.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And
I don't think my hands could punch
I know
anybody. They're too
one of the
like
other
I can't
things
even
that the
form a
Afghanistan
fist fully with
withdrawal
my hands, so
revealed
I'm not
was a
punching anyone.
Sort of systemic vulnerability in the department's ability to manage urgent, high-risk situations. So I was also wondering if you could talk about what sort of organizational measures you've implemented to streamline decision-making authority, improve interagency coordination, ensure rapid, accurate communication during future emergencies, and how have these reforms address some of the issues identified in the after-action review?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is something we've taken very seriously, and as you know, I think as the chairman knows very well, members of the committee know, we undertook an after-action review. I brought back very senior retired member of the department, Ambassador Dan Smith. He conducted interviews of 150 current and former State Department officials, myself included, on this period, basically from January of 2020 through the evacuation, to look at the State Department, what we did right, what we did wrong. And as I mentioned earlier, a number of important recommendations came out of that to strengthen us going forward. We had 34 recommendations in 11 categories. We've taken 40 actions since then. And just very quickly, one was the need to strengthen our overall crisis preparedness and our response capabilities. We didn't have before this a common operating picture of what was going on in a given emergency situation. We stood up something called the Orion platform. We bring together everything in one place: the cable traffic, news sources, intelligence, risk indicators, accountability for our engagement with U.S. citizens, all in one place. Before, we had a dispersed staff. We didn't have the proper capacity to surge our people during a crisis. We opened a new modernized operations center with that capacity, with the flexible spaces to have task forces develop overnight.
Look, and if you do that visualization stuff, go do that visualization stuff if you do that, because we're going to need all the help we can get.
Of American citizens who were caught in the middle of a conflict. So we stood up a streamlined and cloud-based system to track, to communicate with American citizens in real time,
creating
to avoid
more hatred for
overlap. There are a number of things I'd really commend to you.
His time has expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Barr.
Corruption and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service as chairman of this committee, and thanks for the great job you've done for us as chairman. Secretary Blinken, thank you for your service. In this, your last appearance before this committee as Secretary of State, I do want to ask you some tough questions, though, about
I would like you to stand up so that I can spank you.
Not only a chaotic retreat from Afghanistan, but probably the biggest foreign policy blunder of the administration over the last 4 years, but I would argue maybe even the last generation. The failure was not the 20-year fight against terrorism in Afghanistan. That was not the failure. In fact, that was a success. Where the brave men and women of this country who wear our uniform kept the homeland safe because they took the fight to the terrorists. And in fact, we eliminated terrorists like Osama bin Laden because of their valor and their bravery. That was not the failure. The failure that dishonored their 20-year service was the chaotic and disastrous retreat. And so from your opening statement, you said it's important to put it in context, the events of August of 2021.
Trump
Important, I agree. So let's talk about the Doha Agreement, Mr. Secretary.
Kind of blanched.
According to Ambassador Khalilzad, you believed the Taliban violated the Doha Agreement, and you purportedly advised President Biden during the interagency review to enforce the agreement's conditions that Secretary Pompeo, your predecessor, and Secretary Trump had entered into, and not withdraw until the Taliban complied. Why did you advise on this conditionality?
I don't think he did. He's going to say I didn't.
And again, I'm not going to get into my advice to the president. I can tell you what our policy was. The policy was to seek compliance with the agreement and to get the Taliban to live up to what it had promised to do.
Right, and I'm going to reclaim my time. Yes, I agree with that. But the Taliban failed to live up to the agreement. The Taliban failed to engage in intra-Afghan negotiations, correct?
Wouldn't they have
the
needed
Taliban
to put
was
more troops
inflicting
on the ground?
violence on Afghan forces, correct?
That's correct.
And the Taliban conducted indirect fire attacks against American forces. Is that correct?
Prior to the evacuation, that may
Roseanne
have been
Barr,
incidental, but everything
Bill
else you
Barr,
said is certainly correct.
Well,
Warren, you might be
I don't
onto
think
something.
President Biden listened to you. And I don't think he was implementing the Doha Agreement. It was not that he was bound by the Doha Agreement. He disregarded the Doha Agreement.
Okay.
And he said, we're going to retreat regardless of the Doha Agreement. And that's what happened here. Let me talk about NATO because...
just to be clear, the Doha Agreement said we would be out by May 31st,
I want to start using the word
yes, based on conditions, Mr. Secretary, and you know that. In fact, you acknowledged that the
For something
Taliban
that
was
was a losing
failing to live up to the
proposition? Is
conditions.
that
And
what
so
you wanted,
Doha
sir?
did not bind
Is that
your
strategically
administration to
sound?
retreat the way you
I do
did.
not
Certainly
think
not the
DOD.
way you did.
What would have happened
Certainly
had we
not
not
the
gone?
way you did.
Look at him. He's
Now,
looking at the camera.
Mr. Secretary, I want to talk about NATO because you all talk about and tout this great strengthened NATO alliance. I was just in Europe in October. I agree NATO's strong, but it's not because of your retreat from Afghanistan. It's because of Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine that required NATO to get stronger, despite the invitation to aggression that the retreat from Afghanistan gave to Putin.
Wait,
Let me ask you about NATO and how NATO
Wait,
felt
what?
about the policy of this administration back in 2021. According to the State Department documents that we subpoenaed, our NATO allies wanted the Biden-Harris administration to enforce the conditions of the Doha Agreement. You met with former NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg in March of 2021 at the NATO ministerial meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, and according to State Department documents, Mr. Stoltenberg opposed an unconditional withdrawal, and you in response stated, quote, I share your view that it would be preferable to reach a political settlement before foreign troops depart. We've also learned that you were jolted by how strongly NATO officials argued against a complete
Jolted.
withdrawal. Did
Sir, were
you
you
share
jolted?
NATO's concerns with the White House?
I shared everything I heard
Yeah.
from NATO allies and partners with the White House, with my colleagues, with the president.
He's trying to make
that's
a
my
thing a
job.
thing, and it's not gonna
General
be a
Miller
thing.
testified that NATO leaders were, quote, unhappy, unquote, with the president's unconditional withdrawal, and they, quote, voiced that unhappiness in different publications. Then,
Which
your number two,
publications, sir?
Mr.
Epoch
Cholette,
Times?
lied to this committee stating NATO itself
what?
didn't take a position.
Whatever. Stu
We're
Peters?
told by public
Which
sources
ones?
that NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg was, quote, livid, informing
dear.
Secretary
Really
Austin and yourself
livid?
that he, quote, strongly
Did he, like,
disagreed
turn a
with the
color,
decision
like
and felt that
blush?
NATO's collective position hadn't been taken
Sounds like
into
a
account,
feeling.
unquote.
Sounds like a feeling.
I'll let Mr. Stoltenberg speak for
Yeah,
himself.
Yeah,
Some
you
I
can
have
speak
here's
for
the
great
bottom
respect
line.
for, but that's
NATO's
not the,
stronger today,
Not the reality.
but not because of you all. NATO is stronger because your weakness invited Putin to move against Ukraine.
Yeah, see?
You signaled you weren't going to
see?
stand with our NATO allies.
That's
you didn't
right,
care.
see?
President Biden didn't care about our
the
NATO
money in the
allies
bag,
and what they
see?
thought about
That's right,
a
see?
retreat from
He didn't
Afghanistan.
care, see?
Instead, what it did is it signaled weakness.
Yeah.
And Putin took
see?
advantage
And I
of it.
have about 6
reason
Red
NATO
Bulls
is
in my
stronger
system
today
right now, and I'm going to go have
It's
to take a
because
big
of the
old poop
invasion.
after this.
It's not because of U.S. policy.
Oh,
That's
yeah, that's
incorrect. The
right.
reason
I
they are
yield.
stronger
Oh, my
today is
God,
because
I got to
President
go.
Biden's leadership.
I got to go
This
finish in the
alliance is
corner.
bigger, it's better
I'll
resourced, it's got
BRB.
more members because of his leadership. And if you
these
ask any
guys.
NATO ally, that's
got
exactly
Gentleman's time
incels.
has expired. Chair now recognizes
Oh,
Ms. Manning.
have a
Also,
great
I'd like to ask unanimous consent
time.
that
God
the gentleman
bless.
from Wisconsin, Mr.
Happy
Van
holidays.
Orden, be allowed to sit on the dais and participate.
We'll pray. We'll
in
pray
today's
to the
hearing without
goddess for
objection.
you.
So ordered, Ms. Manning. And we will certainly miss you, and thank you for your service.
Did you?
very
I guess
much.
you had to
Thank
bring your
Chairman
own
McCall.
lunch
Thank
since
you,
it's
Ranking
virtual.
Member Meeks. Thank you, Secretary
I hope you made
Blinken, for your
yourself something
service
good.
and for your answer to that last question. I want to express my appreciation for the Gold Star families in the room today. I have a Gold Star mother on my staff, and I do understand the terrible sacrifices those families make. I must say I am disappointed that we are having yet another hearing on the now 3-year-old withdrawal from Afghanistan. It seems to me that the fall of the Assad regime in Syria and what happens next, including the potential resurgence of ISIS
Well
or
done.
other terrorist groups, has major consequences for our security and the future of the region.
It's some of
And it would be a
those
much better use of our
canned
time to talk
radishes
about
that you've
that
put
topic
aside.
today. So, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully suggest that the committee hold a hearing and a classified briefing on this critical situation, the situation in Syria, next week. Thank you very much.
Running out.
I look
Super
forward
cool.
to that meeting before I'm no longer on this committee. Mr. Secretary, in your view, what are our core interests that are at stake in Syria?
A number of them. First and foremost, of course, is protecting our forces that are there, that remain there. Second is making sure to the best of our ability that ISIS does not reconstitute. Through the Obama administration, then the Trump administration, we were successful in eliminating the territorial caliphate that ISIS had developed in Syria. We don't want to see that revive. And in particular, there are thousands of foreign terrorist fighters who are detained in a detention center that is being policed by our Kurdish partners in Syria. We want to make sure that that's preserved. Third, there may be and I very much hope there is, an opportunity
Really,
to move
Paul?
Syria away
Gotta
from
say,
the
I
disaster
really-
of recent decades toward a country that is
I
unified.
support the gig economy.
That
Let me put it
reflects
that way.
all of the different communities that make up Syria, and so that we get a political transition that's inclusive and that
It's
brings everyone
great for
together.
social
We have an
anxiety.
interest in seeing that because if Syria goes the other way, if it fragments, then we're likely to see more mass migrations. We're likely to see more places in Syria that become centers for terrorism and extremism, none of which is in our interest.
Mr. Secretary, the president-elect has suggested that we have no interest in Syria, that he doesn't want to get
Although
involved
with
there
colder
when
weather,
he takes
I
over.
cook more,
What
so we've been
impact would that
cooking
have
more.
if the United States were simply to step aside and
I've been
wash our hands of
making
what's
like
going on in Syria?
polenta with
Well, again, as I
some
just said, in
mushrooms, some
fact, there was
sautéed
I think, a very
mushrooms
important success
with polenta, like creamy
through the Obama
polenta,
administration
and
that
a
was
side
completed
salad.
by
That's
the
been
first
like a
Trump
go-to
administration
for us.
in eliminating this
It's so
territorial
good.
caliphate that ISIS had established
So
in,
fucking
in Syria.
easy.
That was a job very well done over 2 administrations, and I believe that the incoming administration will have an interest in preserving the gains that it helped achieve.
To what do you attribute the resurgence of the
I do like
rebels
pickup.
in Syria
That's
and the
helpful
fall of the
sometimes.
Assad regime?
I think what we're seeing is a result of a number of factors, but first, all of the outside patrons of the regime, Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, were at the very least distracted and in some cases on the ropes because of problems of their own making and problems that we helped exacerbate for them. Second, Assad's utter refusal to engage in any kind of political process to try to bring the country together, despite
didn't need
everything he
to.
inflicted on the country, I think that sowed the seeds of his downfall.
I do want to address one thing that we're seeing happen in Afghanistan. And since the fall of Kabul in 2021,
I think
we've
Russia
witnessed
told them
the
to back
tragic
off, but that's my own theory,
consequences
and I don't know
of the
anything
takeover
about
of the
anything.
Taliban, particularly on the Afghan women and girls. They women who had high-ranking positions, who had good productive jobs, are no longer able to work. Girls who were attending school are no longer able to attend school. When I read the Trump-Doha agreement, I was shocked by how few conditions there were in there for the Taliban. There were no protections requested for Afghan women and girls. Since the withdrawal, we've seen the Taliban issue more than 100 edicts targeting women and girls, restricting not just their education and their ability to work, but also their ability to leave their homes, their ability to seek health care services from male providers. And just recently, the Taliban issued an edict suspending medical education for women. We know what this means. Afghan women will eventually be unable to get medical care
Hey, I
that
have
they
lived
need.
on Family
This will be
Dollar
a disaster,
before,
not just for the
so
women
I'm
of Afghanistan,
totally with you.
but for the country.
That's what we lived on in
What steps have you
Brooklyn.
taken to push back on those edicts and help the vulnerable Afghan women and girls?
These edicts are abhorrent, and they would take Afghanistan back to the dark ages. From day one, we've worked to do everything we can to defend, support, and where we can empower women and girls in Afghanistan, including having senior officials whose mission is to do just that, including setting up different mechanisms so that their voices can be heard in our policy deliberations and
God,
in
we're
the
all a
international
bunch of
policy deliberations,
snuffleupaguses.
including when it comes, for example, to recognizing the Taliban. We've sanctioned many members
General
of the
Lady's time has
Taliban.
expired. Chair
I'm happy to
recognizes
follow up.
Ms. Salazar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Blinken, for being here with us. And you know, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan had ramifications around the world, not only in the Middle East and only including the messages to dictators just like the Taliban, but to other people, specifically the Western Hemisphere. And I just want to concentrate my time on 3 countries that
that's
are
not bad.
highly important
I mean, that's
for my
basically what it is in
constituents, starting
LA.
with Venezuela.
We get from one
Sir,
side of
I
LA
hear that
to
you're
another.
planning to
So
cancel the oil licenses
constant. It's
to actors
always
like
30
Chevron
minutes.
and Repsol and others. And my question is, are you planning to cancel those oil contracts before or after January 10th, which is when Maduro is supposed to be assuming the presidency?
I can't speak to the actions that we'll take in terms of when we'll take them. I'm happy to follow up with your office.
You know, you can take this opportunity to announce, sir, that we are not going
Why would
to
you-
be doing
why would he
business
do
with
that
the
for
dictators
you?
anymore. And then the whole world is looking at you. So why don't you send the right message
Didn't
to
the
Maduro
state,
and say,
didn't
if you
the
steal the
White House
elections,
already
you're
issue a
not gonna make
statement of
any money
support
off
for
of
the
it?
I think we've been
opponent?
sending very clearly the message about how we see the election, how we see the abuse of the system by Maduro, the work that we've done to support Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, haven't they
I know,
made
sir,
public
but
statements?
The problem is that if the Maduro regime has money from Chevron, that goes to PDVSA, goes to the treasury, and then they have more money for the repressive apparatus. You know that.
And as you know, the opposition supported all the efforts that we took to see if we could get an election that would reflect the will of the people. We got an election. We saw the will of the people. Unfortunately, it's not been
And they
recognized.
stole it, and now he's
Right?
going
And so
to be
now-
sworn in on January the 10th.
And
But you can send the message to Chevron saying no more oil for now.
we will take the necessary steps to make clear.
But I hear that you are thinking about doing that. Is that correct?
Again, everything is on the table right now, including in terms of the licenses.
Good. Now let's go to Colombia, sir. President Petro from Colombia has asked President Biden to pardon a guy, but most people here won't know who he is. His name is Simon Trinidad. He's a terrorist. He is serving 60 years in prison, at a federal prison, for kidnapping 3 American contractors. What was your recommendation to the president to pardon Simon Trinidad?
I'm not aware of that request, but I'm happy to follow up. I'm not aware.
You're
of that.
not aware.
I'm not aware of that request.
But you know, if that request should go through the State Department. That's you.
Imagine it would.
So you have not heard about that. But
I'm
if
not
that
aware.
were to be the case within the next hours, what recommendation would you give the president?
I'd have to make sure that I'm fully informed.
Well, he's a terrorist.
Again, I want to see, if there is something, I want to see it, understand it, and read it. But certainly his record speaks for itself.
But you understand that if you were to pardon Simon Trinidad, you will make every single Colombian living in the United States a Republican, right? And we don't want to do that. I mean, we're happy about that, but that's not the honorable thing to do. So make sure that President Biden doesn't make a mistake. Just it's humble opinion. Let's go to Cuba. Is Cuba under review to be removed from the list of countries sponsors of terrorism? Is it under review, sir?
I don't anticipate any changes in our policy toward Cuba during the pendency of this administration.
All right, I'm happy you're saying that. Laudable to hear that, but specifically, is it under review right now? Because if you're going to remove a country from a list of terrorists, of this country's sponsors of terrorism, you need to start a review. And my question is it yes or no? Is Cuba under review?
Under the law, depending on the different authorities of this kind, some mandate a regular review, others don't. All I can tell you right now, sitting here today, is I don't anticipate any changes in our policy.
So you are telling me that between now and January 20th, the president of the United
Simone
States
Trinidad, I don't
is
know
not
that much about the
planning to
history, but I
remove
remember
those
this, the
bastards,
FARC,
the Cuban regime, off the list of countries that sponsor
force.
terrorism.
He was head of the FARC Caribbean.
You don't anticipate. So how can I interpret anticipate? Can you commit right now that that's not going to happen? You know why? Because all I'm doing is trying to prevent to give money to the repressive apparatus that has been taking everything away from the Cubans. You're aware of that, right? So I just need to make sure that you understand the message from my community. Do not do that. Don't give them the oxygen that they want to continue greasing the repressive apparatus. Tell me. You have 20 seconds.
I can't. I do not make decisions for the
Sure you
president.
do. Come on. Sure you do. You're
not
the
make
State
decisions for the
Department.
president.
You
The president
give the
makes decisions. All I can
recommendation
tell
whether
you
to take
is-
them or not. Tell me. I'm
All I
sorry.
can tell you is I
Tell
don't
me.
anticipate any changes in our policy toward Cuba between now and the end of this administration.
Thank you. I'm going to take your word as your bond.
Sit
Let's
the
keep it
fuck
that way.
down.
I appreciate
God,
it,
I
sir.
hate the theatrics.
Thank you.
Useless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Blinken, I'd like to focus my questions on a topic of great importance to my home state of Arizona, the U.S.-Mexico relationship. I believe we're at a make-or-break moment for the region. Our two countries face significant shared challenges, and there remains a lot of work to do to address migration, securing our borders against illicit drugs,
Carla.
traffic
Have a
north,
good
and arms
day.
traffic
I'm
south,
sorry. You gotta go to
and to
work.
fight
Oh,
pervasive
love
organized
you.
crime.
Be safe.
But the U.S.-Mexico relationship is more than just migration and security. Our economies
that's
are
right.
fundamentally
She won because of a
intertwined.
ghost candidate.
Mexico recently surpassed China to become U.S. largest trading partner, supporting hundreds of
She's got that
thousands of
Mar-a-Lago
jobs
look.
in my home state of Arizona. and I am particularly excited about the vast economic potential of nearshoring, moving supply chains closer to the United States market as hundreds of businesses, including semiconductor supply chain enterprises critical to our national security, move from Asia back to America or to North America or even Latin America. Meanwhile, the upcoming World Cup gives us an opportunity to forge a durable security relationship to address international threats.
that in
There's
Los
a
Angeles?
choice in front of us now. Do we choose to forge a
Is the World
strategic
Cup in
path
Los
forward
Angeles?
together, rooted in mutual respect and cooperation, or do we each go it alone? The Mexican government recently passed a series of sweeping constitutional reforms that will harm the U.S.-Mexico relationship, overhauling its independent judiciary, eliminating independent regulatory agencies, and closing access to its energy markets. These changes could undermine Mexico's obligation under the USMCA, and I have heard from business leaders in Arizona and around the country who are anxious that these reforms will hurt investor confidence and their ability to do business in Mexico. Secretary Blinken, how do you see these constitutional changes impacting our economic
We're going to have
relationship
some
with
World
Mexico?
Cup games.
Well, first, you're exactly right about the importance of that economic relationship. It's vital to this country, it's vital to Mexico, and our citizens benefit from it every single day. Second, the Mexicans, of course,
I want to go.
have the sovereign right to make their own laws, amend their own constitution. That's not for us to say. As their friend and partner, and as countries that are bound together by the USMCA, though we do have opinions on some of the steps that they're taking, and we have raised concerns about certain aspects of the constitutional reform, the judicial reform in particular. And we've shared those very clearly and very directly with the Mexican government, both with former President López Obrador and with President Sheinbaum. But the Mexicans will make their own decisions about this. But the concerns that we've underscored are exactly what you just cited, which is what effect does this actually have on private sector and investment that's so critical to actually meeting the full potential of this relationship, including things like nearshoring, including having a supply chain where Mexico and the United States are joined in the most critical things necessary to our economies and even to our security.
And I want to commend Ambassador Ken Salazar for speaking with such clarity on this most important issue. There were a recent discussion about sweeping 25% tariffs on all imports from Mexico and Canada by the President-elect. Secretary Blinken, in your opinion, how would these proposed tariffs impact U.S. and diplomatic interests in Mexico?
Look, I don't want to speculate on what the incoming administration will do or not do. That's really not my place. I think what I can say is just to underscore what you said a few minutes ago, which is this economic partnership is so vital, and we want to maximize it, not minimize it. Mexico is now the U.S., it's our top trade partner for goods. We've got $800 billion traded in the last year we have accounting for, 2023. That's more than $1 million every single minute of every single day. So I think we just want to make sure, whatever we do and whatever the incoming administration does, how do we strengthen that? How do we build on that? Because it's good for both of our countries.
I mentioned the upcoming World Cup as a unique opportunity, North American World Cup, for U.S., Mexico, Canada to work together to build obviously an incredibly important security partnership to make sure the World Cup is as safe as possible, but then make that a durable
and
security
to protect against
partnership
the inevitable
and
human
relationship.
trafficking, which will be
How should the United States
rampant
government work with the Sheinbaum
among World Cup
administration,
venues?
On a security partnership to counter
So I hope
the drug
that's
cartels, violent crime?
front
Well,
and
we've been working
center.
incredibly closely together over the last almost 4 years now on exactly that, and I think that work's continuing with the new Sheinbaum administration. You saw one of the results just the other day. The Mexicans seized, with our help, 20 million fentanyl pills. Each one could have killed an American citizen. They've seized more fentanyl at the border over the last 2 years than in the previous 5 combined.
Gentleman's time has
This is
expired.
this is a
Chair
product of
recognizes Ms. Kim.
the work that we're doing together. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Good luck.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member, for holding today's hearing. The American people and the families of our 13 fallen service members and the Afghan allies are demanding
I can't stand this woman.
answers.
I think she also won
Secretary
her
Blinken,
seat by very
your appearance
Slim
before our
margins. I
committee
can't
today is
recall, though.
long
I'd have to
overdue
look.
as we seek to understand the
But I
role
thought so.
that you played in the Biden-Harris administration's failed and disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal in August 2021. And in your previous conversation with my colleagues before me, you claimed that you have done everything you can to support Afghan women and girls, yet you excluded them and Afghan civil society from Taliban talks with the UN in Doha. So why do you continue to deprioritize
Wait,
Afghan
what?
women and girls?
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Just the contrary. We've done everything we can to integrate them, their voices, their views, into everything we do.
Address what
including
she
any
just lied
engagements that
about.
We've had with the Taliban, including in the engagements that we have with partners around the world, particularly when it comes to decisions being made about recognizing or otherwise engaging with the Taliban. So it's exactly the opposite. We've
We'll
made
continue
every
to
effort
hear
to
from
engage women and
those
girls.
families, and also this committee
Who?
has heard gravely concerning stories of
Who?
what it was like trying to get through HKIA as an evacuee. Your own personnel testified that there was little to no guidance from you on who qualified to be evacuated from Afghanistan. So based on documents we received and witnesses we interviewed, at no point did you identify who the U.S. would be responsible for getting out during the non-combat evacuation operations. So did you ever determine which populations were eligible to be evacuated?
Yes, absolutely. And that was very clear. There were
Who were
very,
they then?
very discrete populations. American citizens, legal permanent residents, and Afghan allies and partners, particularly those who
How
had
did
stood
your
with us. But
department
what happened
determine
is
which populations were eligible for evacuation? Who was responsible for making those decisions?
these are determinations that are made
Those
by
are-
the
yeah,
administration,
that's by
by the State
policy.
Department. And when it comes to Afghans at risk, there were many Afghans at risk that we were seeking to get out. And because this was such a dynamic situation with conditions changing
Oh, yes, Michelle
by the
Stewart.
hour, at different moments during the evacuation,
Let's talk
we
about
had
some
greater
documents
access to
that was
certain parts of
required
that
then.
population than others. So we focused
Secretary,
where we could.
what documents did those evacuees have to provide to prove their eligibility? Are you aware of a hall pass that your department provided instead of legal document identification documentation?
We sought to do everything possible to get them the documents or identification that they needed in order, as necessary, to get through the Taliban, which had control
Jane,
of
that is such
the
a
area
good
around the airport.
question.
And of course, documentation is
You know,
necessary for our own people.
that hall pass that we're talking about were reprinted in droves. That was then sold to people outside of HKIA. So did you direct them to replace legal identification documents with a forgeable Word document?
No, we provided, as best we could, legal and
Then
enforceable
who did?
documents.
Because apparently they were shared.
I have not seen that.
Where's
but
the
I'm happy
evidence?
to look at whatever information.
Can you bring the
have
report
about
that says that, lady? Thank you.
You know, during
Name
the
your source.
evacuation, over
Sounds like a
80
feeling.
Afghans who risked their lives to work with the United States government contacted my office for assistance. So when you include their families, that's more than 526 Afghans who claim they faced a direct or personalized threat. But despite the referral to SIV program, my office is only aware of only like 80 applicants who are able to complete the requirements and file. And of those three, none have been approved and are still awaiting processing. Hearing from those Afghans, the SIV verification process has been difficult and tedious. And according to your deputy, one of the biggest obstacles to the verification process came from SIV applicants who have been employed by the DoD contractors, and that was well documented. Yet, you did not ask the DoD for support until the end of July 2021. So why'd you wait until just weeks before the Afghanistan withdrawal to fix that obvious issue?
No. These were long-standing issues and problems with the SIV program going back many years. And as I said earlier, we inherited a program that was totally moribund.
Wife
There hadn't been a
swapping,
single
kind of that
interview
thing.
for
Swingers.
an SIV
Swingers,
going back
that's
to
what I
March
mean.
of 2020 when we came to office.
Swingers.
We immediately reinstated
We don't know that.
interviews. I immediately
We don't know
surged
that.
resources to go through the SIV applications. We cut the time in
Oh,
half.
wait, you might have been
to
talking about
process the
something else.
applications.
Okay, sorry,
We
I
went
don't know
from
where my
issuing
mind went.
100 visas a week on SIVs to 1,000 a week. All of that happened in the space of just 5 or 6 months because of our dedication to the program. But we inherited a program not only moribund, but that had 14 different steps required by Congress to make sure that the SIV was issued in the appropriate way. And of course, security, usually important. We want to make sure that we're not bringing threats into the country. That's important. Being able to document effectively, yes, that they had been working with us. And the challenge, as you rightly point out, was that because it was with DOD, it was contractors, many of whom were out of business.
I agree, this is a very important issue.
Very important, but I'm going to stop you from talking about it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Madeline Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I want to echo the words of many others on both sides of the aisle. I feel lucky to have had the chance to serve with you on this committee as you were our chairman. You are our chairman. Look forward to the renaming of this
Chairman,
room.
my chairman.
I thank Mr. Meeks as well. It's been a pleasure. I do acknowledge the attendance of Gold Star families and other military families and veterans. Thank you for your extraordinary sacrifice and service. And thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here, for being in front of us and being available to tell us sometimes harsh truths, and also to just reveal the thoughtfulness that your department has taken over the course of these years. So I thank you for that. And it is important to understand what happened with the withdrawal of Afghanistan. It's important to understand what happened before, after, during, after. And my only problem with this report and this set of hearings and the set of questions that you are facing is that sadly this became a partisan investigation and never should have. This committee sadly came up with a report digging into evidence that would only focus on the Biden administration, a 20-year war, a withdrawal set in place by the previous administration. The cherry picking was clear. The report's own methodology says, quote, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan is understood to encompass the U.S. military retrograde beginning with the go-to-zero order officially announced by President Biden on April 14th, 2021. That's a strange, very narrow window if we really want to understand what happened, what went wrong, what went right. So Secretary Blinken, just to set the record straight, the Doha Agreement was entered into under the Trump administration, is that correct?
That is correct.
Signed on February 29th, 2020. The agreement included a commitment to reduce U.S. forces in Afghanistan to 8,600 troops in 135 days. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
The only other force reduction commitment in the agreement was complete withdrawal of U.S. forces within 14 months. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then President Trump, despite not being required by the agreement, ordered more troop drawdowns as he was eligible to do as President of the United States, those being in September of 2020, reduction to 4,500 troops. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then, strangely to me, in January of 2021, on the administration's way out the door, a reduction to 2,500 troops. Is that correct?
It is.
Puzzling, absolutely puzzling. So those were all actions taken before Mr. Biden was even sworn into office, January of 21. What effect did the significant reductions have on the administration and on the withdrawal?
Well, I think the combination of the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners under the agreement and the reduction in U.S. forces to 2,500 put the Taliban in the strongest position it had been in since 9/11, and the United States in arguably the weakest position we've been in because we had the fewest number of forces on the ground than we'd had since 2001.
What a terrible, deadly combination
and
of
released
factors.
fighters
and also,
for the
again,
Taliban.
So much good was able to be done under those horrifying circumstances, but nothing can take away the tragedy of Abbey Gate. I'd like to move, just as Ms. Manning did, to other issues of the day, very critical issues of the day, Ukraine. I have always believed that the United States must do everything in our power to be sure that Ukraine has everything it needs to win. What is going on in these last few weeks of the administration, lifting of any more restrictions, imposing any more sanctions on Russia or Russian banks, what is the administration able to do?
We're determined in the time that we have left to make sure that, to the best of our ability, Ukraine has everything it needs to be as successful as possible and continue to push back on the Russian aggression, to make sure that it has what it needs if it chooses by necessity to fight through 2025, or if there's to be a negotiation, that it can negotiate from a position of strength. And so that means making sure that it has the weapons, the munitions, et cetera, that it has the resources, the money, and also that it has mobilized forces to deal with the aggression.
I appreciate all that. My time is limited. Israel, Gaza, where are we on a ceasefire? It has been 431 days since the horrific Hamas attack, 431 days, hostages still held. Where are we? When will we get them home?
We want to get them home now.
Yes.
As we speak, there are intense efforts underway to see if we can reach, finally, a hostage ceasefire deal. Again, it's ongoing. That's as much as I can say right now.
And I hope that humanitarian aid is flowing more fully. I appreciate your letter. Please see our letter to you.
Yes.
Again, thank you for your service, and I yield back.
Thank you.
No, he yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to review a couple dates. First, on February 29, 2020, the Trump administration signed the Doha Agreement with the Taliban. The agreement promised a conditions-based incremental withdrawal, and the Trump administration delayed that withdrawal precisely because those conditions were not being met. On April 11th, 2021, the go-to-zero presence in Afghanistan was given by the Biden administration, and that was given freely by the administration, despite not being in compliance with the Doha Agreement. Your own Deputy Assistant Secretary Mark Evans testified before this committee that the decision to go to zero was not contingent upon the Doha Agreement. Secretary, one of the dates I really want to focus on is July 8th, 2024. That's the date that the total withdrawal was finalized by the administration, and the date certain. It's shifted from a conditions-based to a date certain. Is that correct?
The date certain was there, I believe, starting in April, when the president said we would follow through on the withdrawal that the previous administration had agreed to, except it was extended from May 31st to September.
So it was always going to be date certain, not conditions based.
Well, that was what the
so
Doha
that's what
agreement.
you look. That's what you said. So when you
I would believe
when
that
you
is
made
a
that decision,
strategic decision that
did
is
the
made
State
in the
Department
administration
block
to weigh
American citizens
risks
from departing
against
from the airfield
advantages,
in
right?
Mazar-e
Like I would
Sharif,
think there's some
Afghanistan?
strategy behind that.
They didn't.
Blocked
Who
American
did
citizens.
then? Who blocked them?
I'm not aware of blocking any U.S. citizens. On the contrary, we were doing everything
You know they
possible
were
to get
blocked.
citizens
You
out.
know they were blocked.
I'd be
Where's the
happy to
evidence?
look at any information you have on that. I'm not aware of any
Yeah,
American citizens
name
who were
it.
blocked. And in fact, we were doing
Name
everything
the source,
possible.
media
and by
literacy,
the way, I
bitch.
want to thank you and thank every member who's been involved in this and the work that they did to
Mr.
get Americans
Secretary, your State Department blocked American citizens and Afghan allies from leaving there. I personally worked with your
That's not
State
true.
Department during those days. I have the emails, I have the photographs of
Okay,
American
where are
blue
they?
passport holding
Where are
American
they?
citizens
Where
who were
are
on the
they?
airfield awaiting departure that
Where are
got
they?
clearance for safe third countries to depart to, and the order came down from the United States government. Was it the State Department?
I'm not
What?
aware of any
You need
such
to,
orders. I'm happy to
provide
follow
some
up
more data,
and look at that. I'm certainly not aware of
Ham
it. We were doing everything possible.
Last
to
year,
get
Colonel
Americans out.
Francis Hong,
I'm gonna call
my
him Ham
classmate,
Hawks.
testified before this
his name
committee
is. I don't care what
that
his
due to
real
the
name is.
fiasco in Kabul,
He looks like a
many
ham
Americans
hock.
and allies were forced to conduct a
Like before
dangerous
it's
400-mile
baked, you
journey
know what I'm saying?
to
Like the
Mazar-e
raw
Sharif
ham
Air Base,
hock?
where they were
That's what he
delayed
looks like
for
to me.
weeks. Colonel Hong testified, quote, that we spent 3 weeks hiding these nearly 400 people from the Taliban, keeping them alive and fed using funds from American donors. All this while the State Department delayed and frankly blocked American
Did he
citizens
say that
from
though?
leaving.
Wait a minute, sir.
Secretary
You're
Blinken, I
quoting
have communications,
something. You
as I
can't.
said,
I mean, I do
that
that
show
all the
this
time,
happened.
but that's I'm providing
you're saying that
commentary.
didn't happen?
You're saying you're quoting
Why would
someone
we
and
block
asking
Americans
that.
from
That's
to
the
be considered
problem
as
I
evidence.
have.
I can't.
I had
with
it at
this
the
dude.
time.
You're
Why?
bad at this.
Possible to get
And
them out,
here's
but
the
I'm
thing,
happy-
Mr.
This guy's
Secretary.
just a bad at this.
As I was working with your State Department while you were Secretary of State and relaying this
I'm a
information,
ham
someone
hock.
said to me, which
Wait,
tail
hold
number?
on. Oops.
Which tail number? You mean there's more than one plane you guys are blocking? Are you freaking kidding me?
Are you freaking kidding
And then
me?
your
I'm a
State Department wanted to
ham
deny it,
hock.
and here today you won't even acknowledge the truth of that.
I'm a ham
It's
hock,
disgusting.
baby.
To try to blame this on Donald Trump
I'm
when
an
we all know there is no
ham
way
hock,
that anyone forced you guys to do the dumbest thing possible. You don't have to have worn our nation's uniform like I and other people did to know that first you get the civilians out, then the military, not the other way around. This has to be one of the dumbest, most poorly executed
Wow, then you should
pass
talk
to
to the
depart
Mike
any
Pompeo
country
dude.
possible. My only hope is that in the 11 embassy evacuations that have
God.
happened on
Look
your
at where he was
watch,
standing. When he was
an
standing, he
unprecedented
looked
number,
like
you've somehow
Humpty
gotten
Dumpty
better at
if
it.
he had legs.
It's
Congressman-
appalling to see you
You're
sit here and say,
appalling.
oh, I
You're
express sympathy,
appalling.
and
You're
yet
appalling.
have
You're
never
appalling
acknowledged
to
the
me.
failures or own the consequences of it. In
Blah,
fact, to this
blah,
date,
blah,
the only
blah,
person that's been
blah,
fired was a
blah,
lieutenant
blah,
colonel
blah,
in the
blah,
Marine
blah,
Corps who
blah,
spoke
blah,
out.
blah, blah,
None of
blah,
you've been
blah.
held accountable.
Blah,
None of you even
blah,
expressed
blah,
shame
blah,
or
blah,
embarrassment.
blah, blah,
Have
blah,
you learned
blah, blah,
anything?
blah, 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 blah,
Have you learned anything from this?
First of all, on the planes, just to come back to it, the Taliban was blocking planes. We worked to clear them. And I'm happy to go over that with you, with your office, and also to see any information you have to make sure that we get to the bottom of what you're saying. But we were certainly not in the business of blocking Americans. We were in the business of getting them
Well,
out.
I appreciate
and
you
continuing
did
to do
create a
that.
position after that to address the problem. So you clearly had to be aware of it. You created a position to facilitate the coordination after you left them behind. I
Of
yield.
course, we were determined to get every American who wanted to get out, and that didn't
Gentleman,
stop on August
gentleman
31st.
yields.
We got 500 Americans out
Chair
between then and the end of the year
recognizes
because
Mr.
of that
Crow.
ongoing commitment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman,
Okay,
and thank
did
you,
he fart?
Secretary Blinken, of coming before the committee voluntarily.
I gotta
and
clip
providing
that
your
fart.
perspective and
Not my
helping
fart.
address the questions of the committee. As you
Someone
know,
else's.
I served multiple combat tours in Afghanistan, and like the tens of thousands of Americans that did, we left pieces of our heart behind in that country. And even though the military chapter and the diplomatic chapter are largely closed, although there are still issues that are in America's interest. Those of us who served in combat roles with the Afghans feel a special obligation to make sure that we are protecting those friends and those folks who, in many cases, saved our lives. I mean, there's a lot of Americans, and I know you know this well, Secretary. We've had these conversations, and I know this is a sentiment that you share very deeply as well. I mean, these are people who, at great personal risk to them and their families, took on jobs that helped bring Americans home. And the story of that is not a finished story. So with that in mind, I would love to hear from you. Can you speak to the number of currently eligible SIV Afghans who are in that country? How many do we think are still there? And what are we doing to help get them out? What does the pipeline look like? And what more do we need to do?
Thank you very much, and thank you for
That's a
your
great question.
enduring commitment to this. So we have right now about 63,000 SIV applicants who are in the so-called pre-chief of mission phase. That is, they've expressed interest, they've started to compile the necessary documentation. We believe, based on experience, that roughly 20% will become fully documented. That's 20% of 63,000. There are 54,000 who are actually at the chief of mission phase right now. Again, based on our analysis, we believe roughly 35% of those will likely be approved because, as you know, unfortunately, many people wash out either because they simply don't qualify or because of documentation issues, which we've tried to remedy over the last couple of years. Finally, we have right now 10,000 who have chief of mission approval. The only thing they're waiting for is their interview, which they need to do out of country. Of those 10,000, about 9,000 are in Afghanistan. We have 6 flights a week now that are going out of Afghanistan to different places. And so we're working expeditiously to move people out, finish the process
Wait,
with an
so they're
interview,
still able to
and
help
then
people get
them
out of
on, to the
Afghanistan?
United States. That's roughly the current population.
It sounds
And
like
I
a
know
huge
these averages change, but can you give me a
achievement.
snapshot of a typical month? How
Not
many
complete,
folks are we
but
getting out of
large.
Afghanistan?
We're working to get roughly 1,000 a week.
Okay. And at the current rate, I worked with House leadership to get 12,000 additional visas authorized earlier this year. At the current burn rate, when do we run out of authorization? And I obviously will make a pitch to my colleagues here to join our effort to push for 20,000 additional visas in the next appropriation, which we're advocating.
We need that. We will run out of our of the allotment we have. That's the basis for our support for getting another 20,000.
When do you think we're going to run out?
Let me come back to you with the exact time based on our most recent analysis.
Okay. The last piece is the State Department did a pretty extensive and thorough after-action review. There was a classified version of that, a public version of that. I've spent a lot of time reviewing both documents, and as a result of that, I have introduced legislation, the Crisis Act, to help codify some of the changes. Can you just tell us very briefly, what are some of the reforms and changes you made within the department to, ensure that the problems and the
referenced it briefly,
shortfalls
Jim,
that
but
we
you're right.
experienced in the withdrawal, we're learning from those lessons and we're ensuring that we're fixing things going forward?
Yeah, and very briefly, and much of this is in the report, including the unclassified version. We now have a common operating picture that we didn't have before, where we're fusing all of the information that we need in a crisis, whether it's cables, whether it's open source, whether it's intelligence. We now have what we didn't have before, which is a modern operations center, so that we can surge resources, stand up a task force immediately, bring in the other agencies to do that. We now have what we didn't have before, which is a streamlined cloud-based system to track all of our engagements with American citizens, to make sure we're not duplicating, to make sure that we're in near real-time communication with them. We're working to better utilize our own personnel. We've stood up a 100-person roster of Rapid Response Corps. People sign up for 6 months. That means that they're ready on a moment's notice to become part of a task force. They get training throughout that period on what they'll need to know if there's an emergency. We stood that up. I see my time is up. I'm happy to go over.
I'm just trying to make sure you stay on schedule for your
Thank you,
flight.
Mr. Chairman.
Your flight to the Middle East. I don't
Thank you,
want you to
Mr.
miss that.
Appreciate that, Secretary. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on investigating this. I'm over here, Secretary.
Thank you.
This catastrophic withdrawal, and I want to thank you, Secretary Blinken, for attending
Over here,
today.
Mr. Blinken, so I can tell you what a catastrophe
I'm
you
going
are.
to preface my comments with something very similar to what the chairman prefaced his comments with. We've worked well together on nearshoring and stuff like that, getting the Tennessean out of Venezuela.
I do hate this
Roger
guy.
Carson's my classmate, did a fantastic job with
Herman
that.
Munster.
Today, my
The bad
comments are gonna
Herman Munster.
as a global war on terror veteran who served in Afghanistan, I want to once again recognize the sacrifice of all the Americans that fought for our country in Afghanistan. I lost friends there. But those of you who came home, your service was not in vain. Those of you who died there, your service was not in vain. You helped keep our country safe for 2 decades. And I am grateful for your sacrifice and the sacrifices of your families. As a Night Stalker flight surgeon and an Army Ranger infantry officer, I remember our most sacred creed, leave no man behind. Secretary Blinken, you and our Commander-in-Chief
Oh boy, am I
left
gonna
people behind.
I'm gonna hurl this one at you,
You
baby.
left those in your care behind. You left Americans and our allies behind. Your delayed appearance before this committee, I think, is a disgrace to those Americans who did die in Afghanistan, and your decisions
That is
or
written
the
in my
absence
notes.
of leadership on this issue during the withdrawal of 2021 are directly
Yeah,
responsible
exactly, Jim.
for the disaster. Prior to President Biden's
Facts, you know?
go-to-zero approach, the Taliban had ignored U.S. attempts for a smooth exit and shown themselves totally
Biden's
ignoble
go-to-zero?
negotiators. We knew the dangers, and yet, as the military withdrew, you told U.S. Embassy Kabul to remain. Furthermore, you actually increased personnel.
There was a
when
cabal
senior
in the
security
embassy?
advisors and leaders
What?
at DOD and embassy staff said it was time to make a non-combatant evacuation operation plan, an EO plan, you said no. Instead, when the day came for the embassy to evacuate, there was no plan. You left your personnel high and dry to figure it out on their own. In fact, you never even issued the NEO. As Secretary of State, that is your responsibility, but instead the NSC had to make that call. Did you step in? No. The NSC continued to lead the initial response, including decision-making regarding Afghan population eligible
there's
for
a lot of
evacuation,
feelings in here.
which should have been states' responsibility. Because you weren't at the helm, there was little documentation or communication. State personnel had to rely on spur-of-the-moment decision-making just to get to the
As
airport,
in,
and
there's
thousands of
incredible
evacuees
context
were left in
likely
limbo.
missing from what Mr. Green Jeans.
Now, I also want to share a
is
story, a conversation I
sharing.
had with the leader of one of our greatest allies, Britain. I had a conversation
Oh, I
with
thought you were
Boris
gonna say
Johnson
Viktor Orban.
6-8 months ago. was at dinner with him, and I asked him,
Boris
I said, hey, could you
Johnson?
confirm a rumor?
What?
Mr. Prime Minister, could you confirm the rumor that the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, Joe Biden, you called him and asked him to stay an extra 5 days, just 5 days, so that all the Brits could get out? And Boris Johnson told me, Chairman Green, I remember exactly where I was when I made the phone call. I asked for 5 more days, and President Biden told me no. This is our greatest ally on the planet, participating in the Red Sea with us against the Houthis when few others would. I pulled wounded British SAS guys off a target in Iraq. Their blood was on my hands. And I'm going to tell you, that relationship is, it's one of our greatest, if not our greatest. And yet we slapped them in the face and said, no, you don't get 5 extra days to get your people out. This according to the Prime Minister of England at the time. I find that unconscionable. And senior leaders at DOD have come here and testified. Senior leaders at DOD have testified on the HASC and told us, we were telling the State Department 4 or 5 months in this drawdown period, get your stuff together, and they didn't.
Does Doug Ford have the?
Mr. Chairman, I hope you give me time to respond, because
Does Doug Ford
I
have
dispute
the
virtually everything that was
consulting
said,
firm or
with great
something?
respect, though,
Is
for
he the one, or no?
member,
Stephen
and
Harper
particularly,
does.
For his extraordinary service to our country. First, did we leave people behind? No, we got them out, including after the deadline of our evacuation. By the time we got to August 31st, we had, as I said, several hundred Americans who were left, who had identified themselves to us as wanting to leave, but could not get to or into the airport. I committed to make sure we got them out, and between the end of the evacuation and the end of the year, we got the 500 remaining Americans out who either then or after August 31st identified themselves as wanting to leave. We made good on that commitment.
So fuck off.
Telling the
Green.
embassy to remain open. Yes, we all wanted the embassy to remain open. It was fully our expectation that the Afghan government and the Afghan military would not collapse. It was the desire of Congress to make sure that we remained engaged in Afghanistan, including to look out for our own citizens, including to make sure we were doing right by the SIVs. And it was fully our intention to continue to bring them out by keeping the embassy open. And as I've said earlier, and as many others have testified,
Didn't the guy
no one
run and had a lot of
the
gold
collapse of the
somewhere?
forces. No one
Did we get that
anticipated
full story?
the collapse of the government. When it comes to the NEO, again,
Of the
let
guy
me be
who
very
ran?
clear. The State Department initiated the NEO. We did. That's what the record reflects.
It might be
But
kind of a
this is a collective
collab.
decision. As a instrumental matter, the State Department initiates it by requesting it of DOD. The decision to initiate it was a decision taken by the NSC and ultimately by the President. Not once before we initiated the NEO did anyone say, you need to do this among the principals in the administration. It was a collective decision on the 14th of August. Those capitals, provincial capitals, started to fall on the 6th, and by the 14th, we decided that the NEO was imperative. Now, there's a reason, Congressman, that it was so important that we focus on this.
Hi, Iggy.
The Ghani government was pleading with us
Good morning.
throughout the summer. Don't engage in an evacuation. That will actually precipitate exactly what we're trying to prevent, which is a collapse of the government, a collapse of confidence, people fleeing the countries in uncontrolled ways. So that was also part of our thinking. But in terms of preparing, yes, we started preparing intensely going back to April. Multiple exercises with different agencies, tabletop and otherwise, planning through different scenarios. We had tripwires, we had indicators, all of which came into effect. We moved the embassy in 48 hours to the airport. That wouldn't have happened without a plan. We got control of the airport because we had prepositioned forces. We were able to start moving people out in 72 hours. We moved 120,000 people out, the largest evacuation in the history of this country.
Mr. Secretary, I will tell you that your DOD colleagues don't remember it that way.
Well, shut up then.
I remember your face when we got that secret briefing during the midst of this, during the height of it. We all gathered
right
in
now
HVC.
that you're going to do this? You
and I'm going to tell you,
son of a bitch. What are you going to tell him?
I think our memory here
Excuse
isn't
me?
as
What is
accurate
your problem, Mr. Green?
as it could be. And
Are
I'll
you
just
in
leave it at
control
that,
of your
Mr. Chairman.
emotions?
I'll never forget the fear in your face, and the, I just.
How dare
I don't
you
have anything
even
else to say.
assume to
Let me
read
just
someone's
add, I think this is
face?
a very important issue.
That is,
The gentleman raised from Tennessee, and I appreciate your perspective,
Oh, my
Mr. Secretary. I'll tell you what our investigation
can't.
revealed, that Ambassador Wilson did not want a NEO. In fact, he punished his staff
yeah,
for
exactly.
even mentioning the word NEO. And it wasn't, we got from the DOD, as
Wow,
you
these are a lot of
indicated,
feelings.
on August 6th,
There's a lot of feelings going on right
2021,
now.
that the NSC said,
Wow.
National Security Council said, a NEO equates to failure,
Are you guys
quote
going to
unquote.
cry?
That
Are you
is
gonna
what was
cry?
going on. A NEO equates to failure. Maybe that's because President Ghani, as you said, Mr. Secretary, but those are really the facts. And only until August 15th, the day that Kabul fell, think about that, the day that Kabul falls is the first time that Ambassador Wilson requests a NEO. And by that time, sir, it was too late.
Oh my goodness.
With that,
gracious.
I recognize
Well, is everybody
Ms.
safe?
Kamlager
Oh,
Dove.
yeah, they are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And thank you, Secretary
All right.
Blinken.
I mean, from
for,
the embassy staff.
gracing
I'm
us
sorry.
with
I
your
don't mean
presence
from the entire
again.
population desiring
I
to leave.
have actually some questions about the Sudan, but because we have continued to talk about NEO, I will also ask a question on this. So Ambassador Wilson testified to the committee during a transcribed interview about the specified reasoning for why he called the NEO on August 15th, describing the situation that included thousands
Exactly,
of Talib
Paul.
fighters streaming directly into Kabul, a flow that contradicted assurances that we had received from the Talibs, and orders that we believed had been given for them to stop by Taliban senior leadership, the expected seizure of 2 prisons later that day, and the release of thousands of inmates. Talib fighters, ISIS fighters, common criminals, and the abandonment oversight of checkpoints into and within Kabul's green zone that were vital to our security. We had been striving to maintain embassy operations in accord with the direction given to us. This was no longer possible. And at that point, I recommended to Secretary Blinken our immediate evacuation. He agreed, and the White House subsequently approved a non-combatant evacuation. The majority has repeatedly pointed to the testimony of military leaders to argue that the State Department waited too long to initiate the NEO. But Ambassador Wilson had a clear rationale for his timing, and that calling for the NEO too soon would have complicated our ability to get out. If we had left earlier, several thousand SIV applicants that we got out in whatever the number of days that you want to talk about would not have been able to leave the country. We would not have been able to provide support to American citizens trying to get out. Our eyes and ears about what was happening around us would have been drastically degraded. Secretary Blinken, would you agree that Ambassador Wilson's testimony reflects a detailed and realistic understanding of the conditions on the ground?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. What would have been the repercussions if the State Department had called a NEO before conditions on the ground warranted one?
Yeah, it would have actually
I
precipitated.
have those teed up. I may be doing those at the afternoon session, the still
Get
baked,
people out, including American citizens.
because we have a few
The airport
pieces
was
that you've
open
shared
until
on those
August
dudes.
the 15th. We were trying to avail ourselves and push people out to take commercial flights. It would have made it much more difficult to get SIV eligible people out of the country, other Afghans at risk. All of that would have been made more difficult by precipitating the very kind of crisis we ultimately saw. And again, I come back to a fundamental proposition, which is that no one, and I say this collectively, this is the State Department, this is the intelligence community, it's the DOD, in terms of the consensus view on where this was going, there was no consensus view that the government, the Afghan forces, were going to collapse. Our military, having worked with them for 20 years, believed that they would stay and fight. They needed to have the sustained support to do that. General McKenzie has said that, including financial and logistic support. We had no indication that the government would fall. The intelligence community didn't see that. We have very remarkable people at the State Department, including those who wrote the so-called descent channel cable, who were very concerned about what would happen after we left in terms of the durability of the government.
All that, Paul.
I read that cable immediately. I responded to it almost immediately, And many of the measures that they called for in the cable were already in train, because what they were focused on was trying to make sure that we got people out of the country, especially the SIVs. And as I've talked about earlier, that's exactly what we were doing, having taken a program that was dead in the water, revived it, and accelerated it dramatically.
Thank you also for just even mentioning the dissent cable and the fact that regardless of if you agree with them or not, there is still a space for folks within the State Department to register discontent. I certainly hope that that is a practice that will continue in this next administration. I would now like to ask in the few moments that I have left about the war in the Sudan, which is a catastrophic humanitarian crisis impacting innocent civilians. I think it is a moral outrage. Over 150,000 have been killed, 11 million have been displaced. The evidence of genocide in Darfur is significant, and I believe an official genocide determination against the RSF and allied militia is long overdue. Why has the administration refrained from making a genocide determination, and do you intend to come to a decision about a determination before the end of this year?
First, very quickly, you're right to put a spotlight on Sudan. It's the worst humanitarian situation in the world by far, by orders of magnitude. We're working intensely to try, of course, to bring an end to it, but in the first instance, to get assistance to people who desperately need it. We've made some progress on that in the last few weeks with both the SAF and to a lesser extent with the RSF. But in terms of atrocities, war crimes, genocide, we've been making determinations already about atrocities and war crimes. We're looking at the question of genocide, whether we complete that review in the time that we have. I can't.
Trying to be respectful. Gentlemen, time's expired.
What's taken so long?
If I could comment, I mean, you did not see it coming. I've heard that over and over. Perhaps we were getting different intelligence briefings, but I certainly saw it coming, and your own employees in the embassy
saw it coming
when they
Why
sent
didn't
the
you?
dissent cable to you, a cry for help that Kabul's falling and the embassy will fall soon. And I don't know how you can say that, honestly, sir, with a straight face. The chair recognizes Mr. Heisinger.
And I'm not going to let you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate your work as leading this committee. But Secretary Blinken, how many U.S. citizens are still in Afghanistan?
I can't give you an exact number because we never know for sure. There are several.
Do you believe they're all voluntary? I think you're going to start to say there's several thousand.
No, I believe that any American citizens who are left, there are several, as has noted before, who have actually been detained. These are people who went there after the evacuation for one reason or another, have been detained by the Taliban. We're working every day to get them out.
Hold on a second. Are you saying that the only people detained are those who went after the evacuation?
I'm saying the ones that we know of who are detained and that we're actively working.
We can clue you in. I got to give you credit. You are successful in doing this. You have completely pulled me off of what I was going to ask you about, much to my staff and everybody else's chagrin. But the crap that you are throwing out here about this is unbelievable.
Sir.
I will tell you, I was in that same briefing when you said that you thought there was, quote, several hundred citizens who were staying in Afghanistan voluntarily.
Are they
My caseworker had 185 individuals alone in my district, the 4th District of Michigan, that were asking us for help to get out, including those who did make it to H-Kaya and were beaten by the Taliban and were known by the U.S. troops. And the troops that are being shown up here, including one of my constituents who I've referred to as Jose and Carlos and Juan and various things because I haven't wanted to use his real name at his request, who was blown up and injured and knew every single one of those Marines and those Navy corpsmen up there on that screen right now. They have not gotten satisfactory answers. And I will tell you, Secretary Blinken, that we have citizens there who are not there voluntarily, and they want to get out, and this State Department has utterly failed them.
Where have they said no? Where have they said no? Wait, where have they said no? Tell us, please. Give us names.
There are citizens
Let's
that
follow
you
up.
have identified that have been in communication with you and that want to get out. Please, if you haven't already, share that information with us.
We've shared it. We'll share it again, and
happy-
we'll keep asking. And
we're happy to sit down and go through each
at
of those
some
cases.
times,
When did you
at some
share it?
point,
When
the
was- what's
exercise
the
of
date of the
futility
email?
gets a little frustrating as a member, Secretary Blinken, when it does not feel like you're answering Mr. Green's questions or Mr. Warren's questions, or you're going to have a couple of other military folks who were there, had friends there. Well, I had a friend who was in Doha, and he's telling me that there was no damn plan to have all of those planes divert to Doha. So they got caught flat-footed. There was no place for them to go. It was a bungled
Well, who's your friend? Does he work in the
exit.
State Department?
So
I'm
I have to
confused.
hit
How
on
does
a
he
couple of
know?
the things that
How
I
does your
have here, and I'm
friend
going to try
know?
to truncate this.
Is he part of the Doha
Recent
government?
report by
I'm
Inspector
very
General of
confused.
Afghan
Is he Qatari?
Reconstruction,
I don't know.
John Sepko, found since August of 2021, implementing partners of yours from the State Department have paid at least $10.9 million in U.S. taxpayer funds to the Taliban in form of taxes,
I'm
fees,
feeling
and duties.
flush with emotion.
In fact, the cigar
just by
noted that
contact
while
high.
conducting its investigation, your State Department repeatedly refused to cooperate. They then requested that the State Department attest to that it had distributed a questionnaire to all the relevant implementing partners, that responses were not altered, and that no attempts were made to influence the implementers' responses. However, at the time the report was published, your department refused to sign the attestation. Mr. Secretary, did you instruct your employees to obstruct the cigar investigation of U.S. tax dollars going to the Taliban? And and then, since then, has that changed?
To the contrary, we've done everything possible to cooperate with CIGAR. 13,000 staff hours dedicated to this.
Why would the Inspector General say? Is the Inspector General lying?
CIGAR, in its report of, I believe, in 2023, said that the department was cooperating with CIGAR. So
gee, I guess.
So
you're wrong,
I got to skip a whole bunch of stuff. I just will say,
up.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a bill, H.R. 9503, Protecting Taxpayer Dollars from Taliban Theft Act, which makes U.S. policy that tax dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, do not be paid to the Taliban in form of taxes, duties, and fees.
See?
I wish I had a few more moments. I've got a
see?
couple of seconds here. I have to hit on this. This is about Iran. Thanks to congressional notification, we know that on November 8, just days following the Democrats' election loss, you signed off on a sanction waiver providing Tehran access to $10 billion in funds of Iraqi electricity payments. Last dated December 2023, Congress is aware of 2 releases of funds for humanitarian purposes to Iran. Have there been any other additional transactions since that period?
I thought those funds were released to third parties who then
allowing them
accounted for
access
the
to the dollars.
expenditures, but
We
I
know
could
that
be
there was
wrong,
2
although I
that
did
had,
read it.
got testimony, had problems. They asked for the explanation to be in behind closed doors. There was nothing that was top secret about that. It was just that egg was on their face. Have there been any more withdrawals?
I assume you've asked the previous administration about the waivers that it issued.
Oh, okay. Complete. Yes, actually we did.
Yes.
Actually we
Did
did.
you?
And the
When?
explanation of why this administration allowed Korean funds, the funds that were used, that were shipped to Korea, that were supposed to stay in Korea,
Wait, what?
why were they shipped to Oman? Why were they allowed to have given a Treasury
you're confusing
license
two things.
and the State
What?
Department
You are
license?
two different
Oh,
things.
now you're conflating what had been going on.
I'm saying that the waivers that we issued were the
You're
same waivers
the-
issued
They were
by-
not. Absolutely,
Sir
100% not. See, this is the
Francisco.
thing. A
No,
group of us are actually
you
on the
are
Financial
Duke Sir
Services Committee. I'm
Francisco.
one of them. You can't throw this crap out because we actually write the sanctions.
It's
We actually know what the law is. And when you and Treasury come in here and say, oh, don't worry your pretty little head about all these confusing sanctions things, guess what? We wrote the damn things. We understand. And here you are throwing these loaded, I wish I could curse more, Mr. Chairman, but I won't. This is so unbelievable. I am so glad to see this administration and you leaving because you have failed the American people with this. With that, I'm
Time's
way over.
expired. And for the record, let me say that I personally, in the emergency wartime supplemental that dealt with Israel, that dealt with Indo-Pacific,
I did something about
and
it.
Ukraine, put the sanctions that was waived and are not enforced back into law. That would be on energy and on missiles and drones coming out of Iran, funding their terror operations, killing Israelis and killing Ukrainians. And sir, I have to say, I agree with my friend here that It's very disappointing that that has not been enforced.
And Mr. Chairman, last administration did not authorize any releases of those funds. This administration did. That's the problem.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schneider is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start,
Mr.
if the
Schneider,
Secretary
I
wants
loved
to
his
address
character.
the previous thing at all, I would be interested in your
I'm
remarks.
happy to share with the congressman everything we've done. We can go over this. We don't have time to do it now.
Mr.
I'm happy to do that.
Bazinga.
Happy to show you exactly what we've done, what we haven't done. Happy to get any information that you have to the contrary and work through this.
Yeah, they probably have
Right.
some pretty good therapy
Right.
services. Yeah,
Thank you.
Maybe
And let
I'll
me
get you
thank,
a referral for
the
a
Chairman,
back massage.
Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks, having had the privilege to again wave on this committee for this.
They're getting
term.
it
It's been
all
an
out,
honor working with you.
Iggy. They're
And I
yanking it all
appreciate
out in
that.
the
I want to
corner.
thank the outgoing Biden-Harris administration and directly you, Secretary Blinken, for your tireless efforts navigating some of the most critical challenges in recent history. I looked up a definition
Like,
of the
where are
Great
we going with
Passage,
this?
why it's so treacherous, and it's unimpeded currents, large waves, strong waters, frequent storms, rough and unpredictable seas. You have navigated, I think, exactly that, rough and unpredictable seas. And as has been said even by the chairman, our relationship with NATO, our relationships in many places around the world are stronger. I also, earlier there was talk about President Biden's legacy vis-a-vis Israel. And I think it is a defining element. Fact of the matter is, since the invasion by Hamas on October 7th last year, President Biden has stood with Israel longer than any president in United States history, ensuring Israel's security and strengthening its position in a very dangerous neighborhood. As you noted, he was the only president to visit Israel during a time of war.
You're
Not
right.
just the first, but the only.
Butterflies.
He supported Israel in immeasurable ways, including sending aircraft carrier, thwarting not
goes with
one
his
but two
derangement syndrome.
attacks from Iran. And today, as we sit here, there are still talks, as the chair of the Abraham Accords, there are talks of bringing peace to the region, putting on a better course. No one has worked harder than I in trying to make sure we get aid into and throughout Gaza. I hope we can find a path to continue to move it in a better direction. Turning to the topic at hand, the majority's partisan report recommended Congress pass legislation to require certain dissent channel messages be shared with the Secretary of Defense, the intelligence community, other relevant agencies, and the chairs and ranking members of the congressional committees. Salman Ahmed, the Director of Policy Planning, testified that you personally read every dissent cable that comes in and personally clear the response. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Director Ogman also testified about the reaction to the dissent cable. Quote, "What I can say is that I think that those who read it at the time, their immediate reaction was, there's a lot here I agree with. There are a lot of things they're raising that in here that, in fact, we are already working on doing. They've added some details that are very helpful, so I think it was more a question of like having information that the drafters didn't have in some cases, in other cases, getting information from the drafters that was helpful." End quote. Does that testimony comport with your own reaction, namely that the dissent channel cable pointed to issues that were already under discussion with the department?
It does, but I want to underscore how valuable it was, both in reinforcing some of the things we were doing, as well as pointing some things that we then subsequently pursued.
Yeah. And if the cable had been more widely shared, do you think it would have changed the outcome?
No.
Okay. So although you made a single dissent cable available to us on this committee as part of a truly extraordinary, I want to emphasize again, truly extraordinary accommodation to the committee's investigation, do you think an expectation that dissent channel messages would be shared widely outside the department? What impact do you think that would have on the willingness of department personnel to utilize the dissent channel in the
I'm
first
very
place?
concerned it would have a chilling effect and it would cause people not to engage in the dissent channel, which is a deeply honored tradition of the department going back to the Vietnam War, one I take very seriously. I read every single dissent channel cable. I respond to every dissent channel cable. It informs my views, but people need to know that they can come forward without fear or without favor, and knowing that this will be shared beyond the Secretary and my immediate office is something that I fear would have a chilling effect.
Not only would it possibly
I kinda tend
chill
to
or make
believe
it,
Anthony
people
Blinken.
more reluctant to share
Like,
that,
I kinda
if you
buy
don't
what he
get that
says.
information,
Like,
what are
he
the
really is the
implications
way
to
he
what you're
says he
trying to
is.
achieve?
The implications are we will not be as well informed.
Not that I
as we
agree
need
with
to be,
everything.
and it will
Bye,
make
Paul
our
Langen.
decisions
See you
less,
later. Have a good
effective
time
than
at
they otherwise would be.
work. Don't work
Right.
too hard.
Thank you. And you know, if I expand, this hearing addresses one of the most significant and complex issues in recent memory. And I do want to recognize the families, the Gold Star families that are here, and all the Gold Star families of great Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan and other conflicts defending our nation. The withdrawal was in no small part shaped by the 2020 Doha Agreement that, as we have discussed, was negotiated not by this administration, but the preceding administration and handed over. By the time you received it, the administration, Biden administration received it,
for everything.
the Taliban had gained significant ground. Options were limited. The recommit to a conflict without clear goals or commit to a complete withdrawal. It was an extraordinary achievement. More than 124,000 people were airlifted in just 17 days.
In keeping in time with the other members, gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for your continued leadership throughout this entire time. It has been an honor to serve in this committee, so I want to continue to thank you for that. Secretary Blinken, are you familiar with USC 22, Section 4802?
Sir, are you familiar with a slightly larger suit jacket?
In order to try and protect and provide security and safety for American citizens. Now, in one of your statements, you said, we did not leave Americans behind. Well, see, unlike other members on this, I actually went overseas and was conducting rescues of Americans left behind in Afghanistan. I actually conducted the very first successful overland rescue of Americans that were left behind, which was Miriam and her 3 children. These are Amarillo, Texas, American-born natives, who was at the front gate waving their passport, trying to get inside, while we were on the phone, myself and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, trying to get your State Department task force to let them inside. You're telling me you didn't leave them behind?
I'm telling you, Congressman, that we got every American out that we could, and when we got completed the evacuation, I said we're not leaving anyone behind. We're to keep doing this until we get every American who says they want to leave and identify themselves to us out.
You also said, though, that, well, I'm reclaiming my time. You also told Congressman Davidson that the U.S. government was not blocking aircraft. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of the U.S. government.
Yet my aircraft, who had 5 approved PPRs, which are prior permission required landings, to HKIA to rescue 28 Americans, was denied 5 times, saying that it was at the behest of the Department of Defense and the Department of State to prevent us from coming in to rescue Americans. That was what was told to us over the radio from the ATC towers. But yet, to your knowledge, no one was being blocked. Let me tell you, that is a farce and it's a complete lie. I'll also tell you that in a NEO, State Department does not take ultimate control once it is declared. It's the Department of Defense who actually is supposed to get your task force still try to hold operational control, which led to a lot of disruption, and that has been reported multiple times by commanders on the ground.
He seems like a more
so I will tell you,
compact
I'm going to finish,
Mark
sir.
Wayne Mullen.
The other thing is that
and right now
in
he's
Israel,
had too much of that
a horrible incident occurred where over
White Claw
1,200 people
next
lost
to
their
him
lives.
too, or whatever that is.
And yet the
That
State Department
energy
had
drink.
done nothing to come in and actually rescue Americans
having too much,
who had been left behind. How do I know that? Because the very first rescues conducted was on October 11th.
And I was there.
From Nazareth, Tiberias,
And I was sitting on Mark Wayne Mullen's
Haifa.
lap
How do I
on
know
the
it? Because I was the one who
plane. Wait,
conducted
what?
32 Americans that day, then into the West Bank, then into Jerusalem, then out towards Gaza. I got 255 Americans out by myself.
I
before the
carried
State
them on
Department
my
lifted a
back.
finger and did anything to bring a plane in. Meanwhile, other nations were already flying aircraft
Boy,
in and
are
out,
my arms
rescuing their
tired.
citizens. Again, another failure of 22 USC 4802.
not correct.
I will also,
It's
it
not
is correct, and the reason I know it's because I was
Not
there. Were you there,
correct.
sir?
I had an
Were you there,
entire
sir?
embassy there.
You were not.
Look at
Let's
you
go
with
ahead
the
and start with that.
tippy of the
So,
finger.
yeah, how many
Wait, do I have
Americans
a
did you
pen?
rescue,
I
sir?
don't think I have a pen.
We've gotten
How
many
many did
Americans
you
out.
personally rescue, sir? None, correct? So don't try and talk to me about ground
Apple
truth.
pen that doesn't work.
You couldn't even control what was happening in Afghanistan.
I can't
Let's
even do
start
it as
there.
fast as he can.
The next thing I want to talk about is under your leadership, we have allowed Iran, the regime,
Mills is a figure with
grow
the
stronger than it's
insurgency,
ever in
Eric
its life.
Prince, Flynn, Gates,
I'll give you some
etc.
facts here.
Uh-oh,
The Energy
Corey, you're in
Information
trouble.
Agency said that
He has
Iran
a very
petroleum
clenchy
exports
kind of
in
jaw
Iran
too. Like he
sold
juts his lower
$144
jaw out.
billion
I don't know what that is.
in the first 3 years of your administration. Now, why is that number important? Well, because that is $100 billion more
You need to breathe. Look at he's
than
sweating
what was
too. He's very
permitted
shiny
in the
right
full
now.
2 years
Very
of the Trump
shiny.
administration. You talked
I would
about
give
we had to go forward with the
$100
Doha
to
agreement.
his favorite charity.
That was part of the,
maybe,
even though it was a
unless it was
conditions-based
some kind of
agreement,
Nazi
you
thing.
couldn't prevent
If one
from
of
pulling out
his
of that.
staff would come over
But
and
you had no
powder his
problem
forehead.
pulling out of Remain in Mexico. That's led to an increase in sex trafficking, fentanyl deaths, and illegal migrants. More angel families than ever. You had no problem.
We're on the border.
But again, you can't pull out of it. And trying to delist the Houthi rebels from a terrorist organization that now has resulted in 12% of global trade through the Red Sea being disrupted.
12%?
Do you agree that delisting the Houthis as a terrorist organization was a good play?
In terms of making sure that humanitarian assistance could get to the people of Yemen and that the Houthis were designated under multiple other
So
authorities,
endangering
it
American
made
citizens
no
while
difference.
now that they're getting
Made no
increased
difference.
attacks as a result
Wait,
of your
They were-
actual
they were being
failures.
sanctioned
And I
under
can tell
many
you with
other
absolute
authorities.
clarity, sir, reclaiming my time, I can tell you with absolute
Okay,
clarity
calm down, sweetie. It's going
that
to be okay.
Hezbollah got stronger while you were in office. Hamas was
I
funded
was
because of
not
your
really
failures to
technically.
be able to
I
impose
wasn't
necessary
elected,
sanctions
sir.
so that the Iranian
I was
regime couldn't
appointed
continue to
in
fund.
November.
I'm still talking, Mr. Secretary. You've had your time. You've had 4
calm
years
your
to destroy
tits.
this nation.
Calm your moobs.
You and this administration.
I want him to pull his jacket
I will
back
tell you with
and show
absolute
me his
certainty, sir,
hardened nipple. That's
that
what I
America
want to
is
see
better
right
off
now.
with you not in office.
I want to see it.
That the Iranian
Come on,
regime
Corey, show
will
us
now
your
finally
nipples.
start to weaken with stronger sanctions
Show
and
us
with us
your,
being able to
your
do our
hard
jobs for
nipples,
the Iranian
because
people
clearly you've had
who are actually
between the
trying to lead a free democracy.
Celsius and the
I
temperature
can
in
tell you
that
that
room, baby. I
Hezbollah,
can tell
Hamas,
that you're in some kind of
Hamas's leadership
stimulated
under
state.
Sinwar would not have been eliminated if they would have listened to Israel to what Biden had advised, which
Wait,
is
now we're in
ceasefire and
Israel?
stop.
I
Hassan
mean, come
Nasrallah of
on.
Hezbollah
Where are
would
we
not
not
have been
gonna be? Where-
eliminated if
name
they would listened
Serbia.
to your leadership.
Please say
and I can tell you right
Serbia.
now that we are
Please.
better off as a nation, we are safer as a nation, and our American citizens will be safer with you not
down.
sitting in that seat. With
Gentleman's
that, I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. Mr.
Thank you for
Costa
your
is
judgment. I wish
recognized.
you very good luck.
And I'm going to go poop.
Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, first of all, like others, want to acknowledge the Gold Star mothers and families that are here.
How embarrassing for
My
those
grandmother was a
poor
Gold Star
families to
mother,
have to sit through and listen to this disgusting display
have a
from
bit
the
of an
Republicans.
understanding of the difficult situation that you've been through. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your tenure as the chair here. I've enjoyed serving with you and working with you. Mr. Secretary, you've done a good job, in my opinion, in the 4 years that you've been here under difficult challenges. We can all have different perspectives, but we're in a seminal moment in American and world history, I believe. And I want to talk about that as it relates to our efforts with Ukraine, clear and present. I know you're doing a lot of things, but I think that I want to have some assurance that in the remaining weeks allowed that we do everything possible to move the necessary military equipment, material, and authorizations that Ukraine needs to win this war. With that in mind, there's a transfer currently, and I think you have the information, your staff does, of a dozen Black Hawk helicopters from the United States. They're waiting approval from the State Department to complete this transfer. I'm going to add up a letter, but can you comment on that quickly?
Congressman, I can't speak to a specific transfer. I can just tell you that we are trying to push out the door everything we possibly can to make sure the Ukrainians have everything they need to deal with the ongoing aggression. We continue to do drawdowns, and I signed off on another one as recently as a day ago. I can't speak to the specifics, but I can tell you we're making sure that
Will you get back
every
to us
dollar
as it
that has
relates
been
to these-
authorized and appropriated, we're using.
These 12 Black Hawk helicopters, you have the information,
I'm happy
your
to come
office
back to
does.
you on that.
And please do. How about with other efforts in terms of the money that's been appropriated, that we ensure that Ukraine is in the strongest possible position?
Yes.
It's not clear to me what this next administration is going to do, and I think that it's incumbent upon us to to keep our promises and also to maintain that leadership with our NATO allies.
Yes, we're determined to do everything we can, and it's fully our intent. As I said, every
Can
dollar
NATO
that's been
just make
appropriated,
Ukraine
we
part
wanna
of
see get out the
NATO
door.
before January 20th?
As it relates
Could
to
they do
Afghanistan,
that?
and I was
Would
there
it make
numerous
any
times,
difference? I don't
what
know.
would you
I'm
say
just
the
asking.
lessons have been learned? I mean, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback this, I think, and obviously we have people with strong opinions, but you inherited a treaty that had already been signed by the previous administration. You talked in your opening comments about your efforts to try to implement it. It clearly didn't go the way all of us wanted it to. What are the lessons to have been learned? And most important, what changes would you make and why?
I think there are lessons to be learned over the 20 years. There are lessons to be learned over the year preceding the evacuation. There are lessons to be learned from the evacuation itself. As to the latter, and actually the year preceding it, the report that I commissioned, the after-action review that I commissioned, looks at least at what the State Department could and should have done differently and how it could set itself better up for the
Was the
future.
department aware of any Americans in Afghanistan after August 31st who asked for assistance to depart the country, but
Yes.
had not been previously did so?
Yes, we had about, as I said at the time, at that time, there were about 200 or so Americans who had identified themselves to us and wanted to leave, but who either who couldn't get to the airport or couldn't get into the airport. There were several hundred others
That makes a lot of
who
sense,
we knew
Cal.
of who did
That
not
makes
at
a lot
that
of
point
sense.
want to leave because either they couldn't bring extended family with them or they decided that they wanted to stay. After August 31st, the 200 or so who couldn't get to the airport, we were able to get out. Several hundred others came forward, seeing the success of our ongoing efforts to get Americans out.
It's
and said,
funny that
"Actually, now we
Ukraine
wanna leave."
couldn't
And between
say,
August 31st
listen, our
and December
boundaries as
31st,
of
we got
February
another
21st,
495, I
2022
believe,
are
American
what we
citizens
are
out of
claiming
Afghanistan.
as
Because of that enduring
Ukraine
commitment
for
to
purposes
leave
of
no one
NATO.
Does it make sense that all Americans you may
Article
have heard
5.
of subsequent to August 31st
Does that make sense? I
or
guess you can't
2021
really do
were ever
that,
in
but I
Afghanistan
don't know.
and then assumed
I don't know
that
why you couldn't,
you
though,
had been
because
there,
that's what's
that
prompting the
department
need
had
for
known, waiting
protection
for
is
your
an
help to get them
aggression
out
from
prior to
another
that date?
country.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I
Well,
missed
yeah,
I said,
sure,
does it make
Crimea,
sense to,
absolutely,
just to add up that all Americans
2008.
you may have heard subsequently, prior to the
1991,
August
you know, like
31st
we
date
could do
were
a whole
ever in
bunch of
Afghanistan,
things.
and then assume that you knew that they were there and that they were going to have an option.
Again, the challenge we've had, as you know, is that our citizens in
I
any
mean, it
country
seems
around
kind
the
of dumb
world
that
don't
they
have
can't
to
do
tell
that, you
the
know.
government that
Doesn't
they're
make
there. They don't
sense to
have
me,
register
really.
with us when they
If
leave
it
the
was
country,
just
they
from
don't
a
have to
pure
re-register.
aggression from
And in
one
Afghanistan, we
identifiable
had many
actor,
thousands
you know
of
what I
people
mean?
Who were, in effect, dual nationals who had made their lives in
I guess
Afghanistan.
it would need to be
So-
Thank you for your
adjudicated in some
service,
way.
and thank
I
you
don't
for
know.
your
It was
service.
very
I
interesting to
tell
me.
members I'm going to keep a very strict 5-minute
I don't understand foreign
rule.
service that much.
Secretary,
so.
I know you have a plane to catch to go to the Middle East. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership.
He only does that
in
to
this
Democrats.
Congress
Do you notice
as well as
that?
of this committee. Mr. Secretary, you are here with us today to discuss the Biden administration's failure in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021.
Ooh, he
your
looks like
role
a
in the
little
sad
ant.
chapter that our country
He looks like an
witnessed.
insect.
During President Biden's time in office and your tenure as Secretary of State, our country has seen many international crises that have become more inflamed. This administration has slow-walked critical arms and the capabilities to
Because
Ukraine
everyone knew
and
that
has
Trump was
prolonged
going to
this
make
war
good
into
on
what
them, so
will
nobody
be
had to
soon
worry.
its
Oh,
third
for
year.
fuck's sake.
This
And that
administration has also
Trump would just
intentionally
do
delayed
whatever.
vital assistance to Israel, and that has eroded
Do
confidence
whatever he
around
wants.
the world about American
Trump's
continued
gonna let
support
them do
for
what
our
they
strongest
want.
ally in the Middle East. We need to, and in addition,
Isolationist,
you
it's
and your
called.
president,
Dumb shit.
lack of accountability and ownership for the withdrawal from Afghanistan is inexcusable. Mr. Secretary, why did you believe that the Taliban would negotiate with the Afghan government despite President Biden's unconditional surrender on April 14, 2021?
As I said earlier, the Taliban had made commitments under Doha. We wanted to see them fulfill those commitments, including negotiating with the government on a transition. We made every effort diplomatically throughout that period to hold them to that, but it became clear that they wouldn't. And it also became clear that when the deadline expired, the deadline negotiated by the previous administration, they would go back to attacking our forces, attacking our partners, attacking the cities. It would have required us to send tens of thousands of Americans back to Afghanistan. That's not a decision the president was prepared to make.
During that entire time, what leverage did the United States have over
What
the
leverage were they
Taliban
left with
when
by
President Biden announced that
Pompous
he would abandon
Pompeo?
our allies, no matter what
Hey,
the Taliban violations
Mr.
of the
Tick.
Doha Agreement would be?
Again, we had a deadline negotiated by the previous administration, and the choice was not between the status quo and ending the war. The choice was between ending the war and escalating it, because again, they would have gone back to attacking us. We had only 2,500 forces in Afghanistan at that point. We would have had to have reinforced them dramatically had the Taliban gone back to directly attacking our forces, directly attacking our partners, going into Afghanistan cities. That was the choice before the president.
Do you agree that your power sharing agreement further destabilized and delegitimized the Afghan government?
I'm sorry, Congressman, can you repeat that? The power sharing agreement?
Do you agree that your power sharing agreement further destabilized and delegitimized the Afghan government?
There
What?
wasn't a power sharing agreement. It was the intent of the Doha agreement.
on.
That the Taliban negotiate with the government a ceasefire and a political transition, something that they didn't do. But that was what was in the Doha agreement. That was the objective.
It was
Pompeo.
clear that-
Didn't happen.
That the Taliban was going to violate, and they did. On
my
May
God.
8th, 2021, your State Department held a rehearsal of concept drill with the Defense Department to plan for the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And during that meeting, the military warned against keeping Embassy Kabul open. Your deputy, Brian McKeon, responded, quote, "We at the State Department have a much higher risk tolerance than you guys." Mr. Secretary,
What?
it was you who tasked Mr. McKeon.
Was he making a
with
joke,
purportedly
maybe?
leading
It
the
sounds
State
like something that
Department's
it's
NEO
like
plan.
gallows
Is that correct?
humor.
That I'm sorry, again, I had trouble hearing that. Please repeat that.
It was during this meeting where you were, where you were warned not to keep Embassy Kabul open. Your deputy, Brian McKeon, responded, quote, "We at the State Department have a much higher risk tolerance than you guys." Mr. Secretary, it's you who tasked Mr. McKeon with purportedly leading the State Department's NEO planning. Is that correct? And do you
Is
agree
that
with
one
his
statement out of
assessment?
context?
I
want the
can't
context.
speak to that conversation
Yeah,
or to
exactly.
that meeting. What I can speak to is the fact that starting in April, we worked on every scenario with our colleagues from DOD. We
Stupid.
did multiple exercises. We planned
Wonder
out
what
we
the
would need to
smart
do,
people in the
including
future are
in
going to
the
look
event,
back
of
and
a
say
NEO.
about
As I said
our
before,
time.
The decision to actually initiate the NEO is a collective decision made through the interagency process by all of the cabinet level members and ultimately by the president. The State Department technically initiates it, and it was on August 14th that everyone agreed that we should initiate the NEO. And for reasons that we've discussed before, we didn't want to precipitate a panic. No one believed that the government and military would collapse. We wanted to sustain our diplomatic efforts in Afghanistan.
Respectfully, your decision to keep U.S. Embassy Kabul open against military advice put people's lives at risk, and people were killed. And I wanted to also express my sympathy.
It was a collective
I
decision.
want to
yeah,
express my
it was
sympathy
not
to the families
a unilateral
of the 13,
decision.
Service members who were killed at
Oh,
Abbey
these men are
Gate.
so
I know
fucking
many of the
weak.
Gold Star families are here today.
So fucking weak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Weak.
Gentleman yields.
Weak
Chair
souls.
recognizes Mr. Almo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly want to thank you for your leadership as I've started my time in Congress on this committee, and I certainly look forward to working with you in other ways in the future. I certainly also want to recognize the Gold Star families, adding to the comments of my colleagues. We are grateful to you. Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here today. And thank you for your extensive cooperation with our committee's oversight of the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. Over the past 3 years, your State Department provided thousands of pages of documents and facilitated countless interviews with many career and political officials. I understand this is one of many appearances that you've had on this topic before our committee, and I can relate. Despite only being in Congress for just over a year, this is my third hearing on Afghanistan in this committee. Unfortunately, for my friends on the other side of the aisle, the quantity of these hearings is not really correlated with the quality of them. Their so-called investigation selectively airbrushed the full picture of what happened in Afghanistan. Their report ignores any of the actions that Donald Trump took to negotiate the withdrawal. The report claims we abandoned our allies, but fails to mention how Trump folks left behind a backlog of more than 17,000 applications made by our Afghan allies for special immigrant visas. A backlog that forced President Biden's administration to speed up visa processing, bring in temporary help, and work around the clock to protect our allies during the withdrawal. Of all the errors in this flawed report, its worst sin is that it refuses to let facts get in the way of a good story. The report repeatedly claims the State Department waited too long to initiate the U.S. non-combatant evacuation operation. But the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan at the time, Ross Wilson, has testified that initiating this evacuation operation too soon, quote, would have complicated our ability to get out. If we had left earlier, several thousand SIV applicants that we got out would not have been able to leave the country. we would have not been able to provide support to American citizens trying to get out. Our eyes and ears about what was happening around us would have been drastically degraded, unquote. Secretary Blinken, do you agree that Ambassador Wilson's testimony reflects the conditions on the ground at the time and after you initiated the non-combatant evacuation operation? Were there any additional steps that you personally took to ensure that our personnel and allies had the help and resources they needed?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Ambassador Wilson's assessment. And once the evacuation was underway, the NEO was underway, we surged resources to the embassy, including dozens of consular officers, to make sure that we could process anyone getting to and into the airport, American citizens and others eligible to come to the United States. And I have to tell you, Congressman, I have immense pride
I
in the people
wonder
of my department.
if there
I had
were
hundreds
money
raise
connections
their hand
between
and
Trump
volunteer,
World,
including
you know,
dozens
as a
who ran
collective,
into the burning building
and the former president
during the
of
evacuation,
Afghanistan.
to look out for their fellow citizens, to look out for our Afghan partners, and to do everything possible to bring them out of harm's
I never
way.
looked to see if anyone reported on all
Secretary,
the connections between
I'm
those
grateful
folks.
for your leadership, and I frankly just wanted to give you an opportunity to correct the record on any claims that we've heard today, and really just communicate some lasting thoughts about this as you depart the State Department.
Look, all I can say is we don't have time to go through everything. I think we've addressed a number of these questions throughout this.
Hey, there
this
he is
hearing.
in bed with Roger Stone.
And I'm always happy to pursue these conversations. I just hope that somehow we can find ways to work effectively together to shed more light than heat on these very
We have to
difficult
do a show
issues.
about
I think that's the
Tony.
spirit in which we should approach things. And for my part, I've been determined to learn the lessons from this experience, not only to learn them, but to act on them. And we've made the State Department stronger and better able to respond to crises than it was when we found it or it was during the Afghan evacuation. And I think that spirit is the one that I would hope would apply to everything we do. I've worked so well with so many
X
members
is
of this committee
completely
on both sides of the aisle.
a trash bin
I hope that that
these
continues
days.
even in places where we
There's
have
like a few good
deep
voices that
disagreements.
kind of pop
We can,
out like little
question
flowers in the
each
springtime.
other's, judgments.
But
That's
other
totally
than that,
appropriate.
it's
I hope that
it's
we can get out of
manure.
the business of questioning each other's motives.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Lolo from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, have you read this report in full?
I have read the executive summary of the report. I haven't read the entire report yet.
Okay.
I've read the executive summary.
I hope that you will take this copy with you on your flight to the Middle East and read it, because this is your legacy. This is your legacy.
Okay, calm down.
Starting with the
sunshine.
disastrous withdrawal in
Oh, I
Afghanistan.
cannot stand this
that
kid.
resulted in the death of 13 U.S. service members, creating 13 Gold Star families. Families our vice president hasn't even been bothered to meet with. Then the Russian invasion of Ukraine,
I mean, not that it shouldn't be her job, but is that her?
the terrorist attack on Israel,
Is that what did Mike Pence
the illicit
do that?
oil trade between China and Iran to the tune of $200 billion under your watch.
Okay.
That is what is funding Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis,
Okay.
and other terror networks in the region. China threatening Taiwan. This is your legacy. And this stems from this disastrous withdrawal. So I hope you read the report in
Wait, how
full
do all those things stem
and
from the
reflect
disaster?
upon
Wait,
that.
what?
You talk about the Doha Agreement. It's conditions-based. This administration had no problem
They would have to surge young
reversing
people
policy
into
decisions that
harm's
it
way.
disagreed
Is
with
that what you would
President
have
Trump
rather
on.
had, Mr. Lawler?
In fact, Joe
More
Biden
Gold Star families
revoked
to use in
94
your
executive
little
orders
theatrics
to open up our
your
southern
theater of the
border and
absurd.
create an absolute calamity. 70,000 Americans die every year from fentanyl overdose,
Oh, bing,
as
bing,
this
bing, bing, bing,
administration
bing,
has allowed fentanyl to pour into our country. Drug trafficking,
Yep, we went back to the
gangs,
border.
human trafficking, women and children being sold into prostitution. Not a care in the world.
How do I know?
This
No.
is the legacy.
Sorry.
So don't sit here and tell us having not read the report, that you
Whose
disagree
report
with
is
it or
that?
it's not true.
Whose report? Oh, it's their
Saying
report.
to my
That's
colleague
right. The
from
stupid
Florida,
report.
oh, it's not true, we
It
left
doesn't have all
people
the information
in
about
Israel
prior to
after
April
October
19th or
7th.
whatever.
It most certainly is.
Showtime, I despise the Republicans and their narrative. We
I
need to
had
get better at fighting the
constituents
malarkey. I don't know if we're ever going to be able
calling
to fight the
in a
malarkey because,
full-fledged
frankly,
panic.
our folks don't really give
And
a
we
shit.
called the State Department and we're
I can
told
never
there is
sit
nothing
there like
we
that
can
with
do.
such grotesque lies straight to his face. It's
Don't
so
tell us
disgraceful to smear someone's
that
entire
didn't
career in
happen.
public service over bullshit. Yes. It's just stupid.
This administration
It is theater of the absurd.
had no problem trying to renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal.
What? What are you talking about?
No problem lifting sanctions
I guess this
on
is
Iran,
a lot of
allowing
feelings.
for the illicit
These are
oil
a lot
trade.
of feelings. There are a lot
So
of
when you
feelings.
say that the previous administration
I'm going to turn him down a little bit
negotiated
because he's too
the
much.
Doha Agreement and therefore we were bound by it, that is complete and
No,
utter
no, I don't think
bullshit.
he actually said that.
And you
Excuse
know it.
me? Whoa, sir. Let's calm down, all right?
You absolutely
Oh, it's in my
had
notes.
the ability, based
That's
on
right.
the conditions on the ground,
That's right. I wrote them when I was sitting on the pooper.
to keep our troops there to ensure the safety and well-being of American citizens.
Whoa, calm. I've turned him
to
down
make
and he
sure what
still is
happened
peaking.
Did not.
Did he get that tie at Burger King?
Mr. Secretary, on August 26, 2021, who was the President
It's
of the United
true.
States?
Oh, my God.
On
Joe
August
Biden.
26,
Joe Biden.
2021, who was the Secretary of State? I was. Okay. Take
They do.
responsibility.
He does.
Don't shirk in your
Oh,
responsibilities.
fuck yourself.
Don't
Why
try
don't you
to
go
shift
yank one
blame.
off in the corner after this?
The reality is you guys allowed the conditions on the ground to deteriorate.
Wait, we gotta give him some
You
humiliation.
did not hold the Taliban to account. As a result, 13 U.S. service members are dead, and the world is a tinderbox. We are in the most precarious place since the lead up to World War II. That is your legacy. Period. Full stop.
But
And
not
if
full stop
Israel
because
listened to this administration and didn't go into Gaza and didn't go into the south, Sinwar would still be alive. And if Israel listened to this administration, Nasrallah would still be alive.
But he's not, is he?
And Assad would still be in power in Syria. And Iran would be stronger than ever.
Are you feeling strong?
That is your legacy. This Congress has passed the SHIP Act and the Abraham Accord Special Envoy. You didn't fill the Special Envoy, and you didn't enforce the SHIP Act. You had over a year to do both. That is your legacy. You leave the world
I want to know why he isn't told Chevron to stop selling oil to bad people. I'm more interested
Enjoy
in
reading
that.
this, because this is your legacy.
I have a very different legacy, one that I'll be happy to reflect on. I won't have the time to do it today because, of course, you don't provide any time to do it. It's very nice to make a speech, leave me no time to respond.
The chair has
That's the way
recognized
this
Ms.
works.
Wild.
So go fuck yourself.
I mean, go fuck
Chair.
yourself.
Secretary Blinken, let me just say that hearings such as this one probably will aid you in getting over this job very quickly. I do think that you have served commendably. I think also that you have been handed an unprecedented set of world affairs and that you've handled them very well, and I thank you for that. I, too, along with so many of my colleagues, want to express my tribute and my thanks to our Gold Star families and, of course, to our service members who lost their lives in all of Afghanistan's war, not just on the day that we withdrew, but that's really at the heart of what we're discussing today, Americans who wore our country's uniform, those who were injured, those who lost their lives, and of course their families that served alongside them. And I do so wish, I say to all the families, that your loved ones had not been there on that day. I personally feel strongly that we should not have been in that war at that time, and I'm sorry for your losses and that happened. Secretary Blinken, I do want to ask you the same question I asked Ambassador Alizad when he testified here a few months ago, because I think it really gets to the underlying reality of why we're here today. Why, over the course of 20 years in Afghanistan, did administrations of both parties fail to correctly assess the level of dedication and cohesion of the Afghan forces and their political leadership?
I think that's a critical question. I hope that the bipartisan commission that is looking into the 20 years of Afghanistan gets at exactly that. And as someone who served in several of those administrations, I also take responsibility for that we did not, I think, see with clarity not only the durability of the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces, but see with clarity how difficult, if not impossible, it would be for us from the outside to somehow build a cohesive country and society. And that is something that, as you said, took place over multiple administrations. And I think that is a critical question that we get a better understanding of. And my hope is that the Commission will look into that.
Well, thank you. I hope so too. You know, I have grave concerns about the politicization of intelligence that somehow seems to fit a pre-designed agenda over several decades of U.S. military involvement. That is by no means any kind of critique of our troops ever. It's the people who are making decisions at a much higher level. And I worry that we have a cherry picking of intelligence and data. And I hope that's something that the Commission will also look at, because I think it's vital to make sure that we don't end up in any more forever wars. How do you account, and I know we're running
You're going to
out of
have to
time,
account
but,
for the corruption in American leadership then,
can
sweetie
you
pie.
comment on the intelligence failures, specific to Afghanistan?
Look, I think this is collective, which is to say the State Department had knowledge and perspective on this. The Defense Department, having worked with the Afghan military for 20 years, had perspective and knowledge, and of course the intelligence community did. So the judgments that we reached, I would say, were collective judgments. And as I said before, and we've said repeatedly, as we looked at the preponderance of views, there was no one anticipated the collapse of the government, the collapse of the Afghan forces, when it happened or as quickly as it happened.
Can I just stop you real quickly, because I wanted to ask you, were you personally surprised by President Ghani's decision to flee?
I was, because I think, as I mentioned earlier, I was on the phone with him late at night on the 14th of August, and he told me we were working on trying to get an agreement to move forward between the Taliban and the government to negotiate some kind of transitional government as a way of averting all of this and moving Afghanistan to a better place. He told me that he was determined to try to do that, but if the Taliban refused, he was going to stay and fight. That was on August 14th. He was gone on August 15th.
Well, thank you.
That is just the crazy part of the story that I need more on.
There's obviously a great deal of information to be gathered, and hopefully will be gathered in a nonpartisan or a bipartisan manner so that we can learn in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. You've mentioned probably 5 times today the fact that your intel failure to know what was going to happen. There's an old book you need to read. It's called Groupthink. It examines disasters exactly like this in the past.
Oh my God.
It probably is worthwhile reading.
Shut up.
That's what happened.
Shut the fuck up.
Now, those of us on this committee who served in Afghanistan and Iraq understand that evil still stalks the world. We saw it.
He went to the UAE.
Many
That's
of
right,
my
Teresa.
colleagues on this
Teresa
committee
knows.
Served far deeper into Afghanistan and Iraq than I did. But evil still stalks the world. And I've also heard you say several times here about humanitarian assistance. There is an old military, a political concept that says military use is a failure of diplomacy. It's the last bastion of it. Well, as expected, Mr.
Is he blaming
Secretary,
him for the whole war?
this has
Wait a
been an
minute.
interesting back and
Wait.
forth,
What?
as I knew
Wait.
it would be.
What?
And since I'm fairly low on the totem pole here, we've plowed that ground well. I want to talk about the consequences of this in the world following the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about repercussions. There have been many. I'll just mention
Ain't
two.
it? Ain't it funny,
this
Max?
botched withdrawal and the Taliban takeover, our adversaries have been on the
I
march
think I have
around the
more
world,
questions.
encouraged by this error, this strategic error. Words
Not to
fail
say he
to
wasn't,
capture the
there. I'm not
magnitude of
trying
the
to
consequences that have
white
been
knight
suffered
for the
across
kid, but
globe,
I mean, come on now.
because of this withdrawal. Yet, according to President Biden himself, the emergency evacuation that cost 13 American service members' lives left behind $7 billion at the low end of military equipment was an extraordinary success. Yet our perceived
Wait, you're
weakness
not
following
from the
Afghanistan, I think
Department
it
of
was 2
Defense.
months,
Never mind.
later, Putin started moving troops toward Ukraine. Also set the scene for the horrific attacks on October 7th. Hamas terrorists and thugs obviously invaded Israel in an unprovoked assault that left Israeli men, women, and children dead, wounded, and hostage.
Kind of makes you think,
Americans
Mr.
as well, I
Self.
might
It kind of
add.
makes you think.
That was a
Don't those
critical,
things just
unforced
don't
error
line up,
by Hamas.
do they?
Since that day, Iranian
Well, I
hegemony
almost
has
think it was
faltered.
like someone was trying to
Hamas
set up
has
the
lost its
Biden
leaders and
administration to
uncontested
look like
control over Gaza,
cotton-headed
while Hezbollah's
ninny
senior leadership
muggins.
has been eradicated, setting their ambition back for decades. And I will stop here and say that both UNRWA and UNIFIL did not do their job in Gaza.
I have
and
lots
in
of
southern
complaints
Lebanon,
about UN agencies. Don't get me
to
wrong, but
disastrous consequences. We now find ourselves in the midst of yet another serious issue, which is Syria. The fall of Bashar al-Assad.
let's talk about all of it.
Both Russia and Iran have lost leverage in the Middle East, and while it's good that his reign
Oh,
of terror
but,
is over,
I mean,
gassing,
have
torturing,
they?
slaughtering thousands,
Have they?
there's still looming questions like who's keeping the lights on in Syria today, and who's going to control the levers
Don't
of
you think you
government
should know that?
tomorrow? Amid the chaos, our steadfast ally, Israel, remains strong. They have significantly weakened Hamas and Hezbollah, directly
Yeah, but have you seen what
diminishing
Bibi
Iran's
does?
influence in this region.
What today?
Without
Bibi was in
Israel's
court
chutzpah
for a corruption case.
determination, the threats to the United States in the Middle East would be far greater.
Oh, but I
Israel over
forgot.
the
These
past few
guys
days has done the
love
necessary work
felons.
of destroying the military power of rump Syria. So whoever does emerge to rule Syria cannot threaten Israel. According to the White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, it is an open question.
Israel
who
is already
currently
sending
running
troops
Syria.
uninvited
Yes,
into
Iran
Syria
and
to
Russia have
protect
failed, but I
certain Russian
have lost
assets
influence
or
in the area,
whatever,
but
or
I
certain
am
bases.
very,
Give me a fucking break.
Eager for the leadership of the incoming
Or
National
assets or
Security
whatever
Advisor,
they're
Mike Waltz.
protecting.
And I want to make sure that's Mike Waltz.
Bibi's all
the
over this
incoming
shit. That
National
was 2
Security
days
Advisor,
ago.
Not our recently failed Vice President candidate. So, a couple of questions for you. First of all, Mr. Secretary, are you confident that the leader of HTS will be able to keep his word to protect Christians and Islamic women in rump Syria?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not confident. I'm encouraged by the fact that they've said the right thing, but what we have to focus on is whether they do the right thing, including protecting minorities.
The second question is, do you expect Syria to descend into a terrorist enclave?
We certainly need to do everything possible to avoid that. And the coming days, the coming weeks will be critical to that. That's why, and by the way, I very much appreciate you keeping this hearing on time along with Chairman McCall. I need to leave to get on a plane.
He needs to go.
To the region to see King Abdullah of Jordan. And I appreciate that there's some other members here who've not yet had a chance to ask questions. I'm happy to take those questions for the record and get back to you quickly.
Mr. Secretary, I yield back to the chairman, and he will recess this.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mr. Moshowitz.
Oh, I guess he's
Mr.
not.
Chairman, thank you. I'll be quick, Mr. Secretary. First, let me thank the chairman, Chairman McCall, for his bipartisan work on this committee. This has been one of those bright spots of this Congress. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your sacrifice and your service to the country. These jobs are unforgiving, and have deep impacts on everybody's individual families. And so I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank the Gold Star families for being here. And like I have before, apologize to them for what happened to their loved ones in Afghanistan. I'm not going to go into all the stuff that's been said by 30 people, but I do want to say this, Mr. Chairman. You know, the official Twitter account of this committee put out a tweet at 11:27. And it says, at this committee's final hearing this Congress, we brought in Secretary Blinken to testify on the disastrous Biden-Harris withdrawal from Afghanistan after months of stonewalling. Sadly, many of the Democratic seats are empty at this important hearing. I don't know what intern put this out, but it is misinformation, and it is literally a lie. First of all, if you look at the picture, half the seats on that side of the aisle are empty, and I'm not blaming them. That's how these committees work. We all know this. People come in and out of these hearing rooms. But let me give you the numbers. 20 of the 23 Democrats on this committee were here today. 23 of the 28 Republicans were here today. Of the ones that were here, 17 Democrats asked questions, 17 Republicans asked questions. So the official account of this committee is making it appear that we don't care about what happened in Afghanistan. It is not true. And that tweet should come down. Because while our enemies are trying to divide us abroad in social media, we're just giving them a gift by saying, hey, half the party, half the country doesn't care. There were major mistakes made in Afghanistan. I've said that in previous hearings. So I appreciate everyone going on their soapbox about morality and truth and facts and trying to hold the secretary to that high standard. But then we got to do it ourselves in this committee. Mr. Secretary, a lot of things were said. I know you have to leave. I just wanted to give you the balance of my time to close about your legacy.
Thank you. Look, I have to leave it to others to make those judgments. But from my perspective, we have worked from day one to re-engage, re-energize, and even reimagine our alliances and partnerships around the world. We've done just that. And as a result, we are in a much stronger position than we were to deal with a multiplicity of challenges, more complicated than at any time in the 32 years that I've been engaged in this work. We demonstrated that with the work of bringing more than 50 countries together in support of Ukraine as it dealt with the Russian aggression. We've demonstrated that in building extraordinary convergence that we've never seen before in terms of purpose and action when it comes to dealing with the challenges posed by China among European allies and partners and among partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. We've seen that in bringing countries together to tackle everything from COVID to fentanyl to food security. Across the board, that's a result of our engagement, of our diplomacy, of bringing countries together in common purpose and in ways that advance the national interest. That's how I've seen it. Others are free to make their own judgments about it. But I think in doing that, one of the sources of our strength and success is the ability to work closely with Congress. We're stronger at home because we've made remarkable investments in things like infrastructure, the CHIPS and Science Act, the IRA. That goes directly to our strength abroad. Other countries see that. They see that we've reinvested in our own competitiveness. They want to work with us, they want to engage with us, they want to partner with us. And because we've been so attentive to our alliances and partnerships, we now have countries that before were looking to do things on their own without us, that are now united with us in common purpose. That doesn't just happen. It happens because we have extraordinary men and women at the State Department, among other places, who are out there every single day building those alliances, building those partnerships, and then using them when we need to deal with challenges like Russia and Ukraine, like China, like so many of the other challenges we face around the world.
Certified badass.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time back, Mr. Chairman.
There you go.
The chair recognizes Mr. McCormick.
Oh my God, let him
Thank
go.
you for being here, Mr. Secretary. I know that your
He
main
has to
responsibility
go.
as a secretary is to execute the president's foreign policy. As an Afghan veteran and as a guy who's got tons of friends that served over there even longer than I did, years away from their family, the guys who lost their limbs, the families who sacrificed, the people who lost their lives. My hat's always off for those families who are gold stars, and even the families who just served and made that sacrifice away from their families. I really have great respect. I know we were there for about 20 years in Afghanistan, so you can't take responsibility for 20 years, but you can take responsibility for those 4 years. I know that we spent about $2 trillion of that dollars. A lot of that wasn't on your watch. That's also a lesson learned that we had to live with. I know 2,462 lives roughly passed because of that war that we sacrificed as Americans, but most of those not on your watch.
Okay, what's your point?
What I do want to hold you and
Stupid
our
tie.
leadership accountable for is the stuff we
It's
left behind very
snowing.
specifically. Yesterday I had
Not
the
here.
ambassador of Pakistan in my office, and we were talking about terrorism in his
At
nation,
Easley's.
and how we create stability in that region. I'm a foreign affairs guy that's my region. And
Really? It doesn't sound like
they
it.
had over 600 terrorist attacks in their nation last year, and I was like, why? Why so many? He said, because a lot of the weapons that we left behind in Afghanistan.
Oh, is that it? It's
are now
about the
being used
weapons? Oh,
for attacks in Pakistan and other
I
areas around there.
imagine.
And it's munitions we left behind. I personally thought it
Okay,
was
you should talk to the
a horrible
DOD. That's a
withdrawal.
different
I've talked
one,
to
sweetie
Millie.
pie.
I've already had
Oh,
a breakdown.
baby.
He went down and step by step went through the process of the
Yeah,
withdrawal.
my guy was in
But
Afghanistan,
quite
Gal
frankly,
says. Less
it wasn't
chaos
just the
and
$4
war,
billion
please.
of our
Wishful
troop
thinking, I
supplies
know.
that we left behind, but the $90 billion that we had given to the Afghanis that was then used now to sustain their country and the evil empire that's basically spreading terrorism throughout the region. I don't really accept the premise that they're not harboring bad guys. I know we have terrorist cells there. I know that they're training. We've been briefed on that. We don't need to get into the specifics, but I quite frankly think in a real sort of way, the equivalent of equipment that we left over there, which is probably similar to what we just
still
gave
on
to
the
Ukraine
equipment.
in aid.
Oh, really?
To fight a first
No,
world
actually,
army,
what we
the
gave
Russians,
was
is now
money
being
to
used
American
spread terrorism throughout the world,
contractors
and
to
that's on
build
us.
munitions to replace
The
our
United
reserves,
States
and
is
then we
literally
sent old
sponsoring
reserves to
terrorism
Ukraine. That's how
around
I
the
heard
world
it.
using the weapons that we gave to them.
I could
we
be
didn't
wrong,
hold
but that's how I
accountable
heard
for.
it.
And
So
one thing we
these are
learned in the military,
lies
whether it was
and
16 years in the Marine Corps,
disinformation.
4 years in
God,
the
I
Navy,
hate that.
or training with the Army, accountability is our first step. We
Oh,
take
well, let's talk about
responsibility
accountability.
for what we do.
34 felonies,
How would you answer to that?
4 indictments,
So, two things,
and a
Congressman. I appreciate-
partridge in a
very much
pear
appreciate
tree,
the
motherfucker.
First, the weapons you're referring to built up over
Accountability.
20 years. The hard reality is that in order to avoid extending the war, escalating the war, sending tens of thousands of Americans back into Afghanistan, would have been impossible to take out all of those weapons, all of that equipment. Much of it was dismantled or otherwise made inoperative. Much of it that remained is almost certainly inoperative because it had to be maintained, and they don't have the capacity to maintain it. But I grant you, there are no doubt
Excuse me,
some
what?
number of weapons or equipment that, yes, are being used by the regime. But the Taliban government itself is not in the business, for all of the horrific things that it's doing inside Afghanistan to its people, is not in the business of exporting terrorism in this moment. And that, at least, is a good thing. And so
I'm sorry, we're going to stop. Hold on. Hold on. I want to do a couple things. First of all, oh, God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Little breaking news here. Trump transition updates. FBI director to step down. That's Chris Wray, FBI director. President-elect Donald Trump has already announced plans, blah, blah, blah. The decision by Christopher Wray, FBI director, to step down comes after President-elect Donald Trump announced his intention to replace him with a longtime loyalist, Kash Patel, before Mr. Wray's 10-year term expired. Mr. Wray's FBI repeatedly investigated Mr. Trump, including by searching blah, 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 in Mar-a-Lago estate in 2022 for classified documents. I'm very unhappy with the things he's done, Mr. Trump said in an interview on a broadcast Sunday. Senator Susan, wait a minute, what now? Come on now. I need to understand what the fuck is going on with Chris Wray. Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, what's my fucking, oh boy. Is it that one? I guess. I don't even know if I have. Who is my fucking television? Ah. Where is my Sharona? Here we go. Hold on, everybody.
There is a 10-year term. They want politics out of the FBI, so I want to get your reaction to this announcement.
Yeah, look, it's a sad day for the institution.
Is it?
Because, as you just said, there's a reason why the FBI directors serve a 10-year term. It's to be able to stay out and above the political fray of Washington, D.C., and to straddle administrations so that they're loyal only to the Constitution and the American people. I can't get inside Chris Wray's head, but it may be that the constant bashing of the Bureau was going to get even worse if he didn't
Are you
step down
kidding me?
before being fired. And if the firing process was to play out, and it certainly looked like it would, that Trump would just publicly berate the Bureau and Wray, again, for fabricated conspiracy theories of a deep state, but nonetheless, it may be that Chris Wray didn't want that to keep happening and wanted to allow the institution to avoid that kind of public bashing yet again. I have said publicly that my own opinion was that I think Chris Wray should let Trump fire him, should make Trump fire him, because then Trump would become yet the only president to ever fire two FBI directors. Of course, in the last term of Trump, it was Jim Comey. But here we are, and that's what's being reported. I'm really thinking about the men and women of the Bureau right now, and whether they're breathing some kind of momentary sigh of relief that they're out of the microscope for a second, but I know that they're wondering what's next for them and what's next for a new director that may not have the dedication to the Constitution and the rule of law as Chris Wray has demonstrated.
The official, Frank, who told our Ken Delanian that Director Wray had said he was stepping down, that he's resigning, says he told the workforce when he was talking to them just a short time ago that he will leave by the end of the administration. But I do wonder, I want to pick up on what you were just saying. There were some conversations that were being had about what this had been doing to morale, this sort of limbo that they were living in, and I don't know if you're checking your phone to see if people are sending you
crazy-eyed revenge guy who's monkey who's a wizard.
Are like inside the agency.
Yeah, I did. I've got two confirmations now that it will be by the end of this year, the end of the administration, to be more precise. Look, I know in my talking with folks still on board that some of them are absolutely leaving. I'm aware of two assistant directors this week alone that have announced their retirement. Now, they're eligible for retirement and they're looking at great jobs in the private sector, but were they mandatory? Did they have to go? No. So
I thought I had a Kash Patel picture, but I don't.
Some of it forced, some of it unforced. But the real concern is for the institution and whether or not they will be subjugated to the will and whim of a president who seems bent on.
He looks like something I don't want to talk about.
And we've seen that echoed in the language of Kash Patel, who's been nominated as the new director, and even in the nominee for Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
So we just got, and I want to get your reaction to it, a couple of quotes from what he said to the folks when he told them that he had decided to step down at the end of the administration, again, in spite of the fact that he had 3 years left on his term. Among the things he said, and I'm going to read the longer quote because I think it's the deepest one. When you look at where the threats are headed, it's clear that the importance of our work, keeping Americans safe and upholding the Constitution, will not change.
Is this his redemption arc?
Absolutely cannot, must
Only
not change
time
is our
will
commitment
tell.
to doing the right thing the right way every time. Our adherence to our core values, our dedication to independence and objectivity, and our defense of the rule of law, those fundamental aspects of who we are must never change. That's the real strength of the FBI, the importance of our mission, the quality of our people, and their dedication to service over self. It's an unshakable foundation that stood the test of time and cannot be easily moved, and you The men and women of the FBI are why the Bureau will endure and remain successful long into the future. But as you just said, you have two assistant directors. Now, maybe they were, nearing retirement age or at retirement age, and they have options. They're going, as you put it, to great jobs in the private sector. But do you worry about the institutional
Is she
knowledge that there
slurping?
may be a large number of people who, if not already considering it, will consider and maybe will leave the FBI?
Yeah, the resumes are out there, Chris. They're already circulating. People see what's coming, which is again a concern about pursuing political enemies.
All right, folks.
The question remains for rank and file, particularly in the field offices. I mean, let's face it, that's where the FBI does its work, right?
Okay.
And the concern I hear from the field is they're waiting and watching to see if the politics of this new administration is going to impact their case openings, case closings. Remember that they work closely with U.S. attorneys' offices in each district.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing the Frank Flagluzzi hour. This guy's an idiot. I'm sorry. Sorry, Frank, but you're kind of a dummy. And we're kind of bored by you. Whoops. Oh, shit. Okay. Oof. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. Wait, where's my other one? Get out of here. Get out of here, duck. Get out of here. We need our fire. Oh, we need our fire. Was that the Homeland Security Committee we were watching earlier, or what committee? Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot all of a sudden. Hold on. I'll tell you. Isn't that embarrassing? God damn it. I thought it was the foreign service. No, I'm not going to say that because I don't know. I don't know. It was House Foreign Affairs Committee. House Foreign Affairs Committee. House Foreign Affairs Committee. I like Frank. I don't always agree. Oh, I like him, but I feel like that's just starting to do the waxing poetic about the FBI. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure we know what it means, and we should probably just let some reporting come out. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he would have fired him anyway. Or is there any surprise? He already said he wanted someone to replace him. Why is this like breaking news? I don't think it's going to be meaningful one way or the other, except for if he, no problem, Oren, no problem. Except for if, like Gal suggests, he breaks things on his way out. If he shares or seeks declassification, perhaps, or other things, maybe there's ways he can help increase the transparency without putting people's lives at risk. That would help us as a country understand further what we're facing. So that's all, Jane. No, I totally understand your question. It makes, and you're positing. It makes complete sense. 100%. Part of it is him in a wishful thinking mode trying to save the FBI's reputation, but it comes off with a bit of suck sometimes. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if you abandon them before Christmas. You know what I mean? Like maybe you just abandon. Oh, that's Frank. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Those are feelings and not facts, right? Like that's where I get kind of tied up with some of these guys on TV. Is like, I just really want to know what you think I would want to know what he thinks in terms of like why it happened, why now, all that. That's very interesting to me because he has insights that I don't, obviously. But at the same time, then it gets into the FBI is full of great people and they would never, like, okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I hope so too, Jane. I hope it does. He quits before. Yeah. Oh my God. Teresa, that's what it is. There you go. Bingo. You win. He's quitting before he has to fight for his pension. Because remember, was it just Peter Strzok or was it Andrew McCabe? Remember Andrew McCabe or Peter Strzok, or maybe it was both of them, where they were denied their pension after being fired by Trump? So one could see a world where Chris Wray says, oh no, bitch. You've taken my soul, but you're not taking my money. That's what I get. That's my golden parachute. I want it. That's probably what it is. It's a good point. That's it. Bingo. Bingo. That's why he did it. So he can have a nice Christmas. And he doesn't have to go to the office. Kind of a boss move, actually, if you think about it. But he just leaves all his team out there to kind of flail in the wind. Okay. You do you, girl. Jingle balls. Jingle bells don't give a hells. Jingle bell, I don't give a hell. You guys can all go screw. I'm on my way to Puerto Rico today. To have myself a brew. Yeah, that's what Chris Wray's doing right now. Pull out the permanent record and scribble. Put that on the record. Wait, where is it? This is Chris Wray, what he's saying right now. He's like, fuck you, I'm out. You're not going to have me to kick around. You're not going to have my 401k to kick around. I'm going to go down with Ken Cheesebro and drink margaritas in Puerto Rico. Because I kind of look like him. And we kind of want to walk around and fool the senoritas down there. Kenny Cheesebro and I have a sex tourism plan. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm going to end this session, but we're coming back for another session, believe it or not. I didn't time that one very well, but okay. But I wanted to actually end with something that Carla, who's not even here, had suggested I do, which I think is a fine idea. And let me just show you. It was a little Bobo invention. As you well know, you know the Bobo. So let's play this little ditty on our way out. Hold on. Pretty good. It's worth it. It's worth the wait. There we go. Oops. I'm a little too small. I'm a little too big here. Here we go. Make this a little small. Here we go. Remember back when we were going to have an election and we might have won? Remember that? Wham. Oh my God. I don't want you to call me. Calling me. My old insurance company will not let me go. Okay, it's only 44 seconds. Here we go. Oops.
Our alliances and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I
Neil,
will
you could be the
ensure
Canadian leg.
America
Look at this cat
always
feet.
has the
I'm
strongest,
dying.
most
I
lethal
love this
fighting
cat.
force in the world, and I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Yes, Bobo made that. That's right. Bobo made that famous little clippy clip. What's happening later? Well, you know what? It's called Still Baked with Lolo. That's right. Still Baked with Lolo. Maybe I'll do Still Baked with Lolo tomorrow. Because what I definitely want to do tonight is, well, actually, that's not true. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, the point is, tonight I want to show a documentary, and I think I'm showing The Man Who Knew Too Much. That's what I'm going to look at and see, but that'll be at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, Kimberly Guilfoyle's going to scream at the Greeks. Oops. Opa! The best is yet to Opa! 2.5 hours away. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can have the strength to do all that, but we'll see. Actually, the point is yes, there's going to be an afternoon session, and then there is going to be a movie tonight. I probably will do it today, so I apologize for being so waffly. But I probably will do another session because I want to read those things that you sent me, Gal, about the real estate bros. And then, obviously we can catch up on the Chris Wray malarkey. But anyway, I'm going to make that at 11:30 my time. So that's, oh wait, this is 11:30. Wait, so that's, no, 2:30. Sorry. 2:30 my time. So 3 hours from now. 5:30 Eastern, et cetera, et cetera. I'll adjust the holder for it because the holder's there. Yeah, I got the real estate bros thing teed up and a couple of other things too. I have a lot actually. So we've got a lot we can do this afternoon, which actually will be really helpful because I want to kind of get caught up with some of the bookmarks. So that would be really good. So if you're around, throw us on in the background and I'll read some stuff to you. Yeah. How's that sound? Does that sound like fun? I think that sounds like fun. Anyway, thank you so much for coming today. I really appreciate it. 5 hours of beautiful information, sometimes stupid people talking, but I'll try to be quieter. Really puts the dip in diplomacy. Hills to the yeah. Let's see what this is. Hold on, before we go, there might be a final entry. In announcing his intention to resign as FBI director, Chris Wray said he didn't want to drag the Bureau into the fray. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. He's just selfless. That's all. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about bitch kitten Chris Wray. Don't you worry. He's not off my hibachi, okay? He's firmly planted on my hibachi fire. That's right. All right. Bye, you guys. Have a really great rest of your Wednesday. I hope I see you. If not, I totally understand. But again, I'll be sad. But anyway, thank you so much for coming. Beautiful lemons. Bye. Don't go to the